Welcome to another vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to vixavon romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Caspian. There's a kind of silence that feels like violence. It presses in on me now, thick as concrete, as the elevator climbs toward the 27th floor of Blake International, the only thing I inherited besides old money and older ghosts. Each flicker of the floor indicator sounds like a bone cracking in the dark. By the time the doors slide open, the world outside them feels too still to trust. "Sir, Mr. Blake, your 3 o'clock is still waiting in the lobby." My new assistant flinches as the words leave her mouth as if they might ricochet. "Cancel it," I say. "But he—" I raise one hand. A single quiet stop. That's all it ever takes. I don't yell. I don't explain. I don't need to. I step into the glass-boxed expanse I designed like armor. Chrome edges, slate floors, everything precise enough to shame a scalpel. The skyline cuts the horizon on every side, a panorama of glittering insignificance. Some people would stand here and feel powerful. I feel orderly, contained, untouchable. My phone vibrates on the desk. St. Mary's Hospice. Grandmother flashes across the screen for the 3rd time today. I turn it face down, guilt humming like static beneath my ribs. Grandmother Ruth is the only person who ever made this mausoleum of a tower feel warm. She raised me when my mother died, delivering her miracle heir, and she kept raising me long after it should have been my father's job. He preferred spreadsheets to bedtime stories, Marcella wine to conversation. A decade later, a stroke took him, as if the universe decided statues don't deserve heartbeats forever. So I became what he loved. Legacy in a 3-piece suit, profit margins in cufflinks, the perfect weapon. I unbutton my jacket, lower myself into the leather chair that knows my exact posture. The city glitters at my back. The office lights dim to dusk tones I programmed for efficiency. I answer no emails. I return no calls. I let the unopened bottle of 15-year bourbon in my drawer remain exactly that, unopened. Discipline isn't a habit, it's oxygen. Yet discipline never saved me from what happened when I was 8. People called me beautiful, a curse disguised as praise. My nanny repeated it with hands that slid where no hand should, murmuring that perfection must be earned. I remember her perfume. Too sweet, too strong, clutching my skin like a second violation. I remember telling my father, "Boys don't get preyed on, Caspian," he said. "Not boys like us. Not heirs." But grandmother believed me. She sent the woman away, held me through the shaking aftermath, pressed cinnamon-scented promises into the air that I was allowed to exist without being earned. She found me a therapist. I lasted 4 sessions, long enough to discover that peeling scabs in front of a stranger only made them bleed harder. Since then, I've treated pain like a shared too short. Hold it at arm's length, profit off the distance. Grandmother sees the cost anyway. Last month, when I visited her hospice room, lavender walls, oxygen hiss, heart monitor beeps, trying to stay polite, she squeezed my hand with paper-thin fingers. "You've built everything except a life, Caspian." I had no answer. "There's no one else," she whispered. "I don't want to leave knowing the Blake name dies with me." The words burrow deeper than I wanted to admit. Heir. Legacy. I've worn those labels until they fit like skin. Yet suddenly they felt too small. The room tilts now, oppressive in its order. I stand, tugging my tie loose even though I tied it only hours ago. Restlessness hums under my bones. A low-grade tremor therapy could never be named. I pace the length of the wall-to-wall windows, city lights shimmering like predators with perfect teeth. My reflection follows me, immaculate charcoal suit, stethoscope-thin lines of exhaustion beneath the eyes, jaw carved from restraint. The kind of man Fortune magazine prints before asking, "How does he do it all?" The answer is simple: I don't. The phone buzzes again. Another hospice call. Or maybe the board reminding me tomorrow's investor pitch controls a billion-dollar merger. It doesn't matter which. Both demand the one resource I haven't figured out how to manufacture: presence. I press my forehead against the cool glass, watching the traffic snake below. Down there, people buy dinner, miss trains, kiss for no reason. They fill the night with ordinary noise. Up here, silence grows teeth and waits to bite. If grandmother dies tonight, her last thought might be that her grandson can out-negotiate oligarchs but can't return a phone call. The thought lodges like shrapnel. Before I can second-guess myself, I shrug on my coat and swipe the hospice address into my car's nav screen. The elevator hums its descent, each level peeling away the veneer of invincibility. By the lobby, I'm a man, not a company. Pulse too fast, palms too cold. 31 years old and still afraid of goodbyes. Hand on the doorframe, I remember grandmother's request. Don't let the name die with me. She never demanded heirs. She asked for life. The difference matters. My heartbeat counts off seconds. 1, 2, 3. Silence thickens, but tonight it doesn't feel like violence. It feels like permission, a pause before a note resolves. I step through the doorway, her eyelids flutter open. Blue-gray irises focus, bloom with recognition and something fiercer. Relief. One corner of her mouth lifts. The IV tubing quivers with the motion. "I knew you'd come," she whispers, voice like wrinkled silk. My throat locks. I push words through anyway. "I'm here, grandmother." I take her hand. Warm, bird-boned, alive. Touch doesn't break me. It roots me. The storm outside can have the skyline. This room holds the only weather that matters. For the first time in months, I allow myself to sit without straightening imaginary wrinkles. I listen to her breathing, the monitor's metronome, the rain palming window panes. No board packets, no share prices, no ghosts. Only the woman who chose love over legacy, and the air learning those aren't opposites after all. Somewhere beyond these walls, a neon-lit city keeps score. But tonight, all I have to do is hold her hand and stay. Tomorrow I'll figure out how to build a life worth inheriting.
Chapter 2. Nova. I spot April Rivera propped on an upside-down milk crate by the soda fountain, rolling her ankles like she's mid-warm-up. We met in Miss Valdez's Tuesday night contemporary class, two broke dancers hunting steady cash, and landed here at Grub Boy in the same week. She's still wearing the black leggings we all swear by for pirouettes. A grease-speckled visor replaces her usual headband. Between rushes, she scrolls audition calls on a cracked iPad, chasing the dream, just like me, and claims the fry station's heat lamps make a great impromptu bar. By the time I clock out of my shift at Grub Boy, the smell of fried chicken has crawled into my skin like a squatter, and my ankles feel like they're protesting civil rights. "Make sure you refill the ketchup stations next time, Nova," April says on my way out, not even looking up from her cracked iPad. I force a smile. Of course. Right after curing cancer. She doesn't hear me. Thank God. Outside, the air's thick with August heat, and the sun's dipping behind downtown Atlanta like it's too tired to fight today's nonsense. I've still got a 40-minute bus ride, a quick grocery stop, and a fridge humming its final breath. But I don't complain. I've learned to breathe through the stretch. I grew up 3 miles from here, in a 2-bedroom apartment that smelled like lavender, old wood, and cornbread on Sundays. Mama's still there, in that same apartment. Same couch, same tiny kitchen with the warped tile that squeaks under your heel. I pay the rent now. My dance dreams are shelved, boxed up behind bills, prescriptions, and second shifts. Some days, I write choreo on napkins just to remember who I was before the world asked me to be everything else. I walk into the apartment and hear the familiar hum of Wheel of Fortune playing on low volume. Mama? In the bedroom, Sugar. Her voice is soft today. Too soft. I drop the grocery bags on the counter and head back, heart already bracing. She's propped against her pillows, skin paler than it should be, wrapped in her favorite fleece even though the thermostat is set to 74. Did you eat anything today? She shrugs, but the IV standing in the corner says enough. I was hovering just at the edge, and she handed me a manila envelope like it's not about to gut me. The letter is short, cold. A surgery recommendation with a number attached that makes my chest ache. $18,462. For the kind of procedure that doesn't promise miracles, just maybe buys more time. I fold the paper and stare at the wall. I'll figure it out. Nova. I will. Because what else is there? I should go to bed. I should rest before I collapse at my second job tomorrow morning, or else Tasha will haunt me. Tasha Campbell barreled into my life 6 months ago, back when I was still fumbling through my third week on the trauma floor at St. Augustine. She's the work wife type who can juggle a code blue, a Tinder chat, and a Mariah Carey high note without spilling her coffee. We bonded over shared night shifts, mutual caffeine addictions, and the unspoken agreement that sometimes the only way to survive other people's emergencies is to cause a harmless one of your own, usually on a dance floor. In her world, sequined heels count as self-care, and last call is just cardio. She knows every bouncer in the River District by name, can sweet-talk a DJ into playing 90s R&B on command, and swears that a proper club night is cheaper than therapy. Plus, the bass does wonders for your lymphatic system, babe. She also has a sixth sense for when my anxiety is edging toward implosion. But when Tasha texts me, come out. One night. You need this. I hesitate. I look at my mother's tired smile and the unpaid light bill on the counter and think, maybe I do. The club smells like too many bodies and bottom shelf tequila. I hate it, and I missed it. Tasha's already dancing. Laya's flirting with the bartender, and I'm hovering at the edge of the crowd like a woman trying to remember how to be free. I close my eyes. Let the bass shake something loose in my spine. Just for one night. I open them and that's when I see him. He's not moving or talking, just watching. Like stillness is his superpower. He's standing at the far end of the bar in a black shirt that looks like it was stitched for his body and not off some rack. The sleeves are pushed up just enough to reveal strong forearms, hands that look capable but clenched. His skin is pale, cool undertones, like moonlight on marble, and his hair's dark, messy in a way that's too intentional to be careless. Like he pays people to make him look like he doesn't pay people. But it's his eyes that stop me. They're sharp. Almost too sharp for a place like this. Like he's cutting through noise and sweat and bodies and still seeing me. We lock eyes and I forget how to breathe for a second. I look away, I don't look back, except I do. And he's still watching. I don't know his name. I don't want to. Because men like that don't belong in places like this. And women like me don't get to keep them even if they do. But something about the way he looks at me, like I'm not the tired version of myself, not the paycheck-to-paycheck girl with pain carved behind her smile, makes me linger. Girl, Tasha says, stepping beside me. You look like you just saw a ghost. I shake my head. Just a man. She follows my gaze. Her eyes widened. That man. I roll my lips together to hide the smile. His gaze looked at me like I was something to be worshipped as art. Tasha smirks. Then go be the whole damn exhibit.
Chapter 3. Caspian. I hate places like this. The air is too hot. The bass vibrates in my bones like it's trying to excavate something I've buried deep. Bodies move in erratic pulses, sweat, perfume, too much laughter. I'm a foreign object here, pressed into this world like a glitch in the code. "Would you like me to wait, sir?" my driver had asked when I told him to drop me off. I said no, because I didn't know if I'd last 5 minutes, didn't know if I'd even walk through the door, but I did. Now I'm here. And every cell in my body is begging to flee. I keep my hands in my pockets, back near the bar, posture stiff, jaw tight. This was a mistake. A sensory overload, a reckless whim, the kind that doesn't belong to me. I don't make impulsive decisions, not anymore, but then I see her. She's standing across the room, barely moving, just watching. God, she's breathtaking. Not in the obvious way. Not because of the curve of her hips in that black jumpsuit or the way the red gloss on her lips catches the strobe light. It's the way she looks. Focused. Quiet. Still. In a room full of chaos, she doesn't flinch. Her skin glows like bronze dipped in candlelight. Her eyes are dark, expressive, lined with exhaustion and defiance, to find mine like she was expecting to. Or maybe I was. I don't look away. Neither does she. Something in my chest tightens. Not panic. Recognition? That's impossible. I've never seen her before. But something about her feels like an echo. I don't remember deciding to move. One moment I'm holding up a wall. The next, I'm walking through the crowd. She's standing alone near the edge of the dance floor. The kind of woman who doesn't chase attention but commands it anyway. As I approach, her eyes narrow slightly, just enough to let me know she sees me coming, and she's letting it happen. "Hi." I stop a foot away, giving her space, which is ironic, considering I feel like the air between us has already closed the gap. She tilts her head, looking me over. "You don't look like you belong here." I give her a dry smile. "I don't." She laughs. It's not soft, it's sharp, husky, like she's dared the night to ruin her before and it lost. "So why are you here?" I hesitate, then I tell her the truth. "I don't know." "Same," she says, shrugging one shoulder. "But we're both here, so..." Her hand lifts in a quiet, open invitation. She doesn't ask my name. I don't ask hers. It feels intentional. We step onto the edge of the dance floor, and I expect myself to freeze, to lock up, to bolt, but I don't. She's close, but not too close. Her movements are deliberate, fluid, responsive, patient. She gives me room to follow. Her hips sway in rhythm with the beat, a slow confidence, like her body was built to speak in motion. I find myself following her lead. My hands hover near her waist, not touching. Just close enough to feel her heat. Her eyes flick down to my fingers, then back up. She steps closer. I don't panic. That in itself should terrify me. But all I feel is aware, awake, alive. Her hand brushes my chest, just a drag of fingertips over the fabric of my shirt, barely there. I should flinch. I don't. She doesn't press. She just watches me, like she's giving me permission to exist beside her without demand or expectation. I can't remember the last time someone looked at me like that. Not pity, not curiosity, just being. She turns, hips rolling against me, and I follow her effortlessly. It's not a dance so much as a language, one I never learned but instinctively understand with her. The lights flicker red, then blue. Her arm grazes mine again. This time I let it happen. Her back is against my chest now. Her body is soft, warm. Real settles against me, like she knows exactly how to fit. I can smell something sweet and subtle on her neck, like brown sugar, and something floral, and after everything. This moment was a first. I want to breathe it in. My hands find her hips, lightly. She doesn't move away. She leans back, just enough. I don't know how long we move like that, seconds, minutes. Time distorts. She turns to face me again. Her lips are parted, her eyes soft now, searching. She rises on her toes, and I think this is the moment where I ruin it. But then she kisses me. No warning, no preamble, just heat. It isn't rushed. It isn't innocent. It's deliberate. Her lips taste like whatever bold color she's wearing and something real beneath it. It's not a kiss that begs, it claims. And I let her take it. Her fingers slide up my neck, curling slightly behind it. I don't even realize I've reached for her waist until she presses closer. My heart stumbles into rhythm like it forgot how to beat. For a second, I forget who I am. I forget what I'm afraid of. I just feel. When she finally pulls back, she doesn't smile. Neither do I. We stare at each other in the quiet that music can't touch. I want to ask her name, but I don't, because names make things real. Names create obligations, expectations, realities I can't afford to pull her into, and because I know if I ask, I'll want more. So instead, I step back. Her brows lift just a fraction, curious but not surprised. I should go, I say. Her lips part like she might stop me, but she doesn't. She just nods once, slow, like she understands. I turn before I lose my nerve. I leave before I can look back. I don't know who she is, but she touched me, really touched me, and I didn't fall apart. I don't know what that means. I only know it's the first time in years I didn't feel broken.
Chapter 4. Nova. The first thing that catches my eye is the ache in my lower back. The second is the silence. For half a second, I think I'm still in the club, half lit and swaying in that stranger's gravity. But then the light shifts white and cold, and I'm not bathed in bass, but fluorescent buzz. My neck pops as I sit up on the staff lounge couch. Someone tossed a scratchy blanket over me. Probably Janice. Sweet woman. Old enough to be my aunt. Mean enough to be my coach. I swing my feet to the floor, groaning as my bones catch up with me. A text from my landlord flashes on my phone screen. Rent is due tomorrow. Grace period gone. Right. Back to reality. The club was, what? A blip. A soft little detour in a life that doesn't allow room for softness. I barely remember his face now, just the way it felt, the way his eyes softened when they met mine. Like he wasn't expecting me, like he hadn't planned on feeling. Neither had I. I'd gone out because Tasha begged, because my birthday was last week, and I'd worked through it, because I hadn't danced in a year, and I needed something to remind me I'm alive. And for one night, I let myself have that. Now I'm back to warm-up ramen and back-to-back shifts, and I've got exactly 9 minutes to change before triage starts howling. I strip off the sweater I wore at home, the one that still faintly smells like him. Expensive cologne? Subtle. Not musky or overdone, just clean and grounding, like cedar and open windows. I sniff it before I even realize what I'm doing. Then I shove it in my locker like it's cursed. Nurse Nova, Janice sing-songs through the break room door, petty as always. You coming, or should I start without you? I yank my scrub top over my head, the fabric still warm from the dryer. Keep your pink socks on. I'm coming. Janice Brooks is already half a hallway away when I step out. Neon pink compression socks, flashing like runway lights under her surgery greens. She's my built-in hype squad. Second-year scrub nurse, gummy bear smuggler, giver of elbow nudges whenever my confidence flatlines. With her beside me, even this madhouse feels almost survivable. The ER greets us in full Technicolor chaos. A toddler shrieks bloody murder while blood drips from both nostrils. A lanky teen with a bullet graze argues that he doesn't need a wheelchair. An old man paces in circles, convinced the vending machine is stealing his aura. My pulse sinks to the mayhem, steady and sharp. This is the lesson nursing school never taught. Your brain learns to split in two. One half goes ice cold, all protocols and vitals. The other half absorbs every cry like it's a personal memo stamped urgent. By noon, I've hosed vomit out of my bra strap, coached a panicking new mom through her first latch, and paged psych after a patient tried to scale the ambulance bay stark naked. I scrub my hands for the 5th time, chlorhexidine stinging my knuckles. Y'all do not pay me enough for this, I mutter. Janice clucks her tongue. Please. You know we're here for the glamour and the yachts. She bumps my hip with hers, and her laugh rattles the soap dispenser. I snort, shake off the suds, and follow her back into the fray. Because as long as Janice is scrubbing in next to me, chaos doesn't stand a chance. She smirks. We don't pay you at all. You think that direct deposit counts as payment? Girl, that's just hush money to keep you from burning this place down. I laugh. I shouldn't. But I do. And then I think about the man from the club. The laugh dies in my throat. It's not that I want to think about him, and it's just that it's been a long time since anyone made me forget the world like that. The way his hands didn't even touch me at first, just hovered. Heat and hesitance. The way he looked at me like I wasn't just another woman in a tight dress, I was real. Seen, noticed. God, how long has it been since someone touched me like I mattered? And why the hell did we never exchange names? Earth to Nova, Janice snaps her fingers. You just stood here staring at the soap dispenser. I blink. Sorry, just tired. She peers at me like she knows better. Then she softens. You need a break, baby. A real one? Not just a club night with dollar shots and borrowed lipstick? I say nothing. Because what am I supposed to say? I think I met someone who made me feel safe. In the middle of strobe lights and sweat and noise, I felt still. But I don't even know his name. It's late when I finally crawl into my bed. My stomach grumbles, but I ignore it. I have exactly $28 until payday, and a bag of rice I plan to stretch into 6 meals. I lie on my back, eyes fixed on the ceiling fan. My hand drifts to my lips before I stop myself. It wasn't just a kiss. It felt like a door, one I opened without realizing I had a key. And now I'm not sure how to close it. I roll over, burying my face into the pillow, and somewhere in that space between sleep and exhaustion, I let myself remember him. Not his voice, just how it felt. How warm his palm was on the small of my back. How we moved like we danced before, like I'd been waiting for him without knowing it. When I dreamed that night, I'm back at the club. The lights are blue. The music fades. He turns to me, his eyes lit with something I'm too scared to name. And this time, when I ask his name, he says mine. Nova. I jolt awake, heart hammering. But the room is empty. Just me. Still, I say his name too. Or I would, if I knew it.
Chapter 5. Caspian. The scent of jasmine and ink still makes me think of her. When I was a boy, maybe 6 or 7, I'd crawl under the mahogany desk in her study, hiding among the rows of dusty books and velvet-bound ledgers. She never scolded me for it. Not then. She only looked down with that sharp DeWitt smirk and said, "If you're going to hide, do it properly. Fold your knees. Stay quiet." And I did, because grandmother made the world feel structured. Not safe, exactly, but purposeful. She'd sit at that desk in a dress so sharp it looked tailored to intimidate. Her hair coiled high like a crown of steel. But her eyes then, they were soft. Softer than they would ever be again. She let me read aloud from her collection. Shakespeare, Baldwin, even her business memos when I begged. "You have a strong voice," she said once, scribbling notes without looking up. "Use it carefully. It's the one thing no one can steal from you." I remember how my chest swelled with pride. I wanted her approval like I wanted breath. Later, when I was 11 and cried because father didn't show up for my birthday, She placed her hands on my shoulders, firm as anchor chains. "DeWitts don't cry for what abandons them," she said. "We thrive in spite of it." "But it hurts," I whispered. "I know," she said. "And one day you'll use that hurt to build an empire." That night, she sat beside me in her armchair, reading stories about warriors and kings. I didn't sleep. I watched her chest rise and fall, memorizing the sound of her breath. It was the only rhythm that ever made me feel like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't alone. As I grew, so did the distance, but the rituals remained. Sunday breakfast, silent but sacred. The annual garden party where I stood at her side, spine straight, a miniature titan in a world of masks and money. She taught me how to look a man in the eye when I lied, how to win without blinking, how to love only those you could outmaneuver. It wasn't kindness, but it was hers. When I turned 21, she gave me a ring. Platinum, simple, her initials carved into the band. "Wear it when you're ready," she said. "For what?" "To stop surviving and start ruling." Even now, I wear it sometimes. On days when I need armor, on days when her absence feels too loud. I loved her, more than she ever let me say. And she loved me, in the only way she knew, by turning me into something unbreakable. I'm here in the house. It smells like dust-covered pride and roses that have been forced to bloom in the wrong season. Everything here is too clean, too symmetrical, too dead. Grandmother's room is on the east wing, where the light pours in just enough to make her feel immortal. It's fitting. She always needed an audience. "Caspian." Her voice slices through the quiet like a scalpel, precise, purposeful. I pause at the doorway. She's thinner now, all bone and command. She sees the hesitation in my step and smiles. Not kindly. "I thought you'd be late. You said it was urgent." "You're almost 30. That's urgent enough." She doesn't waste time. Doesn't do small talk unless it leads to control. A tray of untouched food rests on her lap. She doesn't even glance at it. I think she stays alive out of sheer spite. "You came," she says, quieter now, as if confessing a weakness. "You always do." Because I'm loyal. Because she trained me that way. Because guilt works better than love when you start young enough. "You didn't give me much choice. I never do." She offers a chuckle that turns into a cough. I don't move toward her. Touch still feels like a trap I haven't figured out how to escape. "Sit," she says, nodding at the chair beside her. "I want to see your face when I ask." I sit. Not because she commands me, but because I've been conditioned. "Before I die." "Don't say that." "Before I die," she repeats, harder. "I want an heir. A child to carry the DeWitt name." I feel the sting before I understand it. Not surprise or grief. Something darker. "A child." She wants me to breed. Like I'm a stud horse. Like love, safety, partnership. None of it matters as long as the family name keeps going. "Why me?" I ask, though I already know. She sighs. "You're the last DeWitt worth a damn. Your cousin is a drunk. Your half-brother is God knows where. I don't care about the name. You don't have to. Just protect it. Like your father did. Like I did. My father who drank himself into a coma. My mother who left before I could say goodbye. Why now?" My voice is tight. My hands are fists. "I'm dying," she says simply, without fear. "And you owe me." There it is. The phrase she's used my whole life to keep me in orbit. You owe me. For the house. For the trust fund. For taking you in when your parents failed you. But she never once asks how I sleep. Never once cared that being touched feels like drowning. Her eyes flicker over me like she's scanning for cracks. She knows she can't manipulate me with warmth. But guilt. Guilt has always worked. "I'll draft a trust," she says. "You'll have complete autonomy. Just find someone. Give me a child before I'm buried." A flicker of something burns in her gaze. Not desperation, but determination. Control? even from the grave. I'm not married. You don't have to be. I blink. You're suggesting I find someone to have a baby with. Just like that. She lifts a shoulder. It doesn't matter how. It matters who. Someone smart. Beautiful. Strong enough to balance you. I think of the woman from the club. Dark curls, electric mouth. A fire in her spine like she was born from stardust and sweat. She didn't even flinch when I pulled away. Didn't push. Just let me be. I shoved her out of my life before I could even ask her name, because wanting was a luxury I don't know how to afford. I'm not ready to be a father. You weren't ready to run the company either, but you did. I rise to leave, my spine rigid, throat burning. You're asking too much. She closes her eyes. You'll do it. Because you always do. She died 3 nights later. I'm not beside her when the final breath leaves. No steadying squeeze of her papery hand. No last whispered stories of how she once outbid a steel magnate just to prove a point. I'm downtown, buried in spreadsheets, watching the markets hemorrhage crimson until the room feels like an overturned wine glass. When my assistant steps in, eyes already glassy, I don't need words. Grief walks ahead of her, dripping all over the marble floors. Just like that, 65 years of wildfire gone. No warning shot, no graceful fade, only a sudden hush where her laughter used to ricochet off the manor walls. The funeral is grand, grotesque. Red velvet curtains framing gilt candelabras as if excess could bribe the afterlife. I hired a string quartet to drown out any uncomfortable silence, and distant cousins I've never met pose beside the casket, cataloging grief for social clout. The air reeks of lilies and old money. Both make me nauseous. I catch myself cataloging absences instead. The empty seat where she would have heckled the eulogy. The vacant pocket of my suit where her peppermint tin used to rattle. The voicemail I never returned because quarterly reports screamed louder than the woman who taught me how to outthink a room full of men twice my age. Later, when the last condolence card is stuffed into an already overfilled drawer, I sit alone on the manor's back veranda. Her roses, trimmed within an inch of arrogance, bow under the weight of summer rain. For the first time in my life, the estate sounds smaller, like her passing has stolen its echo. I wonder if she knew I wasn't there. If she forgave me for choosing red numbers over her fading pulse. Some nights I swear I hear her voice in the wind slicing through the sycamores. Markets recover, Caspian. Time won't. And the silence that follows feels like a debt I'll never pay off. My name is on the front page of every tabloid. Billionaire heir Caspian DeWitt to inherit everything. But at what cost? They don't know I didn't cry. Not when I got the call. Not when they lowered her into the earth with orchids and oil-stained legacies. Later I sat alone in her library. The fire crackles like it's mocking me. She's gone. And I'm free. Except I'm not. Because her voice still lives inside me. You owe me. Time had stood still until now, I whispered back. I don't. But my hand is already on my phone. The woman who made me feel alive. The woman I kissed without a name. Because maybe, just maybe, she's the only one who could carry the weight of both our ghosts.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 6. Nova. The beeping changes before I even look at the screen. A slow crawl becomes a warning stutter. Pressure's dropping, I say, already moving to silence the alarm. Call doctor. Arguel. Beside me, the night nurse fumbles with the monitor settings, her face ghost white under the blue light of the machines. My mother lies still in the bed, a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her fingers twitch. I press them gently into stillness. Hey, Mama, I whisper, leaning in close. Don't do this today. Not when I haven't even had my coffee yet. The nurse mutters something about a crash cart. I tell her to breathe. One of us has to. Hours later, she's stable. That's what the doctor says. Stable. Like a paper boat on a hurricane. Dr. Arguel pulls me aside in the hallway. His expression is clipped, clinical, like he's already moved on to the next patient in his mind. I'm going to be straight with you, Miss. James, he says, your mother's heart failure has progressed significantly. The damage is irreversible. At this point, you're not looking at treatment. You're looking at comfort care. I cross my arms, tightening against the hollow opening in my chest. So palliative? He nods. Hospice is the next step, unless you can afford full-time ICU-level support. But without insurance, he doesn't finish. Doesn't have to. I've lived in that pause before. She's lucid now, he adds. If you want to talk to her about options. I nod once, then turn away before he sees my face crack. I sit on the edge of her bed, her hand wrapped loosely in mine. She doesn't look scared. She never does. Even now, she has the nerve to smile at me. You're working too hard, baby, she says, her voice papery. I can see it in your eyes. Maybe if you stop trying to die, I could get a break. She laughs, a dry, wheezing sound that makes my throat tighten. You always were dramatic, she says, squeezing my hand weakly. You get that from your daddy. I force a smile. He's not here. You are. You're the one I need to stay. Her eyes soften. She doesn't say anything. I don't need to. We both know what this is. A countdown. I swallow the ache in my throat. You'll be okay, I whisper, even though neither of us believes it. By the time I get outside, the sun is burning hot against my skin. My car seat feels like a furnace. I sit in it anyway, door open, keys untouched, just breathing. I've already maxed out 3 credit cards. 2 loan apps denied me last week. My last paycheck went straight to meds and Mama's home oxygen rental. I check my phone and scroll to the last loan I applied for. Rejected. Of course. I open the next one. Loan request limit reached. A notification pings from my bank app. I already know what it says. $6.24 remaining. I drive to the payday loan place because pride doesn't keep lights on. The man behind the glass looks at my application like it's dirt under his fingernails. You were denied last month. That holds for 90 days. Things changed, I say. I have more income now. I've picked up extra shifts. Still not enough to change your debt ratio. I blink slowly, trying not to scream. This is life and death. I'm not asking to buy a TV. I'm asking for a week, just enough to keep my mom in the hospital while I figure something else out. He shrugs. That's not how it works. I want to slam my hand against the counter, but I don't. Instead, I walk out with my shoulders stiff and my jaw locked because I have to make it to the next hour. Crying would be a luxury. I sit in my parked car in front of Mama's building, engine off, silence pressing in. I scroll through my texts. My friend Kiara offered me a room. My cousin Simone said she could ask around, but I need more than favors. I need a way out. And I'm out of ways. I press my forehead to the steering wheel. This is the part where you either break or sell something, but all I've got left is time, my body, my hope. When I finally look up, my phone buzzes. A number I don't recognize. Unknown caller. I stare at it. Then I answer. Nova James? The voice is low, careful, like it's been rehearsed. Yes. Who's calling? A pause. Then, my name is Caspian DeWitt. I'd like to make you an offer.
Chapter 7. Caspian. I don't believe in fate, but I believe in her. And I haven't stopped thinking about her since that night. Not because it was electric, not because I wanted more. Because it's been ages since touch didn't scare me. So now I'm staring at my phone, thumb hovering over the call button. The number wasn't easy to get. It took 2 days, 3 private investigators, and a friend of a friend on a hospital board. But I found her, and I pressed the call. It rings once, twice, then, hello? Her voice slices through the static. Low, wary, alive. Nova James? She pauses. Yes, who's calling? I steady my breath. My name is Caspian DeWitt. I'd like to make you an offer. Dead silence. I've been trying to find you, I say quickly. I had people looking, but I swear it wasn't for anything inappropriate. I didn't get your name that night, but you left a mark. Still nothing. Then, and what do you want now, Caspian DeWitt? I grip the phone tighter. I'd like to make you an offer. A real one. Nothing shady. Nothing that puts you at risk. I want to have a conversation. Her voice is sharper now. You found me. You tracked me down. I did, I admit. Because that night, something happened to me. Something I didn't think I was capable of feeling anymore. You didn't force it. You didn't demand anything from me. You just were. I hear her breathing on the other end. And then she exhales. I don't have space for chaos right now. I'm not offering chaos. I'm offering a deal. But you don't have to answer now. Just give me time. Give us a chance to talk. Another long pause. Then her voice lowers, more tired than angry. Give me time to think. If I want to talk, you'll know. I'll wait. She ends the call. And I stare at the screen, heartbeat loud in my ears. I don't know if that was a win, but it wasn't a no. The next day, I'm at St. Brielle General for a board check-in on my grandmother's foundation. Meetings, PR shots, a paper donation handed off with a silver smile. I don't expect to see her. But when I turn the corner on the cardiac floor, there she is. Nova. Her back is to me, clipboard in hand. Curls pulled back in a thick bun. A pen tucked behind one ear. She looks exhausted and powerful. Like a woman dragging the world behind her, but refusing to let it slow her down. I stop walking. My breath actually stutters. She turns, sees me, freezes. Our eyes meet, and something sharp cuts through the air. Nova? She doesn't smile. Doesn't soften. Caspian. She walks toward me slowly, carefully, like I might disappear again. I said I needed time. You did. And yet here you are. I didn't come for you, I say. I had foundation business today. I didn't expect to run into you. Her gaze tightens. That's a convenient coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence, I say. But I do believe in follow-through. Her eyes narrow, arms crossing. So what now? You want to pitch me a job? A proposal? You think I'll forget the fact that you tracked me down like I'm some opportunity? I shake my head. I didn't see you as an opportunity. I saw you as a moment I needed back. You were the first person who didn't make me feel like I had to flinch. Something flickers in her eyes. Pain, memory, curiosity. I lower my voice. I want to talk. But not here. Not in the hallway. Give me 5 minutes somewhere with a chair and less judgment. She exhales through her nose. There's a break room 2 floors down with terrible vending machine coffee. If you're serious, follow me. If not, walk away. 2 floors below, the hospital break room pulses with flickering fluorescence, the air heavy with burnt coffee steam, and the weary shuffle of overworked staff. She sits across from me, unblinking, sipping cheap coffee like it might kill her before this conversation does. I lay my words down carefully. I want to ask you to consider something. I need a surrogate. She blinks once, slowly. Excuse me? I know how it sounds. You don't. Her voice is ice. You're asking me to carry your child? Yes, but not like it's nothing. Like it's everything. Nova leans forward. Why me? Because I was kind to you in a club? Because I've never felt safe with another person like I did that night. Because when you touched me, it didn't feel like invasion, it felt like permission. She still goes. I continue, lower now. My grandmother passed. She made it her dying wish that I carry on the DeWitt name. I've been avoiding it, hating it. But I also know what legacy means. I want to do this on my terms, not hers. And what am I? Your terms, she asks bitterly. No, you're my line in the sand. She stiffens. Caspian, I'll pay you. Handsomely. But this isn't about money. I don't want someone random. I don't want a stranger. I want someone real. I want you. Because I think you'd make this mean something. She looks away for a long moment. Then, you can't even begin to understand what this is I'm going through. You don't know what it means to say yes to this. I'm drowning. My mother's dying. I'm working 3 shifts back to back. And now you show up and drop this into my lap like it's salvation? I swallow. I know it's not fair. No, she whispers. It's not. But it's honest. A pause. Write it up, she says. The terms. Everything you're offering. And if it's fair, I'll consider it. But I swear to God, Caspian, if this is some power play, if this turns into a circus, it won't. I meet her eyes. And I swear, this isn't about control. It's about trust. She stands slowly. Her hand grazes mine on the table light, but not accidental. I'll be in touch, she says. But if you lie to me once, it's over. I won't. I've heard that before. Chapter 8. Caspian. I've never drafted a contract that made my hands shake. Until now. The papers lie on the oak coffee table in my apartment like they're watching me. I had my legal team strip it bare of all the usual language. No morality clauses, no PR stipulations, no loopholes that protect me more than her. Just terms, clean, transparent, and one very real, very heavy number. $500,000. It's the kind of figure that changes a life, or ruins it depending on what it's attached to. I don't want her to feel bought. But I need her to know I'm not asking for a miracle without giving her something real in return. When she texts back tomorrow, after shift. Neutral location. No handlers, I replied. Just me. I got there early. A small cafe 3 blocks from the hospital. Neutral ground, her words. I don't wear a suit. I dress like someone trying not to scare her off. Which is ridiculous because I still carry power when I breathe. I was born into it, but I don't want to lead with it now. I want her to see me. She walks in 20 minutes later. Hair in a loose wrap, skin glowing from fatigue and fluorescent lighting. She orders a tea and doesn't look at me until she sits down across from me, arms crossed, jaw locked. Let's hear it, she says. I nod, slide the folder toward her. I brought a draft. She opens it, skims. Her expression doesn't shift until she hits the amount. Her head jerks up. $500,000? Yes. For what exactly? For the pregnancy, I say calmly. All prenatal, medical, postnatal care covered. Living expenses, maternity leave if you need to pause work. Private health coverage extended for 2 years. Your name won't be made public. No press, no interference. Nova's eyes narrow. What do you want in return? I meet her gaze. Your consent. You can walk away at any time before the implantation. Even after, I won't take legal recourse unless the child is in danger. This isn't about control. It's about trust. She scoffs. You keep saying that like you've earned mine. I haven't, I admit. But I'm trying to. Nova leans back, tapping the corner of the folder. This is clean. Too clean. Makes me wonder what's in the fine print of you. I breathe out slowly. I'm not asking for co-parenting. Not marriage. Not sex. Just this. Her nostrils flare slightly. You keep using that word like it's simple. Just this. Caspian, it's not just anything. It's my body. It's my life. I know, I say. And I do. That's why I didn't go to a clinic. I wanted someone who wouldn't feel like a vessel. Someone I could trust to be more than that. She watches me, not blinking, not breathing almost. Why me? She says, voice lower now. Don't give me that night again. You didn't even know my name. I didn't need it to know you were different. That's a line, she says. It's not, I say, and something cracks in my chest as I admit it. I don't trust people. I don't even like most of them. I've spent most of my adult life alone on purpose. Because the last time I let someone close, they used my body like it wasn't mine. They smiled while doing it. Nova's eyes widen just slightly. Then she looks away. The air between us shifts. She says nothing. I'm not offering this to fix anything in me, I continue. But I'm asking if there's even a version of you that wants this, even just a little. Let's build something respectful. She looks down at the paper, then at her cup. She says, do I get a say in the delivery? The hospital? You get a say in everything. I want full autonomy. No contact with the child afterward unless I initiate. Done. And I want a therapist. Not one of your people, my pick. On your dime. Yes. Her voice drops. You're offering me a future. You know that, right? I nod once. And I want you to take it on your terms. She goes quiet again. The folder stays in front of her, but she doesn't touch it. She stares along the perimeter of the table like it holds the map to something she's been praying for and scared to believe in. I'm scared, she says quietly. I am too, I reply. But I want this. With you. Because you're the only person who didn't treat me like a name. Nova blinks fast. Her eyes shine, but she doesn't let them fall. You're dangerous, Caspian. I know. And I'm not yours, she says. I'm not asking for that. She stands, picks up the folder. I'll read this. But don't mistake my need for desperation. I've been through hell. I'm not afraid to burn you if this turns. I believe you. And if I say yes, this stays professional. You don't get to fall in love with the woman you paid to save your legacy. Something sharp lodges in my chest, but I nod. Understood. She doesn't walk away right away. She lingers, just long enough for her fingers to graze the table again.
Chapter 9. Nova. The contract is already in front of me. We've discussed the terms. No more back and forth. No line edits. Everything's been agreed upon. But I still haven't picked up the pen. Caspian sits across from me in the same cafe where this whole mess became real. His jacket's folded over the back of the chair. He's not trying to look powerful. He's not trying to look humble either. He's just still, watching me, not pressuring. The silence between us stretches longer than it should, filled with everything neither of us will name. I tap the table once. You're really not going to say anything? No. His voice is low, steady. You already know the terms. You already know the price. You said you'd come here to decide. I did. I look down at the contract again. And I'm trying to figure out which part of me I'm selling. You're not selling anything, he says. You're offering something. On your terms. On your timeline. I glance up at him, jaw locked. You make it sound noble. I make it sound honest. A beat passes, then another. The paper doesn't move. My fingers don't twitch. But inside, I'm shaking like a live wire. Because this isn't just about money. It never was. It's about control. About asking myself if I can live with becoming a living vessel to someone else's legacy. A child that will never be mine. For a man I barely know. But also for a mother I'm not ready to lose. For a roof over our heads. For a version of my life where I'm not always patching holes with duct tape and prayer. I don't want you thinking this makes us anything, I say, voice tight. This isn't intimacy. This isn't friendship. This is an arrangement. He nods. I know that. No gifts. No, how are you feeling texts in the middle of the night. No showing up at the clinic with flowers. You'll tell me what you need, he says, and I'll listen. I don't want romance. Neither do I. I narrow my eyes. You say that now. His expression doesn't change, but I feel it. The hesitation. Like something inside him wants to push, but he's smart enough not to. I say that because I mean it, he replies. I know what this is. I'm not confused. I sit with that. Because the truth is, I might be. I've never seen the way he sees me. Not as fragile. Not as beautiful. Not as anything other than necessary. And even though I've warned him, drawn lines in permanent ink, some part of me aches with the knowledge that this man makes me feel seen and unseen all at once. But this isn't romance. This is survival. And I need to choose survival without apology. I reach into my bag, pull out the pen. He doesn't move, doesn't do anything that might tilt the moment out of balance. I'm doing this for my mother, I say, mostly to myself. So she can breathe. So I can breathe. I know. And not because I need saving. You saved me without even realizing it. I signed. I write my name without hesitation, but the air around me thickens, like the world knows I've crossed a line and there's no turning back. When I look up, Caspian isn't smiling. He's watching me the way someone watches a storm, build aware of its power, but unwilling to step away. You sure? He asks, the barest trace of tension in his voice. No. I cap the pen, but I'm not afraid either. He reaches for the folder but waits, gives me a chance to change my mind. I don't. He takes it, folds it carefully and slides it back into his briefcase like it holds something sacred. It's done then, he says. It's done. But it doesn't feel like a transaction. It feels like a beginning. A beginning neither of us asked for. But here we are. When I leave the cafe, I don't look back, but I feel him watching. Not possessive, not hopeful. Just there. For a second, I wonder what scares me more. The money I just accepted, or the man who didn't try to make it feel like a rescue. Only a choice. And I made it. My phone is already in my hand by the time I reach the sidewalk. The contract is still a ghost in my fingers, but the weight of it has shifted. It's not a burden anymore. It's a lifeline. The cold air slaps my face as I walk. Fast, nowhere specific, just needing to move. I press the hospital's number like it's muscle memory. It rings once, twice. Saint, Mercy Cardiac Unit. A nurse answers. How can I help? This is Nova James. My mother, Florence James, My voice breaks. She's been refusing treatment, telling you she can't afford the surgery. A pause. The nurse's voice softens. Yes, we know, Ms. James. She's stable now, but the cardiologist advised immediate intervention. We haven't been able to reach you. She didn't want you to. She thought it would be easier not to know. My eyes burn. I inhale sharply. Do everything. Every goddamn thing you can to keep her alive. The money's covered. There's a pause on the line. Ma'am, I just signed a contract with the man who gave me that option. There's no red tape. Bill me. I don't care. Just please. Don't let her die because she thought she was a burden. The nurse exhales slowly, like she's used to hearing panic, but not like this, not urgency born from sacrifice. We'll begin pre-op immediately. We'll take care of her, Ms. James. I promise. I don't even say thank you. Just nod like she can see it, and hang up before the tears reach my jaw. The waiting room is always too white, too quiet, too cold, like it's trying to cleanse you of hope. I sat there alone for hours, hands clasped, foot bouncing, replaying every argument I had with my mom about rest and meds and asking for help. She never wanted to be someone's obligation, never wanted her illness to define her. She doesn't know I signed away 9 months of my life for a child that won't be mine. She doesn't know what it cost me, but she will breathe. Slumped on a cracked vinyl couch in the dimly lit family waiting lounge outside the ICU, she looks up as the door swings open around 4 a.m. The doctor's face drawn with exhaustion, yet behind his smudged glasses glimmers a cautious, hard-won light. She made it through, he says. I don't realize I've stood until my knees almost give. She's weak, but the procedure was successful. There's no permanent damage. With rehab, she'll recover. Thank you. It's the only thing I can say. My voice is ashen steel. Thank you. When I step outside, dawn is breaking. I called Caspian. I don't know why. Maybe because he's the only one who will understand what this really means. He answers on the second ring. Nova? She made it. A breath, soft, almost reverent. Good. I just thought you should know. I'm glad, he says. Then gently, and I meant what I said. You're saving me in ways I didn't know I needed. I don't reply. I just listen to his silence and, for once, let it hold me.
Chapter 10. Caspian. My phone rings before the sun finishes rising. I haven't left the office. Haven't even loosened my tie. The contract folder sits untouched on the desk like it's waiting for something else to settle first. I tell myself I stayed to work, but the truth is simpler. I stayed in case she called. When her name flashes across the screen, something inside me stills. Nova. I answer immediately. Nova! There's a long breath, and then her voice, soft and frayed around the edges, but whole. She made it. 2 words. Just 2. But they feel bigger than the whole damn city outside my window. I close my eyes, let the relief come in quietly. Good, I say, and I mean it more than anything I've said all week. She doesn't elaborate, doesn't ask for anything, just called to tell me. And for some reason, that lands harder than it should. I just thought you should know. I rest my hand on the desk, fingers splayed, grounding myself. I'm glad, I say. Then, more gently, and I meant what I said. You're saving me in ways I didn't know I needed. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't hang up either. The silence between us stretches, but it's not uncomfortable. It just is. Like maybe we're both listening for something we can't name. When the line finally clicks off, I don't move. The city's waking up around me. Horns, footsteps, chaos, but none of it touches me. All I can think about is her voice, steady even when it cracked, and the way she said, "She made it," like she didn't fully believe it until she heard herself say it out loud. And somehow, that call, that fragile, unsentimental call, feels like the most human moment I've had in years. I didn't do this for gratitude. I didn't do it to feel like a savior. But I do feel something. Something raw and real and quietly terrifying. Because helping her felt right. And that's dangerous, because it means I care. And I was never supposed to. The next day, we immediately went to the clinic. The elevator ride up to the clinic feels longer than it should. I'm not used to this kind of silence. Not from a woman who's seen my bank account. Not after contracts and hard lines, and that moment she slid the pen across the table like she was cutting her own hand open. But Nova stands next to me like she's already had this conversation with herself 100 times. Like she made peace with it while I was still rehearsing the right way to breathe. She hasn't said a word since we walked in. And I haven't pushed. Not because I don't want to, but because I know the weight of quiet too well. The elevator dings. We step out. Dr. Harrington's clinic is sleek and sterile, just like everything else in my life. Frosted glass doors, white marble floors, the faint scent of citrus disinfectant and bottled calm. A nurse greets us in soft tones, clipboard already in hand. Miss. James. Mr. DeWitt. We're ready when you are. Nova nods. Let's do it. I followed her into the exam suite. She moves like she owns her skin. Not with arrogance, more like hard-earned familiarity. Like her body has been a battleground and she's still here, standing. And God, there's something about that makes my throat tighten. She sits beside the table, cross-legged in her jeans, her face unreadable as the nurse explains the schedule. Blood work, hormone levels, ultrasound mapping, all the necessary prep for IVF. Nova listens carefully, nods once, then looks at me. You okay? She asks. I blink. She's asking me. Yeah, I say stiffly. Just new to this. Me too, she says. Guess we'll both try not to pass out when the needles come out. She smirks. It's small, sharp, but it breaks the wall between us for just a breath. The nurse leaves to give her privacy for the blood draw preparation. I hover by the window, staring out at the skyline like it has answers I haven't paid for yet. I hear her voice again behind me, softer. You don't have to hover like I'm going to vanish. I signed the papers, Caspian. You don't have to watch me like I'm a ghost. I turn, slowly. I'm not watching to keep you, I say. I'm watching because I'm afraid if I blink, I'll miss something I never thought I'd see again. She tilts her head. Like what? I don't answer, because I'm not ready to say it aloud. Like trust. Like grace. Like someone existing next to me without taking something first. When the nurse returns, I take the chair across the room. Too far to be close. Too far for her hand to brush mine by accident. But I still notice how her sleeve slides down when she rolls it up for the draw. How her fingers curl lightly against the table when the needle goes in. How she doesn't flinch. I do. I feel my own fingers curl into fists. Nova glances at me, raises one brow. You're squeamish? No, I lied. She knows I am, but she lets it slide. The blood work finishes. The nurse promises results by the end of the week. We move to the second room, which is smaller, quieter. There's a warmth in the lighting here. More like comfort, less like a clinic. They ask her to sign one more consent form. I sat beside her this time, not hiding behind space. The pen slips from her hand just barely. I reach for it. Our fingers touch. A spark, instant, familiar, terrifying. I flinch. It's small, barely noticeable, but she notices. Her fingers go still. Then she draws her hand back. Still not used to that? She asks. No. I clear my throat. But I want to be. Nova studies me for a moment. You know, if you're going to ask someone to carry your child, you should probably get used to letting them sit beside you without flinching. I breathe out, not in frustration, in relief. She's not cruel, just honest. Working on it, I murmur. Good. She hands the pen back, no pressure, no expectation, just presence. And in that moment, I realize something dangerous. She doesn't just make me feel safe. She makes being seen feel survivable. The appointment ends with a calm discussion about timelines and labs. But when Nova grabs her jacket and turns to leave, I find myself standing too quickly. She notices, of course she does. "What?" she asks, squinting at me. "Can I walk you out?" I ask. She stares at me for a beat, then shrugs. "Sure." I don't bite. Outside, the wind has picked up. She doesn't zip her jacket, and I fight the urge to offer mine. Not because I think she's cold, but because something in me wants to make sure she doesn't have to ask. We reached her car. She unlocks it, leans on the door, keys in hand. "So, this is happening," she says. "Yeah. Are you still sure?" I nod, terrified. But sure. She smiles, soft this time. "Good," she says, "because I don't back out once I start." I meet her eyes. Neither do I. She opens her door, slides in. Before she pulls it shut, she looks at me once more. "You know," she says, "you don't have to flinch every time I touch you. I'm not trying to steal anything from you." I swallow hard. Maybe that's what scares me. Her eyes don't soften, but they see me, and somehow that's enough. And then she drives away. I stand there, watching her taillights fade into the city. I realize something I didn't see coming. This agreement, it wasn't just about legacy. It was the beginning of learning how to be touched and not come undone. And somehow she's the only one who makes that feel like something I might survive.
Chapter 11. Nova. The first time I see the embryo on screen, I don't cry. I expect to. Maybe I should. I'm in a whitewashed room with walls that smell like antiseptic and lavender soap. A nurse named Lorna is talking me through the next steps, but her voice is faint, like it's traveling from underwater. My body's here. My mind? Somewhere else entirely. Somewhere cheaper. Somewhere quieter. Somewhere I'm not about to carry a stranger's child for $500,000. Caspian's sitting in the corner, shirt collar neat, hands folded, his gaze laser-focused on the monitor. He doesn't say a word. Neither do I. It's done. The implantation happened. We're in it now. I carry that knowledge with me like a second heartbeat. At night, I start journaling. I use one of my old spiral notebooks from nursing school, the ones where the margins are full of half-doodles and curse words and future dreams that feel impossible now. April 12th. Embryo transfer successful. Am I allowed to feel numb? Is it selfish that the money still feels more real than the science? I won't write his name. Not Caspian. Not the father. Just empty space where he should be. But I do write about his hands. April 13th. He doesn't touch me. Not like other men would. Not even a handshake. But he watches like I might disappear. Like the idea of contact might burn him alive. It's not fear in his eyes. It's something heavier. Haunted, like he's still trapped in some old fire and hasn't realized he made it out. I saw him again that Friday. Not at the clinic. At the cafe where we first discussed terms. I come in through the back to avoid a crowd and find him sitting in the booth. Black shirt, pressed slacks, and a look that says this wasn't just business anymore. "Good morning," he says. I nod. "You're early." "So are you." He pushes a cup of chamomile tea toward me. I haven't told him I drink that, but I don't ask how he knows. "I thought we should keep checking in," he says, "for transparency." "Not in control," I counter, raising an eyebrow. A flicker of a smile crosses his face. That too. There's a pause. The kind that isn't heavy but definitely isn't light. "You don't have to be here for every appointment, you know," I murmur, wrapping my hands around the cup. "You already paid. It's not about the money." "Then what is it?" His jaw flexes. "I don't know yet." "Neither do I." but I don't say it. I keep journaling. April 14th. The nausea hasn't started yet. I feel too fine, and that makes it worse, because this is happening and I'm not even sure my heart's caught up. I write about Mama sometimes, about how I used to braid her hair on nights she couldn't sleep, how she always said babies were made of dreams and prayers. I don't know if this counts as either. The following week, I saw a photo of Caspian on some gossip site. Not a sleazy tabloid, just one of those rich people business blogs that calls anyone with a trust fund a visionary. He's at a charity gala, standing next to some woman with porcelain skin and a tight gold dress. The caption says he's a hedge fund heir. My stomach knots. Then I hate myself for caring. I scroll past it. I go back to my notebook. April 18th. He doesn't owe me anything. I knew that. I know that. But I hate that the baby growing inside me will have a nursery bigger than my entire apartment. Later, I dream about hands again. But this time, they're not mine. They're his. Reaching. Not touching. Just hovering. Like maybe someday he might try. When we meet for our weekly check-in, Caspian brings soup. Tomato basil with grilled cheese from a tiny cafe in the East Village. He doesn't ask how I'm feeling, not right away. He just puts the bag down in front of me, gently. You shouldn't be skipping meals. I stare at him. You have cameras in my kitchen or something? No, you're just pale. That word, pale. He says it like he means worried, like I'm more than just a contract to protect. I sit down, tired and curious. I've been journaling, I tell him. He looks up, intrigued. About the pregnancy? About the weirdness of it. You and me. He doesn't flinch. Are you planning to publish it? No, I say quietly. Just survive it. He nods once, like he understands more than he lets on. Then he asks, Do I scare you, Nova? I blink. No, you confuse me. But I've been confused my whole damn life. His eyes soften. You make me feel safe. That stops me cold. Me? Safe? I wish I knew how to respond. So I just whisper, Good. That night, I added one more line in my journal. April 19th. This isn't normal. None of this is. But maybe normal's overrated. I put my pen down, close the journal, and rest my hand on my still flat stomach. I don't know what's coming, but I know it's changing me, whether I'm ready or not. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 12. Caspian. The chair is soft. That's the first thing I notice. Not the diplomas on the wall, not the vase of overly cheerful sunflowers, and certainly not the middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a too gentle voice asking me how I've been sleeping. Just the chair. Because it's too soft and I don't trust things that let you sink in too easily. I shift. Dr. Miriam Hayes watches me like she's fighting the urge to. She's the third therapist I've met in the last 2 years. The only one I haven't walked out on after 10 minutes. She starts. You didn't fill out the intake form. I lift a brow. I thought this was a conversation, not a questionnaire. She smiles, calm and disarming. It is. But names help. I hesitate. Then, Caspian DeWitt, 32. No diagnosed conditions. Just history. History, she repeats. That's a loaded word. I don't answer. Because that's the problem. I'm carrying things that don't have names. I came here because I couldn't stop thinking about Nova in that waiting room. The way she folded her hands over her stomach, like she was guarding a secret. The way she didn't flinch when my fingers brushed hers over the clinic clipboard. She just breathed. I haven't, really not in years, because I know what silence is. The kind that isn't peace but punishment. The kind that slinks into your bed like a ghost and whispers that you're broken, hollow, a body no one wants to touch without taking something from it. And that's the thing. This baby can't grow up surrounded by that silence. That's why I'm here. Not because I believe therapy will fix me, but because I'm terrified that if I don't at least try, I'll end up treating my own child the way my father treated me. Like a dynasty in diapers, not a person. So tell me, Doctor, Hayes says after a stretch of quiet, why now? Why now? I don't have the words, not clean ones, but I give her pieces. There's a woman. She's carrying my child. She raises her brows but waits, doesn't interrupt. We aren't together. It's not romantic. It's contractual. And that matters to you, she says softly. More than you expected. I laugh, short and bitter. She asked me what I was so afraid of. When I didn't answer, she looked me dead in the eye and said, It's not touch. It's being known, isn't it? Dr. Hayes doesn't blink. And was she right? Yes. I tell her about my childhood in fragments. About the aunt who only hugged me when press cameras were nearby. About the private tutors, the empty halls, the wet press of a woman's palm on my thigh when I was 12. Her perfume sickly sweet and her threats soft as silk. I don't give details, but I don't have to. Dr. Hayes says, your body remembers. Even when you forget how to speak it. I don't cry. I don't unravel. But I do shift forward in the too soft chair and ask, is there a way to be safe for someone else? When you've never felt safe yourself? Her eyes soften. You just took the first step toward it. I sit with that, let it crawl inside me. When I leave the office, the sun is harsh on my face. I blink against it, disoriented. On instinct, I check my phone. There's a text from Nova. Nova, heartbeat is steady. The text said it looks strong. Thought you'd want to know. She didn't have to send that. We agreed on boundaries. Medical updates were to go through the lawyer, but she sent it anyway. Me, thank you. I do want to know. And after a beat, me, are you free for tea next week? Her reply came 2 minutes later. Nova, only if you don't psychoanalyze my choice of scone. I don't smile much, but right now, I do. And it doesn't feel dangerous. It feels earned. I open the car door, pause, and rest my hand on the steering wheel. One breath in, one breath out. For the longest time, I'm not just surviving, I'm preparing. For someone else. For something bigger than fear.
Chapter 13. Nova. The room smells like antiseptic and lilacs. Mom's nurse left fresh flowers in the corner, probably donated by a patient who made it out better than they expected. There's sunlight through the window, real golden light, and it falls across her face in soft streaks. She looks more alive than she has in months. She's sitting up now, the hospital bed angled just enough to give her back some dignity. Her hair's still a mess, cheeks pale, but the way her hands aren't trembling, that alone makes my lungs loosen. "I still hate this place," she says, managing a weak smile. I laugh through my nose, settling into the chair beside her bed. "Good. Means you're not dying." She rolls her eyes. "You always were dramatic." I reach for her hand and squeeze it, gentle but firm. "And you're too stubborn to give up." She studies me for a long time. "Nova, what did you do?" I know what she's asking. I've been waiting for it. I don't lie. Not to her. "I made a choice," I say carefully. One that came with a contract, a price, and a timeline I didn't think I'd ever agree to. Her eyes narrow. She's sharp, even sedated. "Nova, I'm going to be a surrogate, Mom," I say quietly, "for a man who can't have children any other way." She flinches, just slightly. "Is it safe?" "Yes." "And is it yours? His?" "Yes, but biologically, I'm just the vessel." The word tastes bitter but true. She pulls her hand away and covers her face. I let her. A moment passes before she speaks again. "You did this for me." "No," I say. "I did it for us." She drops her hands and tears line the corners of her eyes. "You should be thinking about your future, not babysitting mine." "You are my future," I whisper. "I needed to make sure you were still in it." Her breath hitches, and I see the grief she tried to hide for months crack open across her face. "I'm so sorry, Nova." I shake my head. "Don't be. Just get better. That's all I need." A few days later, I brought her home. The apartment feels warmer when she walks in, even leaning on me and the walls and her cane. The doctor said her recovery would take time, but every step she takes on her own feels like a miracle. I made space for her in the bedroom. She insisted I not treat her like an invalid, but I fluffed the pillows and stocked the fridge anyway. She pretends to be annoyed, but I catch her smiling when she thinks I'm not looking. She doesn't bring up surrogacy again, not yet. But I see the way she watches me now with both awe and guilt, and something like reverence, like she finally sees the fire she passed down to me. At night, when I hear her breathing steadily down the hall, I let myself rest. Not fully. It's been so long since I don't fall asleep afraid. The next morning, the bar digs into my hip as I adjust one of the toddler's postures. Little Jasmine, pink tutu askew, and curls escaping every which way, giggles as she tries to copy the plie I demonstrated 5 times. She doesn't quite get it right, but the effort is magic. Behind her, the mirror reflects a version of me I don't always recognize. Patient, grounded, smiling even when my ankles scream and my belly feels heavier than it should be for this early. And in the farthest corner of the room, leaning against the doorway like he doesn't quite belong, Caspian watches. Not intrusively. Not like a man measuring anything. Just present. Holding something unspoken in those sharp blue eyes of his. He hasn't said a word since he walked in, just offered that faint tilt of his head like it's a peace treaty. And for some reason, I didn't ask him to leave. "Okay, ballerinas," I say, clapping gently. "Let's show Mr. DeWitt your biggest stage bows." A chorus of delighted squeals erupts. Jasmine curtsies with both feet. Another kid forgets which way to bow and flashes me her diaper behind. "Caspian," he laughs. Not loudly, not like it's rehearsed or polite, but real. Like something cracks open in him for the briefest second. It stays with me longer than it should. After the kids are gone, after the last parent waves goodbye, and the studio empties into golden afternoon quiet, I find him still leaning against the wall, still watching me like I've written an equation he doesn't know how to solve. "You stayed," I say, wiping my hands on a towel. He shrugs one shoulder. "I've never seen you like that." "Like what?" "Alive." It's not a compliment. It's a confession and my heart pulls tight. I don't know why I walk toward him instead of away. Maybe it's the way he's wringing his hands. Maybe it's the fact that we're going to be tethered for life to a tiny heartbeat neither of us can see yet. Or maybe it's because it was the first time I let myself feel like he actually wants to know something real. "You want honesty?" I ask, leaning against the bar. He nods. Slow, careful. I take a breath and let it out. I didn't grow up with a father. My mom worked 3 jobs to keep the lights on. I was the one picking myself up off the floor, doing homework by flashlight, learning how to clean the roaches out of cereal boxes. He doesn't interrupt, doesn't soften it either, just listens, like it matters. My mother loved me, but there were gaps, places no one could touch, no bedtime stories, no father-daughter dances, just survival. And I swore I would never be vulnerable enough to need someone who could disappear on me again. Caspian flinches. It's so small most people would miss it. I don't. I don't think this child deserves that, I add quietly. And I don't think you do either. He looks up then, something breaking open in his expression. "You think I'll disappear?" I shake my head. "I think you already did. For a long time. And now you're clawing your way back to the surface." Silence stretches between us, thick and trembling. "I started therapy," he says, just like that. No explanation. Something inside me goes still. "Yeah?" I say, soft. "How's that going?" "Like pulling teeth with a scalpel." He chuckles dryly. "But she's good. Too good. She sees things I haven't named yet." I tilt my head. "Like what?" He meets my gaze with something raw. "That I'm terrified I'll love this baby in theory, but not in practice. That I'll be more legacy than father." I walk toward him. I shouldn't, but I do. "Caspian," I say, voice low. "Love doesn't come from perfection. It comes from presence. Showing up scared counts." He looks at me like I've handed him something sacred. And maybe I have. We don't touch. I think that matters. Because I'm starting to see that some kinds of intimacy aren't about bodies at all. They're about letting someone see the wreckage and not trying to cover it up. He breaks the silence first. "You're not what I expected." I smirk. "Good. Expectations are boring." He laughs again, this time freer. We walk toward the front of the studio, and he pauses by the door, like he wants to say something else but doesn't know how. Instead, he asks, "Can I come again next week? I mean, to watch?" I raise a brow. "Only if you bring snacks." Jasmine's a tyrant when she's hungry. His mouth lifts, almost a smile. "Deal." I watch him step out into the sun, something new in his gait, lighter. And ever since this whole thing started, I don't feel like I'm bracing for disaster. Maybe vulnerability isn't a debt. Maybe it's the beginning of something real.
Chapter 14. Caspian. It always begins with that barely there hum, so soft I almost mistake it for the low whir of the clinic's ventilation. It isn't a song I know, nothing from the radio or her playlist of sultry neo-soul grooves. It's looser, raw, a tune birthed in the space between her heartbeat and her breath. She does it when silence stretches too tight, while we wait beneath the antiseptic glare of fluorescent lights, while the elevator jitters and sighs its way up 15 stories, even once on a rain-slick highway, city neon washing her profile in restless color as she thought I slept. The sound drifts out of her like silk, unspooling through practiced fingers, unhurried, unself-conscious. Every note is a confession she doesn't know she's making. That despite the sharp edges life carved into her, there's still music in the marrow. It scatters the sterile clinic smell, slips under my guarded ribs, and settles where touch still feels like fire on skin. By the time I realize I'm holding my breath, the tune has already rewired the room. IV pumps sync to its rhythm. Distant call lights blink in time. My own pulse slows to match the gentle rise and fall of her shoulders. And that's what undoes me. Not her hand against mine or the inevitable brush of knees in the back seat, but this quiet, accidental intimacy, a melody too honest to hide behind. Each hum is a key turning in a lock I swore was rusted shut, inviting me into a place where longing feels less like an open wound and more like the promise of dawn. The first time I catch myself looking forward to it, I blame the silence of my house. The echo of empty rooms and staff too professional to breathe near me. I blame the sterile sound of my footsteps and the overly loud clock in the hallway. But then I realize I'm waiting for her. Not the humming, not the scan, not the next legal form. Her. It's jarring how much space a person can take up without even trying. The nurse calls us back, but Nova's still finishing her tea. She pauses, cups it in both hands like it's an offering, then glances at me. 5 more sips, she says. You can survive without me for 30 seconds. I nod like it's nothing, but it's not. Because this morning, before she arrived, I made the driver stop at a grocery store. I walked the aisles for the very first time in probably a year. I stared at 20 different boxes of tea until I saw it was the same brand, the same color she'd been drinking during our last appointment. Now it's stocked in the guest kitchen. I had them label it Nova's. She doesn't know that. She doesn't need to. But I like how she lights up when she finds it waiting. I don't know what that means, but I know it means something. Inside the room, the technician chats brightly, but I can't take my eyes off Nova. She shifts on the exam table, hoodie slouched over her frame, eyes fixed on the ceiling as the cold gel spreads across her belly. Her breath catches when the heartbeat thumps through the machine. The sound is fast and steady, like it knows it belongs here. Everything looks good, the tech says, cheerful. Perfect growth rate. Nova smiles, but her fingers clutch the edge of her hoodie like she's bracing for a storm. I want to reach for her hand. I don't. I'm not there yet. Maybe I never will be. But I want to be. God, I want to be. After the appointment, we don't say much. She hums again, just under her breath, as we walk toward the car. I ask if she wants to stop somewhere for lunch. Are you buying? She asks. I'm a billionaire. It's implied. She laughs, not politely, not to fill space. A real laugh, rich and full. I memorize the sound like it's something I've been starved for. We end up at a cafe tucked on a side street. She orders soup and bread and sits with her legs tucked under her, like she's not in the presence of a man who can't sit through a single touch without flinching. Like she's just comfortable. I envy her for that, and I want to protect it at the same time. She watches me, somewhere between curiosity and caution. You're quiet today, she says. Observing, she adds. Me? He says. Mostly, I replied. She sets her spoon down. Careful. You observe too closely, you might start feeling things. My jaw tightens. She doesn't take it back, doesn't soften the line, but she lowers her gaze to her cup. I didn't mean... You're right, I say. I already am. That gets her attention. She lifts her eyes again. You're not the only one who's scared, Nova. Her voice is quieter now. What are you scared of? That I'll fail this child before they're even born. That I'll look at them and only see what I couldn't be. She leans in slightly. Not close enough to touch, but close enough to hear the ache in my voice. You're here, she says. That counts. A lot more than you think. Her words settle into the cracks of me like rain soaking into dry earth. That night, I went home and sat in the nursery we haven't touched yet. Boxes are stacked in one corner, wallpaper samples. A crib I ordered too early. There's no color yet, no softness. I stare at the space and imagine what it will be like to stand here with a crying child, to try and hold something I've been terrified of touching, to see Nova in their eyes and know that she gave me this gift with nothing expected in return. And For once I let it happen. I don't feel trapped by that. I feel honored. Later I find myself standing in front of the tea shelf again. This time I took a box for myself. I drink it in silence and wait for the next time I'll see her. Not because I have to, because I want to. And that scares me more than anything.
Chapter 15. Nova. It was just another normal day for a checkup. The ultrasound gel that is barely wiped from my belly when Caspian corners the doctor with a litany of follow-up questions. Fetal heart rhythm, recommended protein intake, the safest sleep position for a woman who can't fall asleep in the first place. He's polite, almost courtly, but there's steel in every syllable that suggests the entire hospital might materialize in his living room if he isn't convinced I'm truly fine. By the time we step into the underground parking bay, dusk has bruised the sky violet. A thunderstorm rolls on the horizon like someone shaking coins in a tin. Caspian opens the passenger door of his town car and steadies my elbow as I climb in. "Stay at the house tonight," he says once we're rolling. His voice is casual, but his grip on the steering wheel is anything but. The roads flood when it storms. Our place is closer, and the guest wing's empty. I should protest. My apartment is only 20 minutes in the opposite direction. But the word hour slips past his lips so naturally that something soft uncurls inside my chest. The baby kicks once, a little drumbeat beneath my ribs, as if casting the deciding vote. Okay, I breathe, sinking into fine leather that smells faintly of cedar and wintergreen. We drive through a city rinsed in street lamp gold. Raindrops burst against the windshield, tiny fireworks that fizzle before they bloom. Caspian keeps one hand on the wheel, the other braced on the console, as though the night itself might toss us off course if he doesn't hold it steady. DeWitt Manor looks different in weather like this. Less fortress, more ship adrift in fog. Staff appear from nowhere with umbrellas, murmuring, "Welcome back, Mr. DeWitt," while I shuffle under dripping eaves. The foyer lights glow warm and honey-rich, a stark contrast to the thunder-stitched darkness outside. A staff came, she insists, guides us through a tapestry of hallways. She points out minor landmarks in a hush. The breakfast solarium. The east stairwell that creaks on the third step. The corridor where portraits of stern ancestors glare like constables of propriety. Everything smells of lemon oil and old books. My room lies at the far end of the guest wing, a sanctuary of muted sage and ivory. A 4-poster bed, draped in organza, floats beneath a coffered ceiling. A bay window frames the garden, where white roses glimmer each time lightning tattoos the night. Beside the bed sits a table set with lavender tea, honey, and a handwritten note. "If you wake thirsty, pour courage first." It's Caspian's angular scrawl, equal parts command and comfort. I manage half a cup of tea before exhaustion folds me in two. Thunder rolls overhead, but the mattress welcomes me like a slow tide on sun-warmed sand. Sleep pulls me under so fast I almost forget to dream. I jolted awake hours later, heart sprinting against my ribcage. No nightmare, just the sudden awareness of my own breathing and how shallow it feels when I lie flat. I roll to my side, hands splayed over the curve of my stomach. "You're okay," I whisper to the baby, but the tremor in my voice betrays us both. The manor is silent except for rain ticking against the glass. Bedclothes twist around my legs. Rest is a distant shoreline. I'm marooned in the ruins of half-formed worries. So I do what I've done every night since the second trimester made sleep optional. I walk. I slip a silk robe over my pajama shorts and step into the hallway. Sconces burn low, their gilt edges catching on storm flash like lightning bottled in gold. My bare feet skate over Persian runners, muted by age and secrets. Somewhere behind me, a grandfather clock grinds toward a chime it will never quite reach. I take the west staircase. less grand than the marble one Caspian uses for guests, but kinder to ankles. Halfway down, something catches on the edge of hearing, a piano note, tentative as a question. I freeze. Another note answers, fuller. A progression climbs into the rafters, hesitant at first, then resolving into a minor key so bittersweet it tastes like rain on tongue. Goose flesh glides up my arms. I follow the sound, a moth to candle warm. A sluice of light spills beneath paneled double doors in the music room. I push one side gently. Hinges sigh, and I slip through the gap before doubt can haul me back. The music room blooms before me, high-arched windows curtained in moonlight, mahogany shelves of sheet music, and at its heart, a black Steinway grand, lacquered to mirror shine. Caspian sits at the bench, sleeves rolled, fingers ghosting over keys with the reverence of a man brushing dust from a relic he loves and fears in equal measure. He is not the tycoon who navigates boardrooms, nor the guarded benefactor who signed contracts promising both our futures. He is simply a grandson mourning a grandmother whose absence keens through him in minor chords. He doesn't see me, not yet. So I remain at the threshold, breath held, as though one errant exhale might spill the music from its vessel. The melody swells, shifting from shadows into tentative light. It isn't a piece I know. Perhaps it is no one's but his. Something personal, half prayer, half confession. My pulse sinks to its rhythm until baby and mother and lightning all share one metronome. Then a floorboard betrays me. Caspian's shoulders stiffen. The song clots into silence. He turns, surprise flaring before it shudders into politeness. "Couldn't sleep?" he asks, voice hushed to match the room. Apparently, this is a household epidemic. I offer a small smile, fingers tightening in my robe pocket. "I didn't mean to intrude." "You're never intruding." His hands hover above ivory, like swans unsure where to land. "I should have used the practice room on the second floor." "I preferred this one," I say truthfully. The moonlight makes it feel like the music has somewhere to go. A ghost of a smile tugs at his mouth. It goes everywhere, whether I intend it or not. His gaze drops to my belly. "How's our stowaway? Did I wake either of you?" Your lullaby was gentler than the thunder. I ease closer, drawn by both him and the quiet gravitas of the piano. "What were you playing?" Something unfinished. He shrugs, but the gesture cracks at the edges. My grandmother used to hum it while pacing the conservatory. I never wrote it down. I just remember. "So finish it," I whisper, seating myself on the far edge of the bench. Our knees almost touch, an ache of proximity. For her, for you, for us. A faint tremor skitters across his knuckles. He inhales, nods, and begins a new C minor opening like wound and salve at once. I close my eyes. Each note seeps into marrow, silencing the static in my lungs. I don't notice I'm crying until a tear salts my upper lip. The piece resolves on a lingering chord, reverberating like a goodbye that might one day become a beginning. I swipe at my cheeks, embarrassed at the wetness. But Caspian's expression mirrors my own. Raw, astonished, strangely grateful. "Thank you," I murmured. He shakes his head. "I should be thanking you." No one's heard that since before. Before velvet-draped funerals, before gold-leafed condolences, before he barricaded himself inside quarterly reports because numbers don't die. "You play?" I ask softly. "Sometimes," he says, but it sounds like a confession. I move farther into the room. It was beautiful. What was it? Something I wrote a long time ago. "You write music?" He shrugs like it's nothing, like he didn't just reveal another part of himself by accident. "It's easier than talking." "Is that why you haven't been answering my texts?" That gets a smirk. A faint one, but it counts. "I've been busy." Your doctor insists on keeping me informed. I smile despite myself. He likes you. Said you were the first intended parent who actually asked about the surrogate's mental health. I read the contract, he says. But you care. He pauses. Doesn't answer that. Just watch me for a long beat. Suddenly he says, why dance? The question knocks me off balance, not because it's intrusive, because it's earnest. I wanted to feel like my body wasn't just surviving, that it could be something more, strong, graceful, alive. He nods, doesn't fill the silence. Just let it settle. That's what I'm starting to realize about Caspian. He doesn't say more than necessary. But when he does speak, it lands. Caspian's words hang in the air like a promise I'm afraid to believe in. You didn't grow up with your father, right? He asks. My jaw tenses. No. My breath catches. I wasn't ready for that. What was he like? I don't know. He left before I was born. My mom said he was tired of working, of being poor, of her. He flinches at that, not visibly, but I feel it in the silence that follows. I think I spent half my life wondering if I was the reason he stayed gone, I say. If he would have stayed if I'd been someone else. You were a child. Tell that to the version of me that still flinches when people leave. There's a long pause. I don't rush it. I started cooking dinner when I was 8. Caspian looks at me. He doesn't speak, but I can feel the question in his eyes. She worked late, double shifts, sometimes triple. Said she didn't mind. Said she liked the quiet hours, the ones people ran from. I used to leave the porch light on when I made dinner, so she'd know it was safe to come home. My voice falters. The first time I found her on the floor, I thought she was asleep. She was so still. I was 13. My throat tightens. She said it was just exhaustion. That she skipped breakfast. That she stood too long. A beat. But I started seeing the signs. The pills she kept hidden in the old cookie tin. The way her hands would tremble when she thought no one was looking. I pressed my fingers together to keep them from shaking with the memory. I stole her keys once. Hide them. Said I needed help with homework so she wouldn't go to work. That was the night she finally told me. A breath. Dilated cardiomyopathy. Her heart was too tired to keep up. Just like he was. The bitterness slips out before I can stop it. Caspian steps forward, as if the truth draws him closer. I had to grow up because there wasn't anyone else. I was it. The one who held the house together, who made sure she took her meds, who called the pharmacy when she couldn't get out of bed. I didn't get to be a kid. I was her safety net. And no one was yours, he says softly. I blink hard, suddenly unmoored. Caspian says, I don't want this child to grow up afraid of being unlovable. I don't move either. We stand there 2 feet apart, suspended in something that tastes like grief and hope, and the hint of something terrifyingly tender. He stands up slowly, walk toward me. There's hesitation in every step, like the air between us is made of glass and one wrong move will crack it. I brought tea, he says, voice low. The lavender kind. You mentioned it helps you sleep. You remembered. I remember a lot of things about you. The quiet thickens. I look down at his hand, the one holding the tea bag. Our fingers don't touch, but they're close, closer than we've ever stood. It feels like leaning over a ledge, but for the first time, I don't want to pull back. We sit in a shared hush until the grandfather clock beyond the corridor coughs twice. 2 a.m., maybe 3. Eventually he rises, offers his arm. The gesture is a relic of his upbringing, but beneath the etiquette, I feel the truth. He wants the contact as much as I do. I slip my hand into the crook of his elbow. His warmth bleeds through silk and skin alike. He walks me back to the guest wing, At my door we pause, reluctance pooling at our feet. "You should rest," he says, smoothing a stray curl from my forehead. "Storm's easing." "So is my breathing," I admit. "Your music helped." A long silence stretches, intimate as a held breath. I feel gravity tilt, pulling us towards something vast and unnamed. "Good night, Nova," he whispers, voice threaded with things he isn't ready to say. "Good night, Caspian." He retreats, the corridor swallowing him in warm lamplight. I step inside. The room smells of lavender and distant rain. I crawl beneath the duvet and close my eyes, heart still playing the unfinished melody. Sleep finds me quickly this time, and just before consciousness slips, a thought flutters like sheet music in a breeze.
Chapter 16. Caspian. It's not supposed to happen like this. I'm staring at my hand like it belongs to someone else, like it's been replaced. Nova's touch was light, barely a brush, but it's still there, a ghost of warmth under my skin. I didn't flinch. I didn't freeze. I didn't spiral in at the moment, but I am now. She didn't mean anything by it. She was reaching for the tea I bought her. Our fingers touched. That's all. Her skin against mine, soft, warm. And it didn't feel like the world was ending. But now, hours later, alone in my penthouse with all the lights off, it's unraveling me. I pace the floor back and forth, my breathing sharp, shallow. The room feels smaller than usual. My chest is tight, like a hand is gripping my lungs, squeezing. I sit, stand, open the fridge, close it again. I don't need food. I need air. I open the window wide, letting the cold night slap me in the face. It doesn't help. The touch is still there. Nova's fingers, her humming earlier that afternoon. The way she said, "You okay?" When I looked like I couldn't breathe before I even realized I wasn't. She sees too much, and that's what scares me. My phone buzzes. A message from her, Nova. "Thanks for the tea. That chamomile blend is a lifesaver." "You okay?" I stare at the screen. She doesn't push. Doesn't ask why I went quiet. Just sees me. Caspian. "Fine. Just tired. Good night." I hit send and instantly regret it. I stare at the words for too long, like I can will them into becoming something braver, something truer. Because the truth is, I should tell her that her touch didn't repulse me, that it didn't set off sirens in my head like it used to, that it scared me in a different way, because I didn't want it to stop. I sink down onto the couch, gripping the edge of a cushion like it might anchor me. My therapist's voice echoes in my head. "You need to feel safe before you can feel closeness." Nova is safe, and that terrifies me more than anything else. The next morning I showed up to our next appointment early. Too early. She walks in wearing soft jeans and a mustard yellow hoodie, hair pulled into a puff, no makeup, and she still looks like warmth personified. "Hey," she says, dropping her bag. "You're early." "Habit," I lied. She watches me for a beat. "Or you couldn't sleep." I shrug. She doesn't press, just unwraps a protein bar, breaks it in half, and offers it to me. "Want some?" "No thanks." She eyes me over a bite. "You're jumpy." "I'm not." "You're vibrating." I let out a breath that sounds too much like a laugh. "Yesterday, when we touched." Her chewing slows. "Yeah?" I didn't flinch. She nods. "I noticed." It didn't feel bad. Her gaze softens, but she doesn't smile. Not yet. What did it feel like? Like... I sit down, hard. Like being seen. And not wanting to run from it. She sits next to me. Not too close, but close enough. That's not a bad thing, Caspian. It's just... new. I've spent years bracing myself. Every time someone even looked like they might reach for me, I'd shut down. But you Yesterday, you didn't warn me, and still, I didn't panic until after. She looks down at her hands. I didn't mean to startle you. You didn't. That's what's bothering me. She chuckles gently. You're mad that your trauma didn't flare up? I'm confused. It's like I've been walking on glass, and suddenly I stepped on grass, and I don't know how to walk differently. Nova tilts her head, thoughtful. Then don't force it. Keep walking. Learn the feel of grass under your feet. I glance sideways at her. You're surprisingly poetic for someone who swears like a trucker. I contain multitudes. That pulls a real laugh out of me. She smiles, pleased, and I swear the room gets warmer. She leans back in the chair, quiet for a beat. You know, it's okay if this changes you. If I do, you're allowed to grow, even if it's messy. I don't want to need you to grow. You don't, she says, but you might choose me to witness it. My breath catches. I nod slowly. That's scarier, and worth it. And then, quietly, like she's giving me the smallest invitation, she lifts her hand. Palm up. The same gesture from yesterday. The same quiet offering. This time I don't hesitate. I take her hand. Her fingers curl gently around mine, and I'm stunned all over again by how natural it feels. Like we've done this before. Like we were meant to. We sit like that for a while, hand in hand, saying nothing. The silence isn't awkward. It's thick with something unnamed, but not unwelcome. I study her profile, the graceful slope of her jaw, the concentration in her brow as she picks at the edge of a napkin. She's pretending to be casual, but I can feel the tremor in her fingers. I forgot what calm feels like, I murmured almost to myself. Her eyes flick to mine. Is that what this is? I nod. It's strange. My body hasn't registered it as danger yet. Usually, even in stillness, there's this hum, this undercurrent of dread. But right now, it's just quiet. Nova's thumb brushes lightly against the inside of my wrist. It's the smallest touch, but it ripples through me like an echo. I used to hold my mom's hand like this, she says softly. When I was scared. When we'd wait in hospital lobbies for hours. It was the only thing that kept me from running. I look down at our joined hands, then back at her. Are you scared now? She doesn't answer right away. I think I'm scared of how easy this feels. Me too. I want to say it out loud, but the words wedge in my throat. Instead, I squeeze her hand. She squeezes back. The nurse calls her name then, interrupting something quiet and rare. She stands slowly, but before she lets go, she murmurs, You can wait in here. I'll be back soon. And just like that, the warmth in my palm fades. But the imprint stays. The door clicks shut behind her, and for a few minutes, I sit alone. I count the seconds. 30, 60, 120. My fingers still feel like they remember hers. When the door opens again, Nova steps back in, one hand on her lower belly like she's already guarding something precious. She said everything looks good, she murmurs, sliding back into the chair across from me. Vitals are strong. Hormones where they should be. That's good. I try not to sound relieved, but I am. More than I thought I'd be. Nova exhales, settling into her seat, then glances at me with a half smile. You're still here. I said I'd wait. She lifts an eyebrow. You don't wait well? No. I don't. I pause. But I do it for you. The words surprised even me. They hang in the space between us like something fragile but weighty. Her gaze lingers on me for a beat too long. Caspian? Yeah? Can I ask you something? A little personal? After today? You can ask me anything. She twists a strand of her hair around her finger. What did it feel like? When we touched earlier. Not just the panic. Before it. I swallow. Like Like remembering something I never knew I forgot, not fear, not revulsion, just heat. Her lips part slightly, her breath shallow. I felt it too. We sit in that tension. Not the kind that demands action, the kind that stretches and hums like a string pulled tight between us. I think, she says quietly, we're becoming something neither of us expected. Does that scare you? Terrifies me. She leans back, her gaze locked to mine, but not enough to stop. I stand slowly and cross to where she's sitting. My shadow falls over her and she tilts her head up, calm, waiting. My hand hovers for a moment before I brush a curl away from her cheek. Her breath catches, but she doesn't move. You didn't flinch, I whisper. Neither did you. I let my fingertips linger just a second longer than necessary. Her skin is warm, alive, and mine doesn't recoil from it. It leans in. We don't kiss. There's no dramatic confession. Just the aching gravity of two people who shouldn't be this close and can't seem to stay apart. She looks up at me. Caspian? Yes? I think you're the first person who's ever touched me without wanting something from me. Somehow, that undoes me more than anything else today. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in hand. The city glows outside my windows. The world is too loud and too quiet all at once. I type, erase, type again, then finally send Caspian. I used to think a safety meant silence, but I felt safe today, with you. Thank you. It takes her a few minutes to reply. Each second stretches. Nova. It's okay to feel safe, Caspian. It's not a weakness. It's a start. I reread it twice, then once more. The warmth in her words does something steadying in my chest. And even though I don't sleep much, when I do, I don't dream of panic. I dream of grass under my feet and a hand that never hurt to hold.
Chapter 17. Nova. I didn't expect him to invite me in. Usually, after our appointments, he drops me off without stepping inside. But today, after the nurse gave me a clean bill of health and Caspian lingered awkwardly in the clinic hallway with 2 cups of herbal tea, he didn't drink. Something shifted. "Do you want to come up for a bit?" he asked, almost like he was daring himself more than asking me. And I said yes. Not because I didn't know better, but because I wanted to. Now we're sitting on opposite sides of his penthouse living room, the city stretching out below us through the floor-to-ceiling glass, like it's trying to distract me from the weight in the air. His place is all smooth lines, gray furniture, warm wood floors, and an echo of loneliness too loud for the silence to cover. Caspian leans against the kitchen island, fingers curled around a glass of sparkling water he hasn't touched. I'm curled up on the couch, legs tucked beneath me, nursing the tea he made for me the way someone might hold a small animal, carefully, like it could vanish if I'm not gentle. He finally breaks the silence. "You're quiet tonight." I shrug. I've been thinking. Dangerous. That earns him a small smile. Funny. He lifts an eyebrow. Wasn't trying to be. Of course he wasn't. Caspian's not the kind of man who tries to charm. He just is. And that, somehow, is more dangerous than any smooth-talking flirt I've ever met. "I was thinking about boundaries," I said after a moment. That gets his attention. His shoulders tighten, like he's bracing for something he doesn't want to hear. Not in a bad way, I add quickly. Just wondering when mine started getting blurry. His voice is soft, wary. "Because of me?" "Because of me," I correct gently. "You're not doing anything wrong." I keep trying to remember what lines I drew when we started this, and now I don't know if I'm respecting them or pretending they never mattered. He says nothing, just stands there, glass in hand, watching me like he's memorizing my face. So I keep talking. "I care, Caspian. I care more than I should. And I don't know if that's about the baby or about you. A long breath escapes him. What if it's both? That stuns me for a second. He walks over, slow, deliberate, like he's still learning how to approach without retreat. When he sits beside me, there's just enough space that we're not touching, but it hums between us anyway. That space has become a third language we speak. Not touching. Almost touching. Wanting to. I've been thinking too, he says finally, about how I used to think people only helped when they wanted something. But you don't want anything from me. Maybe I want something you don't know how to give. He tilts his head. Like what? I meet his eyes, level and quiet. Softness. Silence stretches between us, heavy, hot. I stand, set my tea down, and pace a little, because sitting still with him makes it too easy to say too much. When I was little, I begin. I used to dance in the kitchen when my mom played music on Sunday mornings. I wanted to be a ballerina. I wanted to teach, open a studio for girls like me, black girls who got told their bodies were too thick, too loud, too brown for grace. Caspian watches me like I'm telling him something sacred. What happened? He asks. Life, I say with a dry laugh. Bills, responsibility, reality. Doesn't mean it's dead. No, I admit. Just buried. He stands slowly, cross the space between us. You could still do it, he says. Open your studio. I laugh, but it comes out choked. You make it sound so simple. Not simple, he says. Just not impossible. His eyes search mine, and this time, it's not guarded. He's open, a little raw. He reaches out, not all the way, just enough for his knuckles to graze mine. That small touch steals my breath. I can't offer you everything, he says quietly, but I can listen. I can show up, even if it's just one soft thing at a time. I swallow hard. That sounds a lot like intimacy. He holds my gaze. It feels like it. And that's when I know I've crossed the line. Not by accident, but because I want to. Later that night, in the quiet warmth of my room, I write in my journal. Journal entry. I think I'm falling for him. Not because he's broken, but because he's trying. Because when I speak, he listens like it matters. Because when I reach, he doesn't run. The line's not blurred anymore. I just stopped needing it. And I think maybe he's starting to need me too.
Chapter 18. Caspian. It starts with the slope of her jaw. I sketch it from memory, because I don't have a photo and I don't need one. The curve is burned into me, the way light hits her cheekbone when she smiles, soft and bright and disarming. I trace it with my pencil again and again until the paper knows her like I do. It's after midnight. My penthouse is still except for the scratching of graphite against paper. I should be asleep, but her face won't leave me. She talked about the studio today, her dream, her real dream, not the one she half jokes about when she's nervous, but the one she speaks of like it's carved into her bones. She doesn't know I've already started. Earlier today, we sat side by side in the clinic waiting room, both pretending not to notice how our knees kept brushing. She was fidgeting with the hem of her sweatshirt. You don't have to come to these every time, you know. I want to. She side-eyed me. You don't owe me that. I'm not doing it out of guilt. That earned a soft sound, a skeptical one. Then why? I like being here, I said. Then quieter. With you. She didn't reply, but her hand stilled. The nurse called her in. After the appointment, she paused in the hallway, hugging her file to her chest like it held more than numbers. I don't feel like going home alone today. I can stay, I offered, too fast. She looked up. No, I mean, would you come to my place instead? I nodded. Lead the way. Now, in her apartment, the kettle whistles low and steady from the kitchen, while she pulls two mismatched mugs from the shelf. I stand awkwardly near her dining table, watching her move. Her hoodie sleeves are pushed up, curls tucked into a messy puff. There's music playing faintly in the background. Some old soul track that sounds like a memory you forgot you had. "Milk and honey?" she asks. "Yeah." She hands me the tea, and for a second our fingers touch. I don't flinch. Neither does she. We sit on the couch, close, but not touching. Her eyes catch mine across the steam of the mugs. "You're quieter today," she says. "Thinking?" "About?" I take a breath. U.S. Whether I'm doing this right." Her brow lifts. "Doing what right?" "Whatever we are." She leans back into the cushions. "I don't think there's a rule book." "I kind of wish there was." She smirks. "You probably laminate it and make tabs." "Guilty." There's a small silence. Then I say, "You mentioned a dance studio once." Her smile dims, but not in a sad way, just cautious. "I did. You should have it." "It's not that easy." "Doesn't mean it's not possible." She stares at me. "Why do you care so much?" I sip my tea. "Because you deserve more than survival. I see how your eyes light up when you talk about it. Because..." I pause. "I want to see you dance." The words hang between us, warm, heavy, true. She sets her mug down. "You're dangerous when you say things like that. Then stop inviting me in." She smiles again, but this one is tired around the edges. "I don't want to stop." I set my own cup down and reach for her hand. She lets me, skin to skin. No panic, just heat. "I'm trying to be someone who can hold on without hurting," I whisper. "You already are." Later, when I'm back in my own space, I open my laptop and type out the message to Naomi. "Me. Find properties in Crown Heights suitable for a dance studio. Lots of natural light, community vibe. Look for something we can renovate quickly and discreetly put it under her name." Naomi. "Are you falling?" Me. "Silly." She sends a smirk emoji and I roll my eyes, but I don't deny it. Back at my desk, I finish the sketch. This time, I didn't just draw her face. I draw her dancing. Arms raised, curls flying, joy radiant and wild and free. The kind of joy I'd give anything to protect. The kind I want her to wake up to every day, under a roof with her name on the deed. She doesn't know it yet, but I'm building it. For her, for us.
Chapter 19. Nova. 6 months in and I can't see my feet anymore. Not that I miss them. These days, I spend most of my time with my back pressed against a cushion and a bowl of mango slices balanced on my belly. The air smells like unscented candles and lemon water. Because anything stronger than that makes me gag like I've just smelled death itself. Which is ironic, considering Caspian used to smell like cedar and expensive cologne. Now, he smells like laundry detergent and almond oil. He changed it for me, without even making it a thing. Just tossed the Tom Ford bottle one morning and showed up the next day, smelling like nothing but clean skin and comfort. Today we're at Dr. Rhea's office. She's warm and practical, with eyes that look like they've seen everything and still choose to stay soft. 26 weeks, she says, glancing at my chart. Everything looks good, Nova. Your iron levels are steady, and the baby's heartbeat is strong. You've gained the right amount of weight. Keep taking your prenatal vitamins daily, and I want you to keep up with hydration. Coconut water if plain water starts tasting off. Caspian, sitting right beside me, scribbles every word into the little notepad he brings to every appointment. It's adorable and infuriating, because the sight of him, big, quiet, focused, Makes my chest ache in places I didn't know could feel like that anymore. Still having cravings? Dr. Reyes asks. I nod, already cringing. Peanut butter on pickles and watermelon with chili powder. Dr. Reyes smiles. Completely normal. Eat what you can tolerate. Keep your snacks balanced. And the perfume thing? Caspian asks. She threw up when I wore deodorant last week. It's the heightened sense of smell, Doctor. Reyes says kindly. It's common. Just avoid anything strong for now. He nods thoughtful. Got it. When the appointment ends, we walk slowly to the car. I'm waddling more than walking. My hands automatically cradle my stomach, which has grown full and taut, the size of a small watermelon now. Fitting, considering my cravings. Do you want to go home or stop by that bakery near the park? Caspian asks as he opens the car door for me. Are they still doing the honey buns with cinnamon glaze? I called ahead, he says, a little smug. They put 2 aside. My heart, already softer these days, melts a little more. We're back in my apartment later, curled up on the couch in what has become our unofficial post-appointment ritual. He reads the notes he took aloud like he's studying for a final. I rest my head on his thigh, letting the sound of his voice roll over me. Suddenly I freeze. It's like a whisper, a flutter, low in my belly. Like someone thumped me from the inside. I jerk upright. What? He says, alarmed. Did something hurt? No, I grab his hand and press it to my belly. Wait. And there it is again. A stronger push this time. A little foot? Elbow? I don't know, but it's real. It's happening. His breath catches. Was that... I nod, tears already welling. Yeah, that was the baby. His hand stays right where it is. His thumb strokes my skin reverently, slowly, like he's memorizing the moment. I didn't know it would feel like this, he whispers. Like magic. I finished. He looks at me, eyes wide, like I've just said the secret thing he was scared to admit. Then quieter. You're extraordinary, Nova. I blink, my breath hitches. He's said a lot of things to me. Some quiet, some careful. But this felt unguarded, unrehearsed, like it came straight from his chest and not his head. Extraordinary. I'm not used to being seen like that. Not just for what I do or how I survive, but for who I am, even swollen and sweaty and crying over foot kicks and melted honey buns. I look away, then back. You really think that? Yes. No hesitation. I think you're carrying life. I think you're surviving. I think you're still soft and bright and full of love after everything. That is extraordinary. There's silence. Not awkward. Sacred. The baby kicks again, harder this time, like it knows its parents are finally seeing each other for real. I laugh through the tears. They're gonna be strong. He smiles, brushing my damp cheek with the back of his fingers. Like their mother. That night, while I lie in bed with pillows wedged under my knees and a heating pad on my back, I open my journal. I haven't written in weeks, but today deserves pages. April 14th. Today, I felt our baby move for the first time. Not just me, we did. Caspian was there. His hand was on my belly. It felt like being opened from the inside. Not just physically, emotionally. He called me extraordinary. And I believed him. Not because I've never heard pretty words before, but because his voice cracked when he said it. I don't know what we are, or what we'll become. But today, I felt something shift. I think this is the beginning of us. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers. Friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at vixavonromance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 20. Caspian. She let me feel the baby. That should be a beautiful sentence. It is. But now it feels like it's cracked open in my chest. Every time I try, I just can't seem to get it right. After Nova fell asleep last night, her hand still on her belly like a promise, I sat on her couch and stared at the ceiling until the sun came up. I should have left it alone. I should have stayed in that moment and let it be what it was. But instead I drove straight to Crown Heights. The real estate agent is already there when I arrive. Mid-40s, efficient, wearing an oversized scarf and thick glasses. "This is the one you asked to see," she says. "Used to be a yoga studio. The owner retired, but the place has good bones." I step inside. The space is quiet, warm wood floors, south-facing windows that let the light pour in like honey, mirrors across one wall, an open back room that could easily be transformed into a dressing space, an office, hell, a sanctuary. It's perfect. And I hate how perfect it is. Because now I want to give this to her. Not out of obligation, but because I know how her eyes lit up when she talked about a dance studio, how her voice softened when she said she missed teaching, missed moving, missed having something that was just hers, and I want to be the reason she has that again. And that terrifies me. By evening, I'm in the kitchen of her apartment with takeout from her favorite Thai place, trying to arrange it on real plates because she once said, "Food tastes better that way." She's curled up in a hoodie and leggings on the couch, her bump now unmistakable beneath the fabric. She's glowing, but not in the way people romanticize. She's tired, heavy, but when she looks up and smiles at me like I hung the moon, I feel like I could float. "This looks fancy," she says as I bring the plates over. "What's the occasion?" I hesitate. "I found something today. Thought you might want to see it." Her brow furrows. "What kind of something?" I pull my laptop from the bag and flip it open. A listing. Pictures of the studio space, the sunlight, the open layout. I put in an offer. "It's yours if you want it." She stares at me. "You bought me a dance studio?" I nod, suddenly unsure. "You bought me a dance studio." She says it again like she's trying to convince herself it's real. Her hands go to her face, her breathing turns shaky. "Nova, if it's too much—" "No," she says quickly. "No, it's not too much. It's everything." She launches into my arms without thinking, and I hold her before I even realize I'm doing it. Her body was soft and trembling against mine. Her breath was warm on my neck. I close my eyes. God, I'm in too deep. And I know at the moment she whispers, "You see me." It undoes me. Because I do. I see all of her. And what's worse is, I want her to see me too. Not just the polished pieces, but the broken ones. The ones that still flinch in the dark. I smile through the lump in my throat. "You're hard to miss." She pulls back just slightly, enough to look up at me with wide, glistening eyes. "How did you even pull this off? I mean, did you just wake up and buy a building?" I made some calls. Had my assistant vet a few listings, narrowed it down, visited the top 3. This one felt right. "You're ridiculous," she breathes out, laughing softly. "In the best way. You think you'll want to operate it soon? Are you kidding? I'm already picturing mirrors, speakers, flyers, sign-ups. I can't wait to teach again, to move again." She places a hand over her belly. "To show this baby what it means to build something from scratch." My chest pulls tight in a way that has nothing to do with anxiety and everything to do with how goddamn proud I feel right now. "You'll make that place magic," I say softly. "And you'll have to promise not to show up to class in a suit." "No promises." A moment later, her mom walks in through the front door, having just come back from a short walk outside. Nova practically jumps up from the couch. "Mom, you're not going to believe what Caspian did," she says, excitement bubbling from her voice. "He got me a dance studio." An actual space, with mirrors and wood floors and sunlight and everything I've ever dreamed of. Her mom's eyes widened. "You're serious?" Nova nods so fast her curls bounce. "It's happening, Mom. I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to open my own studio." Her mother's gaze shifts to me, and something tender settles over her features. She walks closer, voice quiet but full of meaning. "Thank you," she says, "for giving her something I couldn't. For believing in her the way she's always believed in everyone else." I can't speak, just nod, because I have no clue how to explain that it wasn't charity. It was selfish. I wanted to see her light up, and I'd do it again. Hours later, after she's asleep, I lie in my car outside her apartment with my head against the steering wheel, chest heaving. It's too much. This feeling, this wanting, it's dangerous, because the moment you let someone in, they can leave. Or worse, they can stay, and then see everything you've spent your life hiding. I start to feel it creeping in. The pins and needles in my fingertips, the tightness in my ribs, like the walls of my lungs are caving in. I pull at my collar, fling open the door, stagger into the cold night. I try to count, in for 4, out for 7. I try every trick in the book. Doesn't work, so I ran. Not literally, just away. Emotionally. Text messages left unread. Calls unanswered. I skipped our next appointment with Dr. Reyes. I don't even cancel. I just vanished. Because I'm terrified of what comes next. Because I know how this story ends. Because the last time someone saw me like this, they left. And I don't know if I can survive that again.
Chapter 21. Nova. I wake up humming. That alone should have been the first sign something was off. The morning sun slices through the curtain just enough to touch the edge of my belly. Now a soft swell that refuses to be ignored, even under Caspian's oversized t-shirt. The baby moved again last night. Just a tiny flutter. A reminder that something is growing inside me. That someone is growing inside me. After everything, this moment was a first in weeks. I'd felt like I wasn't doing this alone. I float through my morning routine, fruit smoothie, prenatal vitamins, carefully picked leggings that don't squeeze my ribs like a vice. I even twist my hair up into something soft and intentional. Add a bit of tinted balm to my lips. Because today is an appointment day. And Caspian always comes on appointment days. Until he doesn't. I sit in the waiting room with one hand curled around my phone, the other resting protectively over my stomach, like it'll shield me from the pit forming in my chest. The room smells like antiseptic and baby powder, a gentle mix that should be comforting, but right now it makes me want to throw up. Dr. Reyes is running behind. Or maybe time just moves slower when you're being stood up. By the time she calls me in, I've already texted Caspian twice. Called him once. The texts say, delivered, but not read. That tiny difference starts to feel like a punch to the throat. Dr. Reyes smiles at me like she doesn't see the ache behind my eyes. "How are we feeling today, Nova?" "Large," I say, trying to keep my voice light. She chuckles and starts the checkup. I answer questions robotically. Yes, I'm still taking my vitamins. No, I haven't had any bleeding. Yes, I'm staying hydrated. No, no swelling or high blood pressure. Everything's fine. Everything's functioning. But I feel like I'm unraveling. By the time we listen to the baby's heartbeat, I'm biting my cheeks so hard I taste iron. She doesn't ask about the father. Maybe she sees it. The sag in my shoulders. The absence in the corner chair he usually occupies like he hates it. Like it might swallow him whole if he ever sat too long. I used to think Caspian was a fixed point in this madness. Quiet, sometimes cold, but dependable in his own way. Always there. Always watching with those unreadable eyes. But now, he's vanished. No warning, no explanation. Just a hollow where he used to be. Later that night, I sat on the couch in my mother's apartment, the takeout I ordered untouched in its brown bag. She watches me from the armchair, knitting needles in her hand, moving with that steady rhythm she always falls into when something's wrong. "You're quiet," she says finally. "I'm tired." Not that kind of tired. I look up at her. He missed the appointment. She stops knitting. "First time?" I nod. She tilts her head like she's examining me under a microscope. And I don't know what to do with that. "Do you want to terminate the agreement?" The question slices through the room like a scalpel. I close my eyes. No. Why not? Because I already love this baby. Because I already picture him, or her, with Caspian's silent intensity and my crooked smile. Because I can't make someone stay, but I can choose not to leave. Because this baby didn't ask for a coward for a father. The words fall out before I can catch them, and it stings more because it's true. I lay in bed that night, journal open on my lap, pages littered with scribbled names, worries, daydreams. At the top of tonight's page, I write, Day 176. Caspian didn't show. I did. I stare at it for a long time. Let the silence settle around me like a second skin. I've built my whole life on showing up. For mom, for rent, for every job that didn't pay enough but demanded too much, for a body that keeps breaking open and reforming to carry this child. I'm tired of loving people who run, so tonight, I hold my belly and whisper into the quiet, we're still going. No matter what Caspian chooses, no matter what fear dragged him into the dark, I choose us.
Chapter 22. Caspian. It's been 3 days. I haven't called. I haven't shown up. I know I'm a coward. But knowing that doesn't stop the guilt from chewing me alive. I go back to the studio. Not to finish paperwork. Just to stand in the silence where her joy once echoed. I replay her laugh. The way she looked at me like I mattered. And I broke it. It's the first time I've ever stood someone up. Not for lack of care, but because I care too damn much. I spent the afternoon in a fog until I remembered that pendant she told me she used to wear. I called a contact in upstate. Carver, a woodworker, who made custom pieces for my mother years ago. I send him a sketch from memory and give him the story behind it. He finishes it in a day. It arrives in a black box, clean, unassuming. I write the note by hand, fold it twice. It's the hardest thing I've written since I learned to hold a pen. I don't drop it off myself. I send it with a courier because if I see her face and she looks at me like she doesn't trust me anymore, I'll unravel. But I hope, God, I hope, that she'll read the words and know I'm trying. Trying to come back. Trying to be the man she deserves. Trying not to run next time. Because I don't want to lose her. Or the baby, or this fragile, impossible thing we've started building with our bare, broken hands. The pen trembles in my hand. I can draft acquisition contracts in my sleep. Negotiate billion-dollar tech deals with a blank face. But writing a letter to Nova, 3 paragraphs, maybe 4, Feels like peeling my skin back with a spoon. I've rewritten it 5 times. Too formal, too cold, too vague, too much. None of them say what I really mean. That, I'm afraid, that I'm a man who can face down hostile boards and investors, but not the woman carrying my child. That I didn't mean to disappear. I just didn't know how to stay when the fear became louder than logic. I left because I thought I'd break her if I stayed. I stare at the final version, folded neatly on the edge of the desk. It's respectful, apologetic, polished, but it feels like a lie. Because it doesn't say I miss her, or how my chest hollows every time I think about her sitting in that clinic waiting room, checking the door, hoping I'll walk in. My fingers tighten. I plan to send it through a courier. Something formal, signed, delivered. Because I still want her to know I care, even if I can't say it out loud. And then my phone rings. Unknown number. I answer without thinking. Caspian DeWitt. A voice I recognize. Dr. Reyes. There's been an incident. Nova fainted at home. She's here now, stable, but she's asking for you. The words hit me like a car crash. My hand trembles as I grip the phone. What hospital? My mind shards into panic and calculation. Distance, traffic patterns. The nearest bridge still open after the storm. I'm already moving. Keys biting my palm, suit coat forgotten on the back of my chair. Rain needles sideways across the windshield as the gate lifts. A drive blurs into silver streaks and the security lights ping off the hood like panicked Morse code. The engine protests when I punch it, but the RPMs climb anyway, a desperate pulse that matches my own. Every red light is an insult I refuse to entertain. I hover one breath shy of reckless, weaving through taillights that smear into comets. Wipers can't keep up. I don't care. All I see is Nova's face folded in pain, the precise way her brow furrows when she tries not to scare anyone, including me. The emergency bay looms like a ship's hull, steel and glare and too many sirens. I leave the car skewed beside an ambulance ramp, let them tow it, let them bill me, then shoulder through the sliding doors. Antiseptic hits first, sharp enough to taste. Mr. DeWitt, this way. A nurse approached me and showed me the way to Nova, and there she was. She looks too pale under the fluorescent lights. Too still. Her belly, which I last saw cradled in joy, now lies motionless beneath sterile sheets. I hover at the doorway until her mother nods and steps out quietly. That silence is thick, like judgment. Nova turns toward the sound of my footsteps, her eyes hazy, dull. That quiet glow she carries, even when exhausted, is dulled, replaced by something fragile, something that terrifies me. I hesitate in the doorway until her mother rises, offers a tight nod, and leaves the room. Nova turns at the sound of my steps. Her eyes are bloodshot, her lashes stuck together like she cried herself dry. Is the baby okay? I swallow hard. Yes, the baby's okay. Her lower lip trembles. Is the baby alive? I move to her side, sinking into the chair beside her bed. Yes, alive, breathing, strong. She exhales like she's been holding her breath for hours. I'm so sorry, Caspian. I was just trying to get a mug down. I couldn't reach it, so I stepped on the chair. And then, I don't know, I lost my balance. Her voice cracks mid-sentence. She's ashamed. She thinks this is her fault. I take her hand gently in mine. No. Shh. I'm sorry, I should have been there. I should have shown up. Her eyes darted toward me, uncertain. I'm sorry I left you alone. I'm sorry I didn't answer. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you needed me the most. Her eyes flicker toward me. You weren't answering. I couldn't breathe, I whisper. Every time I tried to come back, I'd see the worst. Losing you. Losing the baby. I didn't know how to fix it, so I ran. But I never stopped thinking about you. A silence stretches between us, and then she whispers, "You missed the appointment." "I know." Silence pressed between us for a long moment before she whispers, "I didn't know if you were coming back. I was so scared of having to lose this baby without you. I didn't know if I could." I feel the sting behind my eyes, but I don't look away. Every time I thought about walking through your door, I saw everything that could go wrong. I panicked. I froze, but I never stopped thinking about you. She sniffles, her gaze falling to where our hands are joined. I thought I was doing this on my own. "You're not." "Not anymore." She doesn't say anything. So I place her hand gently over her belly. "The baby's okay. You're okay. That's all that matters to me." Her voice is barely audible. "The baby still moved. After I fell, it felt like a sign that we were still okay." I nod, my throat tight. That baby's stronger than both of us. Her smile is faint, but it's there. We'll see about that. There's still so much between us. So many things we haven't said. But at this moment, there's nothing else I want to do but hold her hand and stay still. Because being here this close reminds me of what I almost lost. The fear is still there, but the silence isn't winning. Not tonight.
Chapter 23. Nova. The second time I open my eyes in that sterile, whitewashed hospital room, he's there. Caspian. Just sitting next to the bed, a damp towel in his hand, gently dabbing at my forehead like I'm made of something breakable. His suit jacket is off, sleeves rolled up, his watch ticking softly against his wrist like a quiet heartbeat. "You came back," I murmured, voice barely a rasp. He doesn't flinch, doesn't startle, just keeps wiping my skin with patient precision, like this is what he was born to do. "I never should have left," he whispers. "That's on me." My eyes flutter closed again. His hand finds mine and doesn't let go. And when I drift into sleep this time, I feel the soft press of lips against my forehead, like an apology, like a vow. Morning comes softly. Filtered sunlight, the scent of fresh linens, the steady rhythm of the monitor beside me, grounding and quiet. Caspian is still here. He's reclined in the chair now, one hand in mine, the other holding a book he isn't really reading. His eyes lift when I stir. "Good morning," he says, low and hoarse, like he didn't sleep either. Before I can answer, there's a knock on the door. Dr. Reyes enters with a clipboard and a warm smile, my mom just a few steps behind her holding a thermos of tea. "Well, good news, doctor." Reyes begins. "Vitals are stable. Nova, you're fine. The baby's fine. But I'd recommend staying overnight for observation, just to be safe." I nod, then glance at my mom, who gives me a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder before setting the tea down on the tray table. "And," Dr. Reyes adds, her grin now turning mischievous, "since you're officially into the second trimester, we're able to determine the baby's gender if you're ready." Caspian stiffens slightly beside me. I blink. "You can already tell?" "Based on growth and positioning, yes. The tech can do a quick scan and confirm. It's up to you." I glance over at him. His hand squeezes mine. "You want to?" My heart trips over itself. I nod. The ultrasound gel is cold against my stomach, but it's a familiar kind of cold now. My mom is perched at the corner of the bed, dabbing her eyes already like she knows something I don't. Caspian stands on the other side of me, watching the monitor with laser-sharp focus, his lips pressed into a firm line. "There we are," the tech says gently, adjusting the wand. Heartbeat strong. Everything looks right on track. And she tilts the monitor. "Congratulations. It's a boy." The words land like a spark in my chest. A boy. A son. A soft sound escapes me. Half laugh, half sob. And then I'm pulled into a hug, firm and solid, Caspian wrapping himself around me with a kind of urgency that splits me in half. And before I can process it, before I can even breathe, he kisses me. It's not a decision. It's instinct. A press of lips, startled, full, too honest. My eyes go wide. He does too. He pulls back, blinking fast like he didn't mean to, but can't say he regrets it either. He starts. But before either of us can ruin the moment with words, my mother gasps softly behind us. Then, just as quickly, she laughs. "Well now," she says, half teasing. "Guess I better let you two celebrate." The nurses chuckle as they shuffle out the door behind her, leaving the room quiet again. Just us. Caspian rubs a hand over his jaw, looking like he's not sure whether to run or stay. "I didn't mean to." "It's okay," I interrupt, voice soft. "I didn't hate it." His eyes flick to mine. A beat passes. We both smile. It doesn't feel fragile. It feels like a beginning. We're still sitting in the warm afterglow of the kiss when the door eases back open. My mom steps in with a fresh smile and a plastic container of chopped fruit like she didn't just witness something seismic. She sets it on the table. "Figured you two might want something sweet." I arch an eyebrow. "You didn't have to." She cuts me off with a look. "You're carrying my grandchild." I absolutely did. I glance at Caspian, expecting him to retreat into one of his quiet silences again. But he surprises me. He reaches for the container, pulls off the lid, and holds out a fork toward me. "Try this one," he says. "Mango, you like that, right?" The way he remembers makes something catch in my throat. I take the bite. Let the silence settle, warm and unhurried. My mother sits toward the bed's end, tucking her hands in her lap like she resists the temptation to intrude. But I know that look. She's holding something back. "What?" I ask her. "Well," she draws the word out. "Have you ever thought about names yet?" Caspian stills beside me. I blink. "Names? For the baby," she says, smiling gently. "Now that we know?" Caspian clears his throat. "We haven't talked about it." I glance at him. "We could." He meets my eyes. "You first." I chew on my lip. Honestly, I don't know. Every name I used to love feels too perfect, or not enough. "Fair," Mom nods. "Still, I made a list." "Of course you did." She pulls out her phone like it's evidence in a trial. I've got traditional ones, powerful ones, and ones that sound good on a college application. I laugh. "Wow, we're already applying to Harvard." "Dream big, baby girl." She scrolls. "Okay, what about Elijah?" Caspian tilts his head. "Strong." "Or Sebastian," she says. "Biblical, beautiful, soft but firm." Caspian hums. "I like the way that sounds." I glance between them. You two are awfully synced. He leans in a little, just enough that our shoulders brush. "You don't like them?" "I didn't say that," I murmured. "I'm just trying them on in my head." My mom grins and tosses a grape in her mouth. "Keep going. You'll know when it's right." Caspian shifts a little closer. "What about something that connects to you?" "Me?" "Yeah." He studies my face. "Your strength, your joy, your chaos." My chest warms. "So, baby hurricane?" He snorts. "Or baby lightning bolt." "Baby joy," my mom chimes in, smiling. We all laugh, and for a second, just a second, it feels like family, like this odd little constellation we formed could actually hold. "I'll keep thinking," I say, "but I like where we're headed." Caspian looks at me, long and soft. "Me too. It's late now. past midnight, but sleep won't come. Not with the way my heart keeps stirring like something unfinished. I'm in the nursery, or what will be the nursery. Right now it's still an echo of potential, the air too clean, the corners too sharp. The walls are a soft gray, the light dimmed low. We got back from the hospital less than an hour ago, both of us wrung out and running on fumes. The obstetrician's parting orders, hydrate, rest, keep your feet up, felt more like commandments. So when Caspian suggested I stay at DeWitt Manor, for as long as we both need the peace of mind, the decision made itself. My apartment is 3 flights of temperamental stairs and a neighbors argue at midnight kind of neighborhood. Here the only sound is rain filtering through magnolia leaves. I sit cross-legged on the rug, surrounded by the few boxes we brought up from the storage unit. Baby clothes folded in tissue, the hand-knitted blanket my mother crocheted with trembling fingers, the onesie I bought at 7 weeks when I wasn't sure I'd keep going, but needed something to believe in. I run my palm across the soft fabric, cotton stars and moons, neutral tones, safe. Behind me, footsteps pause in the doorway. You couldn't sleep either? Caspian's voice is quiet, still rasped with that nighttime hush he carries like a second skin. I look up. You too? He steps in barefoot, in sweats and a dark hoodie, sleeves pushed up. His hair's a little messy, the good kind, the kind that makes your fingers ache to smooth it back. He lowers himself to the floor beside me without a word. Our shoulders almost brush. Almost. You kept it? He says, nodding to the blanket in my lap. She worked on it every night since I told her. Said it gave her something to live for. He's silent, listening. I didn't think I'd ever use it. I continued, my voice a whisper. I didn't think I'd make it here. Not just physically, but this moment. U.S. This. His hand rests gently beside mine on the rug. Close. Still not touching. You did make it? He says. You made this. Everything you're building. This baby. This new home. You're doing it. I glance sideways. His eyes are on me now. Clear and earnest and wide open, in a way I don't think I've ever seen. I couldn't have without you, I say. You could have. I didn't want to. The truth just falls out. Soft, unapologetic. He swallows. Nova. I don't let him talk me out of it. Not this time. You showed up when no one else did, I say, turning toward him fully. You didn't just give me a contract or a number in a bank account. You showed up. At my door. In the doctor's office. On the nights I couldn't breathe. His brows draw together. His throat works like he's trying to hold everything in. Hey, I say gently. You okay? He looks away. Exhales through his nose. I'm not used to this. To what? This. He gestures vaguely between us. Quiet things. Safe things. Feelings that don't need armor. I reach for his hand, and this time, I don't stop myself. I wrap my fingers around his. You don't need armor here. His gaze meets mine again. And this time, it's not wide or wary. It's steady. You really believe that? I believe you're not the man you were when we met. He gives a soft, broken sound. Half a laugh, half disbelief. You're giving me a lot of credit. I'm giving you a home, I say. You just have to decide if you want to stay in it. He doesn't answer. He just lifts our joined hands and presses them to his chest. His heartbeat drums hard against my knuckles. I want to, he says finally. And that's enough. He says he wants to stay. And suddenly, something inside me breaks open. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started. But this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 24. Caspian. I've never felt like this after sex. Not raw, not panicked, not hollow or ashamed. I feel full, anchored, still inside her, her breath warm against my neck, her heartbeat brushing mine in small, tender bursts. Nova is curled over my chest, her belly pressed to my ribs, our baby nestled safely between us. My hand drifts to her back, smoothing over damp skin, then down to cradle the gentle curve of her body, the body that let me in, that took me without fear. I don't move. I don't want to break this. Her body is still pulsing. I feel her tremble slightly, not from pain, but from aftershocks, and I press a kiss to her forehead, and it hits me. I've never felt this way before, that I didn't feel like sex was something taken from me. It wasn't power. It wasn't survival. It wasn't fear pretending to be desire. It was safe, intimate, sacred. She didn't just let me touch her. She trusted me to love her like this. Pregnant, glowing, swollen with our child, she rode me like she owned every part of me. And for the first time, I didn't flinch from how deeply I needed it, from how deeply I needed her. I tightened my arms around her slowly. "You okay?" she asks, voice muffled against my chest. I nod once, then shake my head. "Yeah, I swallow hard. I've never felt like this. Not after. Not during." She lifts her head, searching my face. "Like what?" "Safe," I whisper. "Not used. Not ashamed." Her eyes soften instantly. She touches my cheek, thumb stroking just under the corner of my eye. "You didn't freeze this time." "I didn't want to." I take a breath that shakes as it leaves me. Usually when someone touches me, even when I think I want it, I go somewhere else. I float. I shut down. Because it never felt like mine. My body. My choice. Her hand comes to rest gently on my heart. But with you, Nova, it felt like I was home. Like my body finally remembered what love was supposed to feel like. Her expression crumbles slightly, just in her eyes. But she doesn't cry. She knows what I'm giving her. Knows how private this part of me is. I tuck a coil of her hair behind her ear, then let my palm slide down her spine. "You didn't just give me your body. You gave me a new story. One where love doesn't have to hurt. One where I can be inside you, feel everything, and want to stay." Her lips brush mine, soft and reverent. "That's all I wanted. For you to feel safe. Wanted. Worshipped. You did that. You made me feel like I wasn't broken. You were never broken, Caspian. Just unheld." I close my eyes for a second. Let it settle. The baby kicks, a soft flutter between us, and we both still. My hand flies to her belly. "Was that?" "He felt you." Nova smiles gently. "He always kicks when you're near." Something unravels in me, gently, slowly, like a tight fist finally opening. "I can't believe this is my life," I murmur. "You. Him. This home." Nova lays her hand over mine, her fingers fitting between mine perfectly. "Believe it. I think I fell in love with you a dozen times tonight," I say, voice rough, "when you let me touch your bosom even though it was sore. When you told me to screw you while pregnant, when you held me after. I didn't know sex could feel like this." She smiles softly. "It can. It does. With the right person." "And I'm him?" I ask like I need to hear it one more time. She kisses my chest, right over my heart. "You've always been." We lay there on the nursery rug, skin to skin, her body still warm and stretched from where we joined. It surprised me how long it had been since I didn't want to forget the feeling. I want to remember everything. Her weight on me, the tremble in her thighs, the way she moaned my name when she came, the way her body trusted mine enough to open up around me even now. I want to live in this moment forever.
Chapter 25. Nova. The smell of something warm and cinnamon kiss pulls me from sleep. I blink against the buttery light filtering through the drapes, my body still heavy from yesterday. But it's a good kind of weight, the kind that comes from finally letting yourself rest, trust, heal. A soft rustling from the kitchen draws me out of bed. When I pad barefoot across the hardwood in Caspian's ridiculous oversized sweatshirt, I find him by the stove, sleeves rolled up, flipping almond flour pancakes like he's done it 100 times. His hair is messy in that rich boy trying to be casual way. Still, it works for him. Damn him. He looks up, smiles. "Morning," he says. "I didn't wake you, did I?" "No," I say, my voice still thick with sleep. "Good. Because your mom's already had 2 pancakes and is currently lecturing me about ginger tea ratios." My mom chuckles from the table, where she's sipping tea and pretending not to watch us with too much amusement. "You two look like a couple in a commercial," she says, eyes twinkling. "Bet next you're gonna feed each other strawberries and call it bonding time." I snort. Caspian grins but keeps his eyes on the pan. "We prefer raspberries, actually," I deadpan. "Oh, excuse me," she says with a cackle. We all laugh. God, it feels good to laugh in this house. After breakfast, Caspian places a kiss on my temple, his palm resting gently over my bump. "We should get ready soon. We've got some serious shopping to do." My stomach flutters, part nerves, part excitement. I nod, brushing syrup from my lips. Let's go buy our baby the world. The mall is alive. Not packed, not overwhelming, just full. Parents with strollers, teenagers in packs, couples hand in hand, laughter bouncing off tiled floors and polished glass. Caspian's fingers are laced through mine, warm and firm, protective without being possessive. I wear a cream knit midi dress that hugs the curve of my belly, a cropped denim jacket thrown over my shoulders. My curls are pulled up into a high puff, gold hoops swaying when I laugh. Caspian is in a soft navy sweater and dark jeans, expensive but understated, like he knows the whole world is watching him and still doesn't care. "I feel like people are staring," I murmur as we pass a group of teenagers. "They are," he replies smoothly. "You're stunning." "That's not what I meant," I say, trying to suppress the blush threatening my cheeks. "Then let them stare." The first store we step into is one of those boutique baby shops with eucalyptus in the air and overpriced linen onesies on display. It's soothing and soft, like stepping into a Pinterest board. A young saleswoman with auburn curls and sparkly sneakers greets us. She takes one look at us, his hand on my back, my fingers curled in his, and smiles like she's already shipping us hard. "First-time parents?" she asks. We both nod. Her eyes twinkle. "You're about to fall down the cutest rabbit hole of your life." She guides us gently through racks of tiny bodysuits and swaddles, rattles shaped like woodland animals, and crib mobiles made of felt moons and stars. "This one," Caspian says, holding up a slate blue onesie with "Hello World" embroidered across the chest. "Definitely this one." I grin. "You just like it because it sounds like coding." "Exactly," he says deadpan. The saleswoman laughs, then leans in conspiratorially. "You two are adorable. Seriously, your baby's going to be ridiculously loved." "Okay," I say, grabbing a tiny yellow onesie. "Tell me that isn't the cutest thing you've ever seen." He looks skeptical. It's small. I narrow my eyes. It's supposed to be small. It's for a baby. What about this? He holds up a black onesie with future CEO printed on the chest. Absolutely not. He's not applying to Harvard. He's just learning how to exist. He puts it back, smirking. Fine. But I'm getting these. He lifts a pack of socks that look like tiny leather boots. Those are hideous, I say flatly. They're hilarious. They're expensive. They're necessary, he argues. Imagine the photos. I'm imagining regretting this already. The sales lady beside us chuckles. You two remind me of my sister and her husband. Always arguing, but never really mad. It's sweet. Caspian shoots me a look. You hear that? Sweet. I roll my eyes, but can't stop smiling. We move on to strollers, and it's like stepping into a tech convention. Why does this one have more buttons than my car? He asks, peering at one with built-in suspension and Bluetooth speakers. Because it's a spaceship, obviously. We bicker over diapers, cloth or disposable. He wants eco-friendly, I want easy. We argue over bottle warmers. I call it unnecessary. He calls it efficient. He tries to sneak a ridiculously overpriced baby swing into the cart, and I physically block him. You're not serious. It has 5 motion settings and white noise. White noise, Nova. Put it back, Caspian. But... I raise an eyebrow. He groans and puts it back. I glance at Caspian. The way his eyes soften when he looks at the outfit in his hand, it catches me off guard. Like he can actually see it now. See him now? The baby. Ours. We move through the store together, testing rocking chairs, trying out diaper bags, arguing over crib colors like it's a home renovation show. At some point, I glance over my shoulder, something strange prickling in the back of my neck. There, by the rack of toddler shoes, stands a woman. Dark sunglasses, wide-brimmed hat. She's pretending to look at a stuffed giraffe, but I can feel her watching us. Staring, not smiling. I brush it off. Maybe she's just another curious shopper. Maybe I'm imagining it. But I still slide my hand back into Caspian's and hold it tighter.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixavon romance.
Chapter 26. Caspian. Nova is holding up 2 impossibly tiny onesies like they're sacred scrolls. This one has clouds on the butt, she says, her voice full of awe. Clouds on the butt. I glance over, and this one says born to rule in glitter. Not sure which is more dangerous. You mean adorable? I mean it's hazardous to my credit card. She rolls her eyes, which are still tired, but brighter than I've seen them in weeks. Relax, Mr. Billionaire. You'll survive a few sparkly onesies. We've been in this baby store for 37 minutes. I know that because Nova's mom gave us a head start before meeting a friend at the food court, and I've checked my watch approximately 6 times. Still, Something about the chaos feels good. Real. We're surrounded by couples. A grandmother is trying to explain to her daughter why babies need warm socks even in spring. Someone else is testing out strollers like it's an Olympic sport. And here we are bickering over butt clouds and baby booties like we've been doing this forever. Nova leans closer to inspect the price tag on a baby swing. Caspian? This swing costs $400. I nod. It has Bluetooth. What, does it sing lullabies and recite Shakespeare? I smirk. I'd pay extra if it changed diapers. She laughs and tosses a burp cloth at me. It's reckless. Beautiful. Domestic in a way that aches. And for a few minutes, I let myself get caught up in the ordinary magic of it all. We pick out the softest crib sheets. She makes me choose between two ridiculous diaper bags. One that looks like it belongs on a fashion runway and another that has 12 compartments and dad life stitched across the front. I chose the second one. Of course, she calls me a dork. Of course, I pretend not to love it. We stop by a small artisan toy shop next, full of wooden mobiles and hand-knitted animals. She picks up a plush elephant, its ear slightly too big. This one, she says softly. He looks like he's trying his best. I know the feeling, I murmured. She doesn't reply, just threads her fingers through mine. It's then, just as we're exiting the shop, the bags weighing us down, and our hands full of quiet joy, that I see her. At first, it's just a flicker. A tall woman with sharp posture and dark hair swept into a bun, standing beneath the atrium's high glass ceiling. She's wearing white, too pristine for this mall, and her gaze is steady, focused. On me. My steps falter. She tilts her head just slightly. The hint of a smile, not kind, not cruel. Familiar, too familiar. And then she turns, vanishes into the sea of shoppers like she was never there. But the cold she leaves behind is real. Immediate. Like the temperature dropped 10 degrees and I'm the only one who felt it. My breath catches. My grip on the bags tightens. Nova's still walking, still talking about tiny shoes with animal ears. But my blood is rushing in my ears. Loud. Drowning. It can't be her. It shouldn't be her. Not here. Not now. Not when I've finally found something that feels like beginning. Nova glances back. Caspian. I force my voice even. Yeah, sorry. Just nothing. Just got dizzy for a second. She frowns, stepping closer. Do you want to sit down? I shake my head, smile too fast. No, I'm fine, really. She stares a beat longer but doesn't press. Maybe that's the worst part, because I want her to ask, because I'm not fine. Because there's a part of my past I swore I buried and she might have just walked through my present like a ghost in white. While heading home, the car is warm, filled with the low hum of traffic and Nova's soft humming beside me. Her hand is on my thigh. Easy, casual, grounding. We're heading back from the mall, the trunk stuffed with newborn onesies and enough baby wipes to clean up after a natural disaster. She's glowing, teasing me about the dinosaur-patterned footies I swore were practical. There's laughter in her voice, joy in the way she curls toward me while listing names that might suit our son. And I want to stay in this moment, but something feels off. It starts as a pressure in my chest, like someone sitting on it. Then comes the flicker, a shadow in my periphery. The kind that has no weight, but all the menace. I grip the wheel tighter. Caspian? Nova's voice is sweet and distracted. Do you think he'd like the name Orion? Or is that too... And then I see her. Not Nova, but her. It's not a memory, it's a hallucination. A woman in a pale blue uniform, clean, pressed, smiling too sweetly. Her fingers trailing slowly down the arm of a boy, too stiff, too quiet. My breath snags. She leans closer to that boy, to me, her touch lingering in ways that should never have been allowed. My knuckles whiten against the steering wheel. Caspian, babe, are you okay? But I don't hear her. All I can hear is the whisper of that woman's voice from years ago. You're so good for me. So quiet. So special. The world blurs. I slam on the brakes. Nova gasps, lurching forward in her seat as the car jerks to a stop in the middle of an intersection. Jesus, Caspian! She yells, grabbing the dashboard. The horn from the car behind us blares, but I can't move. Can't blink. Can't breathe. My hands are shaking. My shirt sticks to my back. My lungs are scraping against my ribs, begging for air. There's a ringing in my ears. Then, a hand. Nova's. Hey, she says, voice lowered now, calm but urgent. You're okay. Look at me. I blink once, twice. The phantom fades. I'm sorry, I rasp, the words torn from somewhere deep in my gut. I thought I saw... I know, she whispers, her hand slipping into mine. It's okay. You're safe. You're not there anymore. The light turns green. The horns grow more impatient. She takes my hand off the wheel and holds it tightly. Pull over, she says. I'll drive the rest of the way. I nod, but inside I'm crumbling, because no matter how far I've come, the past still knows where I live. I'm not breathing. Or maybe I am, but it feels wrong. Too shallow. Too fast. The air in the car thickens, pressing down on me like wet cement. My vision's tunneling again. Nova's hands are on the steering wheel now. She's saying something. Urgent. Sharp. I hear her name. Caspian, stay with me, baby, please. Cass, look at me. But everything is distant. Like I'm underwater. Like I'm that boy again, sitting on the carpet while shadows move too close. Too familiar. I can't. My voice cracks. Nova. I can't. Breathe. Damn, she curses. Hold on. Just hold on, okay? The car swerves a little as she speeds up. I feel the momentum more than I see the road. My chest is caving in, ribs collapsing one by one. My hands claw at my collar, desperate for air. The seatbelt digs in too tightly and suddenly I'm trapped. I twist, gasping. Get it off, I can't. Nova, please. Caspian. Her voice breaks. Hey, baby, just keep your eyes on me. We're almost there, okay? I promise. I'm right here. I want to answer her, want to reach out, to hold on to something, anything, but my body's shaking too hard. Cold sweat trickles down my spine. I'm floating. No, I'm sinking. Everything's wrong. Damn, Cass, please breathe for me. Come on, with me, in, out, 1, 2, 3, breathe. But I can't. It's like my lungs forgot how, or maybe they just gave up. She pulls up to a curb in front of some clinic. I don't even know how we got here, and throws the car in park. The door flies open, and she's yelling now. For help. For anyone. A man in scrubs appears beside me. I can't focus on his face. Nova's hand is on my jaw, trembling. I'm not leaving you. Do you hear me? I'm not going anywhere. I nod. Barely. But it's enough. They pull me out of the car. I think they give me oxygen. I think someone checks my pulse. But all I see is her. Nova on her knees beside me, tears slipping down her cheeks. She doesn't bother to wipe away. I'm right here, she whispers back. You're not alone. And that's what breaks me. Because I always have been. But not tonight. I don't remember how we got from the curb to my therapist's office. Just pieces. Warm hands, cool air, the sterile scent of antiseptic and tea tree oil. I blink, and suddenly I'm inside. The soft clack of the therapist's heels on hardwood. The subtle click of a lock behind us. It's not prison, but it feels like exposure. Dr. Miriam Hayes. She's the only person I ever allowed close enough to know the rot I keep buried under my polished shell. And even that had a timeline, strict boundaries. I don't remember asking to come here tonight. I sure as hell didn't schedule this. But Nova's here. Nova's the one holding my hand like it's keeping me tethered to this reality. Like she's not afraid of what she saw. How did she know? Miriam gestures softly. Caspian. Nova. Come in. Sit down. Her voice is that practiced kind of calm. The kind that makes you feel like you're not losing your mind. Even when you are. I lower myself onto the couch stiffly, and Nova perches beside me like she's ready to leap between me and the world if it so much as breathes wrong. She hasn't let go of my hand. I don't deserve that comfort, but I cling to it. Miriam sits across from us in that beige chair I always hated, her notepad balanced in her lap, observing, assessing. She doesn't speak right away. It unnerves me. Do you want to tell me what happened? She asks gently, finally. I open my mouth. Close it. Try again. I saw her. Nova stiffens beside me but stays silent. Miriam tilts her head. Who? My nanny, I say, the word bitter and foreign on my tongue. From when I was a kid. She waits, allowing the silence to stretch. She's always been good at that, letting me wrestle with the echoes until they sharpen into something I can name. I thought I'd buried it. I thought therapy, time, structure, hell, even control. I thought that would be enough to outrun it. It, Miriam repeats. Her, what she did, what she taught me to accept as normal. My voice wavers. I hate the way it does. Nova squeezes my hand so tight I almost flinch. She was supposed to take care of me, I whisper. But she took other things. My chest is shaking again, but this time it isn't a panic, it's release. I saw her face. Not her real one. Just in the crowd. A flicker. But it took me straight back to that room. To her perfume. Her fingers. Her voice said, It's our little secret, Caspian. You're special. Nova exhales beside me like she's been holding her breath since the car. I turn to her slowly. You knew to bring me here. Her eyes brim, soft and resolute. You told me her name once. In your sleep. I searched your nightstand one night. Found her contact card tucked beneath your old journals. I closed my eyes. I should be angry. I should feel violated. But instead I feel seen. Miriam leans forward slightly. Caspian, this is what trauma does. It doesn't knock. It doesn't schedule itself. But what you did tonight, letting Nova get you here, that was a breakthrough. A pause. Then, would it be all right if Nova stays during the session? I glance at her. The look she gives me is not pity. It's not panic. It's fierce. Protective. Yeah, I say, my voice hoarse. I want her here. It hit me harder than ever before. I let the memories come. Not to drown me, but to bleed them out. Slowly. Painfully. Honestly. With the woman who's becoming my lifeline right beside me. I sit on Dr. Miriam Hayes' couch like it's a ledge I might fall from. My palms are clammy. My chest still aches from the panic that hit me like a sucker punch. Nova's hand rests over mine, warm and grounding, but I can barely hold on. Dr. Hayes' voice slices gently through the fog. Caspian, what happened in the car wasn't just a reaction to stress. It was a trigger. My throat tightens. I glance at Nova. She's not letting go. I take that as permission to stop hiding. I saw her. The words rasp out, low and brittle. At the mall. I thought I imagined it. But it was her. Nova stiffens beside me, her grip tightening. I thought she was gone, I whisper. I thought maybe I'd made her up. Like a nightmare I outgrew. But she's real. Dr. Hayes leans in slightly. You don't have to explain who she is yet. But I need you to go back to the moment. Where were you? I close my eyes. My hands curl into fists in my lap. The room smells like furniture polish and time. My hands start to shake as I stand at the foot of the bed. The scene plays in my head as if it's waiting for me. Her name was Verena. She was in her 30s, hired to care for me after a string of nannies quit. She always smelled like rose perfume and mint tea. Her voice was soft. Her smiles are quieter. I thought that meant safe. I was wrong. It started with small things. Lingering touches when she brushed my hair. Sitting too close during bedtime stories, her hand resting on my thigh a second too long. But that night it wasn't subtle. I remember the chill in the room, the moonlight seeped through the window, and her shadow at the door. It was winter. I was 10. My mother died giving birth to me, so she wasn't there. My father was in Tokyo on business. My grandmother was chairing a board meeting downtown. I was alone in that house with the staff and her. I pause. The couch cushion beneath my grip begins to tremble. No, I'm trembling. She was my nanny. Pretty. Everyone trusted her. My voice starts to crack. I trusted her. I didn't think anything of her at first. She read me stories. Made sure I brushed my teeth. She'd hum lullabies when I couldn't sleep. I thought she cared about me. A long pause. The moment I woke up, the house was too quiet, and when I opened my eyes, she was there, standing in the doorway to my room, smiling. My breath hitches. She crossed the room slowly, sat at the edge of the bed. Her hand. It was cold when it touched my face. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was like my body stopped being mine. Nova stays quiet, but I feel her thumb brushing slow circles into my skin. I continued, the memory clawing back to life. She said she was checking on me, but her hands weren't supposed to be there, and I didn't know what to do. A sob rises, choked and dry. I bite it down. I remember freezing, thinking if I scream, no one's coming. If I tell, no one will believe me. I was a little boy. She was my caretaker. Dr. Hayes' voice is low, but clear. And what did your body learn that night? That I wasn't safe in my own skin. That love, touch, they were weapons, not comfort. My vision swims, but Nova doesn't pull away. Dr. Hayes gives me a moment, then says, "You're afraid now?" Not because of her, but because Nova's different. She's not a threat, and that terrifies you more. I nod slowly. I haven't figured out how to touch her, and not taint it. What if I love her wrong? What if she breaks because of me? Nova's voice, strong and shaking. You don't scare me, Caspian. What scares me is you thinking you have to carry this alone. I turn toward her, but I've spent years doing exactly that, because I didn't want to ruin anyone else. You're not ruining me, she whispers. You're letting me see you. And that's not broken, that's brave. My walls start to fracture. Dr. Hayes speaks gently. You survived, Caspian. Now it's time to live. I lower my head. Breathe in. Breathe out. I want that. I want her and the baby and this life I never thought I could have. Nova reaches over, presses her forehead to mine. Her breath is warm. Her eyes are fierce. I want you too, she says. Even the shattered parts. It hit me. Harder than ever before. I let the tears fall. Not from shame, but from relief. From release and from hope.
Chapter 27. Nova. The silence in the car on the way home isn't empty. It's full. Full of what he said. Full of what he survived. Full of the broken edges he finally let me see. Caspian hasn't spoken much. His fingers are laced with mine, resting on my thigh like an anchor. Like he's afraid if he lets go, he'll drift too far. When we get inside the house, I don't flick on the lights. The soft amber from the hallway lamp is enough. The air smells like sandalwood and linen and the faintest trace of the tea his grandmother used to drink. I watch him remove his coat slowly, like his body is moving through molasses. Like his mind's still curled up in that memory, reliving the scar. He doesn't look at me when he speaks. You probably see me differently now. I step closer. I do. He flinches. I take his hand, guide it to rest on my belly, right where the baby kicks softly, like he knows his father needs to be pulled back to the surface. I see someone who survived something no one should have had to. I see someone brave enough to name his pain. And that just makes me love you more. His head dips. He exhales a shaky breath. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything. Just let me be here. I led him to the couch, curling beside him. I pull his head to my chest, like I'm cradling all the versions of him that never got to rest. His arms come around me slowly, hesitantly, until he's holding me like I'm the only thing keeping him from unraveling. We sit like that for a long time, quiet, breathing, and then his voice, soft, almost boyish. I used to think if anyone knew, they'd run. I brush my fingers through his hair. I'm not running. You should. I lift his chin, make him look at me. You're the safest place I've ever known, even if you don't believe it yet. His eyes shimmer. He nods, like he's accepting a gift he doesn't think he deserves. I press my lips to his forehead, then his cheek, then just above the scar on his temple. You're not too much. You're not too broken. You're not dangerous. His throat works hard around a breath. How do you do that? Do what? Make me believe there's a version of me that isn't made of ash. I smile against his skin. Because I see it every time you hold me. Every time you stay. He buries his face in my shoulder. I want to be good for you. For the baby, so I can be deserving of your affection. You and for the baby. You are? You don't even know all of me yet. I kiss the top of his head. And I'm not afraid to learn. We're going to learn everything. Baby steps to be exact. I am so proud of you. It must have been hard, fighting it all alone. Thank you for being brave, for telling me, for allowing me to be there for you. All I have right now is you and our baby. I can't afford to lose you when I am in this state. The me, damaged, imperfect, has trauma and does not have the courage to face my ghost. He replied, I'm not going anywhere. You are not damaged. You are loved even in the ways you thought you couldn't. I'm always going to be here for you. We're going to figure this out together, I assured him, and gave him the warmest embrace. We stay wrapped around each other like that until the moon shifts over the windowsill, until the quiet feels less like a void and more like a lullaby. And in that silence, I understand something that terrifies and grounds me all at once. Loving Caspian won't be easy, but it will be real. And I was made for this kind of love, the kind that shows up, the kind that stays.
Chapter 28. Caspian. I'm back on Dr. Miriam Hayes' couch, and this time I don't need Nova to walk me in. I came alone, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. Because after yesterday, after unraveling, I need to know if there's still a version of me beneath the wreckage that can learn how to stand. Dr. Hayes sets her notebook down, her pen uncapped but untouched. You're back, she says softly, like it's both a fact and a victory. I nod once, jaw clenched. I need to understand how to live with this. Her head tilts. Can you say more? I don't want to spend the rest of my life flinching when someone reaches for me, I say, or bracing every time Nova touches me like she means it. Her gaze doesn't move from mine. Intimacy is a language your body has to forget. Now it's time to relearn it. How? My voice cracks around the word. By creating new associations, she explains. By rebuilding trust, not just in others, but in yourself. Trauma hijacks your control. Healing gives it back. I let that sink in. Let the weight of her words press against my ribs. I don't trust my body, I admit. Not when I'm touched. Not when I touch. I second-guess every reaction, every impulse. I'm either numb or afraid. Dr. Hayes leans forward slightly. That fear served a purpose once. But now it's standing in the way of connection. I nod slowly. I want to be able to give her more. Security. I want to be in my skin again and not feel like I'm waiting for it to betray me. Then that's where we start, she says. Not with fixing, but with reclaiming. How? She offers a calm, grounded smile. You begin by noticing your body. Without judgment. Pay attention to sensation. Can you tell the difference between comfort and discomfort? Between resistance and readiness? I frown. Sometimes I can't even breathe without feeling like I'm doing it wrong. Then we practice, she says. Breathing, noticing, naming. You touch your own arm and ask yourself, does this feel safe? You let Nova hold your hand longer than usual, and afterward you reflect, not on whether it was perfect, but on whether you stayed present. I nod. Small steps. Tiny ones, she says. But consistent. You don't rush this. You don't perform for progress. You listen to your body, to your needs, to your boundaries. I let out a long breath. I feel like I'm learning to walk again. You are, she says. And the good news is, Nova isn't asking you to sprint. She's asking you to walk beside her. That nearly undoes me. I don't know how she does it, I say. How she looks at me and still sees someone worth choosing. Because she sees all of you, Dr. Hayes says. Not just the boy who was hurt, but the man who's healing. I close my eyes. Not to escape, just to feel. The way my feet are grounded to the floor. The way my hands rest open, not clenched. The way her words don't bounce off me. They settle. I want to reclaim myself, I whisper. Not just for her. For me. That's the work, she says. That's the path forward. We sit there a few moments longer, the quiet settling like a balm. Doesn't hurt to sit in stillness the way it used to. Before I leave, she hands me a journal. Start recording your safe moments, she says. Every time you feel grounded, every time your body lets you stay, write it down. You're rebuilding trust one experience at a time. I tuck it under my arm like it's something sacred. When I step out into the sunlight, it's soft, golden. It feels like the first breath after coming up for air. I'm not healed. I believe I can be. The drive back to the house is quiet. No music, no distractions. Just me and the breath I'm learning not to fight. When I pull up to the estate, sunlight spills across the lawn like honey, and in the garden I see them. Nova barefoot on the grass, laughing as her mother tosses grapes in her mouth. They've laid out a picnic blanket under the olive tree, and a soft jazz tune filters from a nearby speaker. My heart clenches, not from pain, from something like peace. This is what survival looks like. This is what choosing to stay looks like. I wave once and Nova waves back, grinning. But I don't join them, not yet. My feet carry me elsewhere. Upstairs, East Wing, past the hall that's always quiet. To the door I locked almost 2 decades ago. I reach for the knob, my fingers tremble. It clicks open. The air inside is stale, like a breath held too long. Dust glitters in shafts of sunlight filtering through sheer curtains. The wallpaper, once a soft blue, is faded now. On the shelves, old books lean sideways, forgotten. A stuffed lion sits slouched on the window seat, its fur matted from time. This was my room, and this was the room where it all shattered. I step inside, carefully, like I'm walking on the edges of a memory. The bed is still there, twin-sized, tucked into the corner. I remember lying stiff as a board, counting the seconds, too afraid to blink. The scent of pine cleaner and cold air rushes back. The whisper of the night my voice caught in my throat. I see her shadow in the doorway. I remember how she smiled when she entered. How she told me it was a secret game. How I didn't understand, not at first, but I knew how wrong it felt. I shake my head and step farther in. The memories don't own me anymore. I press a palm to the windowsill. My chest tightens, but I keep breathing. No more locking it away. My grandmother was the only one who believed me. She saw the fear in my eyes, and unlike the others, staff who whispered about hallucinations, a father too busy to listen, she chose to protect me. Fired the nanny that very night. Told me I wasn't crazy. That I was brave. I never came back here after that. Until now. I kneel, open the chest beside the footboard. Inside a sketch pad. My 10-year-old scrawl on the first page. This is mine. I flip through drawings, monsters mostly, people with twisted faces. But on the last page there's a picture of an old woman sitting in a rocking chair. My grandmother. Her eyes are fierce, her arms wide. I exhale shakily. She saved me once. Now I have to learn how to save myself.
Chapter 29. Nova. The countryside rest house is supposed to be empty, quiet, private, untouched. But when we arrived, it's already open. The gates swing wide without a creak. The floors are gleaming. The linen's changed. The scent of polished wood and simmering herbs lingers in the air like someone's been expecting us. I thought no one used this place. I murmur as I trail behind Caspian through the front hall. It's beautiful in a cold, too perfect kind of way. Everything is symmetrical. Still, they don't, he says, then frowns. Not usually. A woman appears in the archway between the dining room and kitchen. She's tall, slender, and older, dressed in DeWitt estate gray, but her uniform is perfectly pressed, her posture precise, a little too precise. "Welcome," she says, voice clipped, polite. "Everything is in order. I've stocked the kitchen. Let me know if you have any special preferences during your stay." She doesn't smile. Caspian straightens beside me. "You're—" "Veronica, sir," she replies. "I've recently been reassigned from the North property. Most staff call me V." Something flickers across Caspian's face. He covers it quickly, but I feel the way his fingers twitch in mine. "Well," he says, voice even. "Thank you. That'll be all." She nods, steps back, and disappears without a sound. When I glance up at him, his expression is unreadable, tense. She gives me the creeps, I whisper. "She's just old school," he says too quickly. "Don't let it get in your head." This place already echoes too much. Later that night, after the tea's steeped and the fires died low, my phone buzzed. "It's Mama." "Hey," I answered. "You good? Are you somewhere safe, baby?" The way she says it makes my chest go tight. "Yeah, Caspian's rest house. Quiet as the moon out here. Why?" "I stayed behind at the estate, remember? To finish the curtains in the studio." She sounds breathless. "This morning, some woman came up the drive. Said she was looking for you. Didn't say her name. Just said she was an old friend. Smile too wide." My breath catches. What did she look like? Thin. Pale. Wearing a scarf that didn't match the weather. Eyes sharp like she was slicing me up with them. She kept asking where you were staying, if you'd left the city. I told her I didn't know anything. "Did she leave?" She stood there for a minute. Then smiled again like she knew I was lying. Then she walked back down the drive. Didn't even flinch when the gate slammed. I close my eyes. My hand instinctively moves to my belly. "I'm okay," I say, more to convince myself than her. "But keep the doors locked, all right?" I already did that before she showed up. Dinner is quiet at first. The kind of quiet that tiptoes around things unspoken. Caspian lights a pair of tall beeswax candles, the flames flickering against the dark wood of the dining table. The whole rest house glows in amber shadows. Outside the wide windows, the countryside disappears into night. No traffic, no buzz, just us. He uncorks a bottle of something deep in red and pours it into 2 crystal glasses, his movements smooth but distracted. "I know this wasn't how you imagined your baby moon," he says softly, sliding me a plate of roasted duck and herbed potatoes. Private estate, creepy staff, haunted energy. I snort despite myself. "You forgot the mystery woman stalking my mama." He laughs under his breath, head dropping for a second. Then he looks up at me again, and there's something open in his eyes, unshielded, real. "Sometimes I think I ruin everything I try to make beautiful," he says. His words hit like a bruise forming. Caspian. But he shakes his head. I try to plan something peaceful, and somehow there's always a shadow waiting to follow me in. And now you're here, with me, carrying the only good thing I've ever made, and I can't even promise you safety. "You don't have to promise me safety," I say, setting my fork down. "You just have to stay with me through the fear." His throat moves as he swallows. Slowly, carefully. "I'm not used to people staying," he says. "I'm not people," I whisper. The air shifts, warms, thickens. He reaches across the table, brushing his fingers along mine. His touch is tentative but intentional. When I slide my hand into his, he exhales like something inside him's been uncoiling this whole time, just waiting for permission to rest. "I don't know what I did to deserve this," he murmurs. "Maybe it's not about deserving," I say. "Maybe it's about finally letting yourself receive it." We eat in silence after that, comfortable, charged, intimate. Every clink of cutlery feels like punctuation between the things we're still afraid to say. But there's no running tonight. After dinner, he walks around the table and helps me out of my chair. His hand rests gently over the small curve of my stomach, and his other finds the back of my neck. My eyes flutter shut. "I look at you," he says, his voice barely above a whisper, and I forget how to be afraid. I lean in, then don't remember. And when our lips meet, it isn't just a kiss, it's a vow. It's slow and deep and reverent, the kind of kiss that says, "Thank you and I'm sorry and I'm not going anywhere," all at once. His lips tremble against mine, and his hand comes to rest over the slight swell of my belly, like he's grounding himself in this new reality. He kisses like he's trying not to break me. I kiss him like he's already healing. When we part, our breaths are uneven, our foreheads resting together, the air between us buzzing with something holy. "Come to bed with me," I whisper. Not because I'm afraid, because I'm finally ready. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. That night, I fell into a deep, uneasy sleep. I'm standing in the nursery. The real one. The one we started sketching out back in the city. It's bathed in soft light, peaceful, safe. Until it isn't. A shadow moves in the mirror, and then I hear it. Faint but unmistakably female. Low. Mocking. "Well, didn't think he had the balls to make a baby." My heart stops. The voice moves closer. "Pretty little belly you've got there. Hope you don't get too attached." I jolt awake, sweat clinging to my skin, one hand on my stomach, the other clenched in the sheets. The room is quiet, but I swear I hear footsteps retreating down the hall. Chapter 30. Nova. Something's off, not just with the house, not just with the storm gathering outside the windows like it's waiting for permission to strike. Something's off in me. It starts that morning. I woke up before Caspian, his body curled protectively around mine, his breath soft against my neck. After weeks apart, I don't wake up from a nightmare. I wake up because of the nausea. Not gentle pregnancy queasiness, something heavier, like my body is trying to warn me of something I can't name yet. I pull on his hoodie and wander barefoot down the hall toward the study. This house is filled with corners that whisper, bookshelves that groan like they remember things they shouldn't, doors that shut too slowly, and the study, it smells like dust, cedar, and regret. I'm not even looking for anything. I just want air, light, something not so thick with silence. But I find a drawer in Caspian's grandmother's desk slightly ajar. And maybe it's the storm pressure or the ache behind my ribs, but something in me says, open it. Inside, old clippings, yellowed, fragile. My hand clenches the paper. My belly turns to stone. A creak behind me makes me jolt. Caspian's standing in the doorway, barefoot, shirtless, sleepy-eyed. But when he sees what I'm holding, the color drains from his face. "Where did you get that?" he asks, voice low and clipped. "Your grandmother's desk," I say. "Caspian, is this who I think it is?" He walks in slowly like the room might collapse under him. He doesn't look at me. He looks at the clipping. "She was fired right away," he says eventually. My grandmother believed me. No one else did, but she didn't even hesitate. The next day, she was gone. I look down at the notes again, those jagged black slashes of paranoia, or maybe prophecy. She just let her go? Caspian's mouth twists. She tried to keep it quiet, said she wanted to avoid the media, but after that she started getting threats. Anonymous letters, voicemails. At first she thought they were random, but the tone, the things they said. He trails off, then swallows hard. "You'll regret what you took from me." That was one of them. I remember because I overheard her saying it to her lawyer on the phone. I clutched the clipping tighter. Caspian ... She used to say the strangest things when I was little. Not yelling, just soft things. Controlled. "You'll be a father someday, Caspian, and I'll be there. I'll do it right that time." The weight in his voice makes my skin crawl. "She said that to you?" He nods. "Once. Maybe twice. But I was a kid. Everyone else said I was imagining it." She'd smile, play sweet, but my grandmother saw through it. She fired her the next morning. And still, I whisper, she never really went away. He finally looks at me and the pain in his eyes is the kind that has no shape, just weight. I thought the worst thing she ever did was back then. His hand comes to rest lightly over the curve where his hands always rest. "But what if this is what she's been waiting for? You think she's the one who showed up at my mom's place?" "I don't know," he says, but his voice betrays him. "I do." He runs both hands through his hair, pacing now, the storm brewing louder outside. Thunder cracks in the distance like something splitting open. The lights flicker once. "I brought you here to keep you safe," he mutters. "And I walked you straight into her shadow." Caspian. I get up, walk to him, press my hand flat against his chest. "She did this. Not you. You were a child then. You're not a child now." "But what if she's already in this house?" he asks. "What if we've let her back in?" I think of the new housekeeper, Veronica. How? Her eyes never blink too long. How she stands a little too still. How she moves like she's trying not to be remembered. I don't say any of that. I don't have to. His eyes tell me he's thinking it too. The storm explodes. Thunder, wind, lightning flashes against the tall windows in the study. The power cuts. We stand in the dark, breathing hard. "I'll go check the fuse," Caspian says quickly. "The backup generator should kick in. Stay here." "I'm not staying in this room alone," I say, firm. We stick together. He hesitates, then nods once. We move through the house by the glow of my phone's flashlight, shadows jumping on the walls. Every creak sounds like footsteps. Every silence feels loaded. By the time we get to the panel downstairs, the generator hasn't kicked in. Caspian tries the circuit. Nothing. He curses under his breath and tries again. I hear something then. Soft, a creak upstairs. Deliberate. I turn toward the sound, heart pounding. "I think someone's in the house," I whisper. Caspian turns to me sharply. "Stay close." But the words barely leave his mouth before we both hear it. A voice from somewhere upstairs. Soft female, laced with something too sweet to be comfortable. Such a pretty little belly, just like I imagined. Caspian steps in front of me, shielding me with his body. I grab his hand and feel it shaking. He whispers, "She's here."
Chapter 31. Caspian. Such a pretty little belly, just like I imagined. That voice, it snaps something in me. The house holds still, like it's bracing for what comes next. My body moves before my brain fully catches up. I step in front of Nova, shielding her with an instinct I don't second-guess anymore. She grabs my arm. I feel the tremor in her hand. "Stay behind me," I whisper, and I don't wait for her to argue. I move toward the stairs. Every step creaks under my weight, each one louder than it should be. The flashlight in my hand flickers. The storm outside flashes in the windows, lightning painting our shadows like ghosts on the walls. "Verena," I say, flat and sharp. "Come out." The hallway is dark, still, but the air tastes different, tastes like her, like the perfume she wore when I was 8, heavy, floral, always just a little too strong, like she was trying to mask something rotten. And then she steps forward from the shadows, not in a rush, not afraid. Verena looks almost exactly the same. Thin frame, pale skin, red lips, hair pulled tight into a bun that reveals every hard angle of her face. But her eyes? They're wrong. Too wide, too bright, like she never left the fever dream she built inside her head. She's holding something. At first I thought it's a candle, and then I see the black metal. It's a gun. Small, sleek, familiar. My grandmother's. From the old safe we thought no one knew about. I don't flinch, but I feel Nova tense behind me, and that's enough to snap me into razor focus. "Put it down," I say carefully. "You don't want this." "I do want this," she says. Her voice is syrupy, high, still calm. "I've always wanted this. You, me, the baby. It's perfect." I shake my head. "This isn't perfect, Verena. This is sick." "Don't say that." Her voice turns sharp, then sickeningly soft again. "I loved you. I still do. No one else ever understood you the way I did. You abused me," I say. "You hurt me." She doesn't blink, just smiles wider. "I prepared you. Your parents didn't. Your grandmother tried, but she was too soft. You needed someone like me. And now..." She shifts her gaze past me to Nova. "Now you've gone and created something fragile." My vision whites out for a second. "You're not touching her." "Oh, but I already have," she says with a tilt of her head. "She doesn't even know, does she? That I've been here longer than she thinks. That I've watched her sleep, heard her whisper your name. I was the one who made the tea last night." Nova gasps behind me. I step forward, voice calm but cracking underneath. "You're sick." "You need help." She laughs. It's quiet, but it curdles the air. "No, I need what's mine. I raised you, Caspian. You were mine before she ever showed up. And this baby? That's supposed to be our second chance. I take a slow step closer. She lifts the gun slightly, warning. Don't. Verena, I say, voice low and steady. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. Because you forgot me, and you weren't supposed to forget me. There's a tremble in her hand now, not fear. Emotion. The same raw, unstable need I saw in her eyes the night she got fired. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. She doesn't want to kill me. She wants to possess me, all over again. You were my caretaker, I say. You were supposed to protect me, not turn me into your fantasy. And you will never, ever go near Nova or this baby again. Something in her snaps. I made you strong, she shrieks. You hold me! She takes a step toward me, raising the gun, and I do the only thing I can. I throw the flashlight. It hits the edge of the hallway wall and bounces, blinding her for a second with its spinning light. She flinches. It's enough. I tackle her. The gun hits the floor with a clatter. She screams, her nails clawing at my arms as I pin her down. She's strong, stronger than I expect, but I've been waiting to fight this ghost my whole life. Nova rushes forward, grabs the gun with both hands, and backs away. Security's on their way, she says, breath shaking. You're not going anywhere. Verena stops struggling. She just smiles. I already won, you know, she whispers, eyes on me. You think you're free? You think she's safe? You'll never outrun what I gave you. I pressed her harder into the floor. Maybe not. But I'll bury it before I let you take anything from us again. She just keeps smiling at me like a mother proud of her ruined son. And then, another sound. An engine. Low, deep, and wrong. Nova and I both turn at the same time. Outside the window, headlights cut through the storm like a blade. A motorcycle, huge, black, and roaring, comes to a stop in the gravel just beyond the gate. The rider wears a matte black helmet, face obscured, leather jacket soaked through. He doesn't come to the house, doesn't knock. Just parks and waits, head tilted toward the house like he knows. Verena jerks against my grip. No, I growled. No, no! She twists, inhumanly fast for someone her size, and headbutts me with a sharp snap of pain. I fell back. The flashlight clatters. Nova lifts the gun, but Verena is already sprinting toward the side exit. Stop her! I yell, pushing myself up. But before we can move, the door slams open. The rider steps halfway inside. V, he says, voice muffled through the helmet. Let's go. Before the guards are up. Nova gasps. They were never asleep. They are now, he says coldly. I made sure. Verena doesn't even look back. She throws us one last smile, twisted, triumphant, and disappears into the storm. The bike roars to life again, and just like that, they vanish into the rain. Gone. I rush out into the yard, the mud dragging at my steps, my shirt soaked, the scream stuck in my throat. But all I hear is thunder. All I see is the black smear of tire tracks. And all I feel is the familiar ache of failure clawing through my chest like it never left. Nova steps beside me, her voice a thread. She's not done, and neither am I.
Chapter 32. Nova. I don't remember walking back into the house. I just remember Caspian's hand tight in mine. The flashlight beam bouncing across the floor, and the silence that followed the bike's roar as it disappeared into the storm. Verena is gone, but she's not gone. She's somewhere in the dark, laughing, planning, watching. And that thought carves deep into my spine, leaving a cold I can't shake. The security guards are waking up now, dazed and disoriented. One of them mumbles about something in his tea. Caspian doesn't speak. He just watches, jaw locked so tight I swear I hear it creak. He doesn't yell, doesn't panic, but he's vibrating. A man like him doesn't explode. He implodes. And that might be worse. The drive back to the DeWitt estate is a blur of silence and engine hum. We don't talk. There's nothing left to say that doesn't feel like a wound. When we get there, I stumble out of the car before the driver even kills the engine. The air in the city is hot and heavy, but at least it feels real. The estate stands tall, regal, guarded by 6 armed men on the perimeter. 2 black SUVs sit at the gate. One of them's unmarked, police. I blink into the light of the porch lanterns. The sight of them should calm me. It doesn't. Because Verena got inside the rest house, inside the walls, inside our heads, and I don't think she ever left. Inside, the estate staff moves like ghosts, quiet, efficient, shaken. No one asks questions. No one looks me in the eye. Maybe they're scared. Or maybe they know what I look like in this moment, like a woman who just saw her future, threatened in a way she never could have prepared for. I make it up the stairs with Caspian close behind me. Our room is exactly how we left it. Neat, untouched, silent. But I feel the paranoia already worming its way under my skin. I check every window, every latch. I open the closet twice. I run my fingers under the bed. Nova, Caspian says gently. She's not here. I don't know what's real anymore. He exhales shakily and sits at the corner of the bed, shoulders heavy. Neither do I. I sit next to him. Our thighs touch. He threads his fingers through mine, and it's the only thing holding me in place. You should go to sleep, he whispers. I can't. Not yet, he nods. Then we'll stay awake together. The next morning, we're called downstairs. 2 detectives are seated in the sunroom, notepad and tablet in hand. One is older, all gruff posture and tired eyes. The other is young and too sharp for comfort. She stares at me like she wants to ask if I can handle this. I'm not sure I can, but I sit down anyway. They start with the obvious. Descriptions, timelines, what we remember. Caspian does most of the talking. I jump in when it matters. When I tell them about the voice, about the tea, about the hands that touched me when I was too deep in sleep to feel it. The younger detective's pen stills. That's attempted abduction at minimum, she says quietly. If it weren't for the interference, she likely would have taken you last night. A chill coils around my ribs. Caspian's jaw twitches. Any leads on the man on the motorcycle? He asks. The older detective shakes his head. Too clean. No plates. No visible face. We're reviewing security cams from every street between the estate and the rest house. But it's going to take time. She won't stop, I say softly. She thinks she's owed this. The woman nods. We believe you. And we flagged her name on every interstate and private airfield. It's supposed to sound reassuring. It doesn't. That afternoon, security doubles at the estate. Cameras are checked, upgraded, and synced to Caspian's phone. Armed guards are stationed at every entrance, including the second-floor balcony and the servants' tunnel I didn't even know existed. A surveillance drone does slow loops over the perimeter. Caspian even calls in a private contractor from Switzerland, someone his grandmother once hired to guard precious assets during her overseas exhibitions. Apparently, I'm a precious asset now. A part of me hates it. The rest of me knows it's the only reason I'm still standing. Night falls fast, and the walls start pressing in again. I'm in the nursery, watching shadows curl at the corners of the windows when I feel him behind me. Caspian. His hand slides around my waist, resting over the swell of my belly. His voice is quiet, close to my ear. She won't touch you again? I close my eyes, lean into him. She already did, I whisper. She got close enough to make me wonder if I'll ever feel safe again. He turns me gently, cradles my face in both hands. You will, he says, because I'm going to burn down everything she built. Even the pieces inside me. There's pain in his voice. But there's something stronger too. conviction, resolve, a fury I've only ever seen from a distance. And it's terrifying, but I also trust it. Trust him. Because I've seen what it looks like when a man who spent his life locked in silence finally decides to fight his way out. And I know, without question, Caspian DeWitt will fight for me. Later, long after midnight, I'm alone in the hallway on my way back from the bathroom when I see it. A single flower, red, fresh, tucked into the edge of the banister where no one would place it casually. A rose, a warning. My chest goes still. I pick it up with trembling fingers and turn it over. Carved faintly into the stem is one word: soon. And just like that, my breath is gone. The next morning, I barely slept. When I do, it's in my pockets. Half-hour sips of unconsciousness between jarring flashes of imagined footsteps and red silk petals and that voice. Soon. By morning, my body is upright, but everything inside me is folded in on itself. I pull on a hoodie, knot my curls into a bun that doesn't hide the exhaustion on my face, and head downstairs like I'm walking through molasses. She's already in the kitchen. Mama. She's wearing one of Caspian's oversized cashmere cardigans and heating something on the stove, like she owns this space. And maybe she does. The estate's too cold for most people, but not for her. Somehow, my mother makes even marble floors feel like a living room rug. She turns just as I step in, eyes softening when she sees me. Baby. That's all it takes. I burst into tears. Not loud ones. Not shaking, dramatic sobs. Just quiet, leaky devastation. The kind that creeps up when you've held it in too long and now your soul is spilling through your face. She moves fast. Faster than I expect. One arm around my back, the other around my belly. Like she's protecting us both from things she can't name. Let it out, she whispers. I got you. I sob harder into her shoulder. I didn't think I'd be scared like this. I choke out. Not after everything I've been through. I didn't think I'd freeze, but I did. And she was here, Mama. She left me a flower like it was a game. Her grip tightens. I found it this morning. A rose, with the word soon carved into the stem. She pulls back slowly. Her face stills, but her eyes flash. Where? The banister on the east stairs. I'll tell Caspian. Already did, I say. He didn't sleep either. He hasn't even blinked since I showed him. She sighs, tucks a curl behind my ear. You know, when I was pregnant with you, I had this dream, she murmurs, that the world was chasing me through a forest. Not a monster, not a man. The whole world, bills, men, system, judgment. I ran and I kept looking down to see if you were still with me. My breath hitches. You were always there. Every time, even when I stumbled, even when I screamed, I'd look down and your little hand was in mine. That's how I knew I could keep going. I lean into her again, forehead against her chest. Mama, I'm saying this. Fear doesn't mean you're weak. Fear means you've got something you refuse to lose. She kisses the top of my head. And that woman, she's already lost. That's why she's dangerous. Desperate people don't build. They burn. We stood there for a long moment. No noise but the click of the kettle and the city beyond the windows. I finally pull back and meet her gaze. I don't want to raise my daughter looking over my shoulder. You won't, she says, because she'll be watching you. Not the fear. You, and she'll learn strength from that. She places a hand over my belly, the gesture reverent, ancient. She'll learn how to hold her ground from you. A phone buzzes on the counter. Caspian's. Mama and I glance at each other. The screen lights up with an incoming alert. Possible match on Verena 5/CCTV flag - cross-state activity. My breath catches. So does hers. She looks at me with something deeper than fear. Looks like the hunt just got real.
Chapter 33. Caspian. I've learned how to live inside my head, to clean it out, organize it, box things up neatly and shelve them in a place no one touches. But today, the shelves collapsed. The box marked Verena has burst open, and there's blood in the air. Not real, not literal. Just the memory of it, of scraped knees in locked closets, of trembling hands forced to remain still while my body begged to move. I sit in my grandmother's old study, the same room where she taught me to play chess and pronounce French verbs and never cry if I could help it. Her scent still lingers here, violets and varnish and legacy. The newspaper clippings Nova found are spread across the desk. I can't stop staring at them, not the articles themselves. The handwriting, hers, my grandmother's. Slanted, precise, furious. She always watched the boys too long. Can't trust her around the nursery. Said she wanted to start over. Why didn't she tell me? Why did she protect me by hiding the truth from me? I press the heels of my hands to my eyes. My chest tightens. That familiar clutch of fear and shame and grief. I was a child, and still, some small, traitorous part of me whispers, "You should have stopped her. You should have screamed louder. Because now she's back. And now Nova's in her sights." There's a knock at the door. I don't answer. I don't need to. It opens anyway. Nova steps in slowly, eyes soft. She doesn't speak, just walks over and kneels in front of me. Her hands slid into mine. Warm. Alive. "I'm okay," she whispers. "We're okay." I shake my head. "You're not. And that's my fault." Don't do that." She got close. Again. Because I didn't stop her when I had the chance. Because I thought locking the door on the memory was enough to keep her out. Her thumbs stroked the backs of my hands. "You were a kid, Caspian. I'm not a kid now. No. Now you're a man who's trying to clean up blood that isn't yours. That's not justice. It's penance. And it's not yours to pay." Something inside me cracks at that. Because I don't know what justice would look like. But I know what guilt feels like, and it's heavy. After she leaves, I open the drawer she never let me touch. My grandmother's journal. Black leather, worn at the corners. It smells like her. Age and perfume and defiance. I've never read it. She told me it wasn't meant for me until I was grown enough to understand what women have to carry. I guess this is what she meant. I flipped to the bookmarked page. April 3rd. Caspian came to me crying again. Said she touched him too hard. Not where, but how. I looked into his eyes and saw it. The knowing. The grief that doesn't belong in a child. I told his parents. They rolled their eyes. I told her to leave that night. She smiled. She said, "You can fire me, but you can't erase me." I didn't sleep for 3 nights. Not because I was afraid of her coming back. Because I feared she already had. I swallow hard. Turn the page at April 10th. I've never seen Caspian sleep so soundly since she left. But the way he flinches at touch, that's on me. I saw something in her from the beginning. Too still. Too sweet. I let her stay because she didn't break the rules. Until she did. And by then it was already too late. I will protect him now. Even if I have to build a fortress around his memory to do it. I drop the journal. My body sinks to the floor. In all the echoes of my past, this had never happened. I cried. Not silent. Not clean. I cry like the boy who locked himself in closets and counted the seconds between footsteps. I cry for the boy who thought it was normal to be groomed into silence. I cry for the man who built walls so high he forgot what it felt like to be held without flinching. Nova finds me like that. On the floor, shaking. She doesn't say anything. She just folds herself around me, belly pressed to my back, arms looped under mine. "I've got you," she whispers. And this time I believe her. That night I sat in the nursery, lights off, moonlight spilling across the crib. And I say it out loud, just once, just for me. She's not taking anything from me again. Not Nova. Not this baby, not me.
Chapter 34. Nova. It's a beautiful day. One of those rare city mornings where the sky is a flat sheet of blue, cloudless and soft, as if the universe is trying to write an apology letter for everything it's done. I hold onto that sky like it's the only thing keeping me steady. Caspian's hand is wrapped in mine as we walk into the clinic, my knuckles resting lightly against the round of my belly. He's wearing that storm gray button-up I like, the sleeves rolled just enough to show the veins in his forearms. He hasn't let me go all morning, not for a second, and I don't think I've wanted him to. There's a small girl across from us, coloring something that looks like a squirrel, and a cloud kissing. I smile. Today feels close to normal, and that's terrifying in itself. But it's the first time I've seen Caspian smile without effort in days. The corners of his mouth lift while he's scrolling through his phone, his thumb occasionally pausing to show me baby name lists he won't admit he's obsessed with. We sit in the waiting room like any normal couple trying to pretend our world hasn't been shaken to its core. Caspian's hand is warm on my thigh. My back's starting to ache, but I don't say anything. I just lean into him, breathing in the soft, expensive scent of his cologne and the grounded rhythm of his touch. He's scrolling on his phone, one arm lazily draped around my shoulder, when he suddenly nudges me with his elbow. "Okay, hear me out," he says. "What about Sebastian?" I wrinkle my nose. Too royal." Exactly. Our son will enter every room like he's already tired of everyone's faces. I let out a quiet chuckle. Then why not go full monarch and name him something tragic like Leopold? He tilts his head, deadpan. Or Wolfgang. I stifle a snort. Please. He'll come out composing symphonies and judging us both. I wouldn't mind that, actually. At least he wouldn't be crying. I arch an eyebrow. He's your son. He'll be dramatic and emotionally repressed. God help us. He leans closer. Says the woman who cries every time there's a dog in a commercial. Not the same. I mutter. Those dogs mean it. We're quiet for a beat, and then I glance sideways at him. What if we just call him something normal? I suggest. Elias, Noah, Malcolm. He considers it. Malcolm's nice. I like that it sounds strong, solid. Also, very Black Panther of you. That's not a bug, Caspian. That's a feature. He grins. And for a moment, this brief golden flicker, we forget everything. The threats. The shadow of Verena. The fear coiled tight around every breath. We are just two people about to meet the person we made. The doctor is kind. Older, with a smooth voice and kind hands, because Dr. Reyes is on leave and someone had to pitch in. She does the exam efficiently, but her eyes are soft the whole time. She's been briefed. Caspian made sure of that. She knows to watch for fear behind my answers, not just medical red flags. Well, she says after a few quiet minutes, congratulations. I blink. For what? You're full term now. The baby's strong, heartbeat's beautiful. You could go into labor anytime. My mouth falls open. Caspian sits up straighter. Wait, anytime? The doctor smiles. That's right. Her lungs are developed. Everything looks ready. If your body decides it's time, she's good to meet the world. I don't realize I've started crying until Caspian wipes a tear from my cheek. It's the first good news we've had in weeks, I whisper. He kisses my temple. It won't be the last. We step out of the building hand in hand, the sun warm against our faces. There's a lightness in me that wasn't there before. Maybe it's hormones, maybe it's hope. But for the first time in what feels like forever, I start to believe in the future again. Caspian's phone buzzes in his pocket. He silences it without looking. We're both in that soft post-appointment haze, dreaming of lunch and nursery paint and what kind of music our daughter might like. We're 3 steps from the car, and then I hear it. A low, angry rev. I turn just in time to see a van speeding through the back lot, wheels squealing, engine too loud for this small, quiet street. Caspian dash. He shoves me back instinctively, tries to block. The van doesn't stop. It hits him square in the ribs with a dull, sickening thud that knocks the air out of the world. He flies back, crashes onto the pavement. I scream his name. Caspian! And then they come. 2 men in masks. I try to run, but there's nowhere to go. My belly slows me down. My hands go to my stomach before I even think about it. One of them grabs me from behind. I fight. I scream. I kick, elbow, thrash. A needle stabs into my neck, white hot. Suddenly, everything goes quiet. The last thing I see is Caspian on the ground, bleeding, reaching for me. And the sky, still so damn blue.
Chapter 35. Caspian. The first thing I register is pain. White hot, behind my eyes, blooming from my ribs like they've cracked open to let the world in. And then, concrete. Cold. Littered with gravel that digs into my palms when I try to push up. My ears ring. My lungs won't cooperate. And then... Nova. I bolt upright, vision swaying. She's not here. Her voice isn't in my ears. Her hand isn't in mine. The sun is still shining, but everything else has gone dark. I stagger to my feet, chest burning. My side throbs, possibly fractured, but I don't care. I turn in circles, scanning the parking lot. No van, no masked men. Just the empty sound of normal life still moving around the perimeter of my disaster. Nova! I yell. Louder this time, sharp enough to rip through the air. Nothing. I ran toward the far end of the lot. Check every corner, every blind spot. Ask strangers, frantic, incoherent, if they saw a black van, 2 men, a pregnant woman struggling. They blink at me. Some shake their heads. One woman says she heard a scream but thought it was a siren. I keep moving. I don't feel my body anymore. I don't feel anything until I reach the car and see it. Something fluttering under the windshield wiper. Scarlet fabric. Her scarf. Number. I tear it out like it's poison, and there, folded beneath it, is a Polaroid. My breath stops. Nova, tied to a chair. Wrists bound, gagged. Eyes open, terrified. And below it, one sentence written in sharp, blocky letters. You took everything. Let's see how it feels. I don't realize I fall into my knees until I feel gravel slicing skin. The world tilts sideways. Everything inside me breaks loose. Panic claws its way up my throat like it's been waiting for an excuse. My heart stutters, then sprints. My mouth goes dry. My vision whites out. Flashback. I'm 8 again, hiding under a piano, listening for footsteps I can't outrun. I'm 10. Being told not to be dramatic when I say I feel watched. I'm 31 and I failed her. I try to breathe, but my chest is locked tight. I fumble for my phone, fingers numb, and call the only number that matters right now. Activate the Bastion protocol, I bark into the receiver. The woman on the other end is calm. Sir, you haven't used that level of authorization in... I know how long it's been. Do it. Understood. It takes exactly 18 minutes for the first vehicle to arrive. Black, bulletproof, silent. 3 agents step out. Ex-military. Wired into the same surveillance infrastructure my grandmother once used to protect art pieces, so rare they traveled under armed convoys. This time, the precious cargo is my future. My wife, my child, my redemption. We start with the parking lot cameras. All wiped. The van was never parked in a registered space. No plates, no facial recognition on the men. Their masks were custom fabricated, no thermal residue. Professionals, or someone with access to that kind of cover. But the note. The words dig deeper than the blade ever could. You took everything. That's not just revenge, that's personal. That's her. Verena! I stand in the center of the ops room we set up in the estate security suite. Screens glow around me. Feeds blink in and out. Traffic cameras, alley angles, transit gates. One of the agents is on the phone with Interpol. The other two are tracking Nova's phone signal. Last pinged 3 miles from the clinic before it went dead. I clench my fists so tight they cramp. This woman has been circling me like a vulture since I was old enough to spell my name. She saw me break. She helped make that break. And now she's trying to finish what she started. But I'm not a child anymore. I'm a man with resources, rage, and nothing left to lose. I turn to the team. Find her. I don't care how many systems you have to hack. I don't care who you have to pay. We find her now. Understood, Mr. DeWitt. I pace for hours. Sometimes I pray. Sometimes I curse. Sometimes I sit on the nursery floor just to remember the sound of Nova's laugh when she painted the ceiling with tiny gold stars, singing quietly to herself like no one was listening. I hold her scarf in my fist. I hold the Polaroid like a promise. Midnight. A call comes through. A man on a motorcycle matched to the van's trajectory was spotted refueling outside the city limits alone. But security footage shows a second shadow moving in the back of the vehicle. Slumped, curled, pregnant. Nova. My lungs finally expanded as if no time had passed at all. Because she's still alive, and I'm still coming. With fire.
Chapter 36. Nova. The first thing I register is the scent. Baby lotion and decay. Like someone preserved a memory too long, and now it's rotting. The second is the sound. A lullaby plays softly. An old wind-up mobile turns above me, stars and moons casting shadows across the yellow-painted ceiling. I feel the ropes, tight around my wrists and ankles, anchored to the legs of a rocking chair. My back aches, my fingers are cold. But I don't panic. Not yet. My mama taught me that panic is how they win. The door opens slowly, and she enters. Verena. She's wearing a soft pink cardigan, pearl earrings, lipstick too bright against her washed-out skin. She looks like a woman you'd trust to tuck in your child, but her eyes are wrong. Too clear, too focused, too unblinking. "Oh, good," she says with a smile. "You're awake." I don't respond. I just take inventory. No windows in this room. One door. A monitor in the corner blinking like it's watching. The crib is empty, but it's staged, like a grotesque imitation of the one Caspian built with his own hands. This isn't just a nursery. It's a shrine. To madness. To control. "You don't belong here," I say finally. Her smile never wavers. "But I do, Nova. I've always belonged. You're the one who stole. Caspian isn't a possession. No." Her voice hardens. "But he was mine, and you made him forget." She takes 2 slow steps forward, then reaches out and presses a hand against my stomach. I flinch violently. "Don't!" She yanks her hand back with a hiss, then slaps me across the face. Hard. My cheek stings. My eyes water, but I stare straight ahead. She wants a reaction. I won't give her one. "I gave him everything." She spits. "I stayed when everyone else left. I taught him how to walk, how to speak, and how to bow. And then you come along, all hips and hair and glow, like you're something holy. He looks at you like you invented sunrise." I say nothing, but inside I think, because to him I did. She turns suddenly, grabs something from the table, a silver object, cold and sharp. My chest seizes, but it's not a knife. It's a hairbrush. She stalks over and grabs a handful of my curls. "This mess," she sneers. is what he wants now. This jungle in your head, this attitude, this baby. She yanks hard, ripping hair from my scalp. I grit my teeth. She throws the brush across the room. You think you're strong, don't you? I am strong, I whisper. She slaps me again. Not in here, you're not. Here, I'm the voice. I'm the mother. You're not a mother, I say, tasting blood. You're a ghost pretending she still matters. Something in her snaps. She grabs the baby monitor and smashes it against the wall. Pieces fly everywhere. I matter, she screams. I close my eyes. Think of Caspian's voice saying my name like it's a prayer. Think of my baby kicking against my belly when he hears music. Think of home. The next time she returns, she's quieter, controlled again. But her mascara is smeared and her blouse is unbuttoned one extra notch. She hums while folding a tiny onesie that doesn't belong to me. Suddenly, like flipping a switch, she walks over and kneels in front of me. Her hands land on my knees. You can still be part of this, she murmurs. We can share him. I'll raise the baby. You'll be the vessel, the forgotten mother. Isn't that poetic? I'll die first. Her eyes narrow, lips curling into a half smile that makes my skin prickle. That can be arranged, she murmurs, and the door swings shut with a click that sounds final. Hunger blurs into thirst, thirst into the stale taste of recycled air. Eventually, I stop asking myself how many hours have passed and start measuring in heartbeats. 30, 60, 90? Then I lose track. It might be a day, maybe more, before I hear footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, heels striking concrete, and then muffled on carpet, like someone savoring the shift in acoustics. My body goes rigid. The lock scrapes, metal against metal, and the door eases open just far enough for fluorescent light from the corridor to slice across the floor. Not hers. Faster, louder, desperate. My heart thunders. She hears it too. Verena turns, eyes wide. No, she whispers. No, not yet. And then he appears. Caspian. His voice is a roar of thunder. Get away from her! Verena screams, lunges toward the weapon drawer. But Caspian tackles her before she can reach it. They crash into the crib. She kicks and claws, shrieking like a banshee. But he's pure fury now. He pins her down, growls. Touch her again and I loved you, she howls. I was a child. She sobs once, shuddering, collapses, and then security floods in, pulling her away. I can't hear anything over the blood in my ears. Suddenly, Caspian's hands are on me, gentle, trembling, soothing. Nova, he breathes, cradling my face. Baby, I'm here. I knew you'd come. He unties me, lifts me carefully into his lap, rocking us both back and forth like I'm the one being born this time. I'm sorry, he whispers, pressing kisses to my bruised cheek, my scraped wrists, the curve of my stomach. I'm so sorry I didn't get here sooner. You got here before she could take anything that mattered. And then, pain slices through me, low, deep. My breath catches. Then it comes again, harder. I pull back slightly, gripping his hand. Caspian. He freezes. What? What's wrong? I let out a shaky breath. I think I'm in labor. Outside, the sky is breaking open with rain. Inside, I'm about to break open with life. He clutches my hand like it's the only thing anchoring him to the world, and I whisper through gritted teeth, "Let's go meet our son." Chapter 37. Nova. Everything after I think I'm in labor moves in a blur. Flashing lights, barked instructions, arms lifting me, the scent of disinfectant. Caspian's voice, deep, urgent, the thread stitching me to reality. The inside of the ambulance is small, chaotic. A medic asks how far apart the contractions are. I try to answer, but another one hits and my voice cracks into a moan. Caspian grabs my hand like he's afraid I'll float away. "I'm right here," he says. "You're not doing this alone." He's already removed his jacket to cover me. His shirt is still torn at the collar from the fight. His hands are covered in dirt and blood, but his eyes, they're clear, steady. He's never looked more like home. They rushed me into the hospital. Nurses speak in clipped, practiced tones, moving around me like a well-rehearsed storm. Someone checks my dilation. "She's at 10 centimeters. We're going to deliver." Caspian leans over me, lips pressed to my forehead. "I love you," he whispers. It cuts through the panic like a lifeline. This isn't just a birth, it's a resurrection. The next contraction tears through me and I scream. Not just from the pain, but the weight of everything that led to this moment. Verina's hands, her voice, the rope burns on my skin, my baby, fighting to come into the world anyway. I focus on the ceiling lights passing overhead like stars. "You've done harder things than this," I whisper to myself. Mama's voice in my head. "You're made of iron and love, baby girl." That's unbreakable. Caspian doesn't leave my side. Not when they lift my legs into stirrups. Not when I scream so loud I feel something tear. He whispers through every contraction. "Breathe, Nova. Just breathe. You're doing perfectly." I don't feel perfect. I feel split open. Like the trauma, the survival, the love, the rage, the fear, the longing, the hope, has all cracked through my skin at once. "Push, Nova." I do, and I feel my body breaking and building at the same time. Caspian is crying now. I can't look at him because I'm too focused on the fire inside me. Another push. The nurse's voice rises. "We see the head." My hand crushes Caspian's. He lets me, and then a cry. High and sharp and here. A baby. Our baby. They place him on my chest, slick and wriggling, still tethered to me by something ancient and holy. I sob. Not because I'm weak, but because I survived. Because he did. Because love didn't just endure. It grew inside me while someone tried to destroy everything I built. Caspian presses a hand over the baby's back, and for the first time since we met, I see him fully unguarded. No armor, just a man, kneeling in front of the family he once believed he'd never deserve. "I didn't think I'd get here," he says, voice breaking. "You did." He kisses the baby's head, then mine. His tears fall against my collarbone, and I let them. Hours later, in the quiet of recovery, a nurse gently lays him in my arms again, freshly cleaned and swaddled. Our son blinks up at me like he already knows the world is complicated. I whisper to him, "You're the best thing I've ever done." Caspian sits beside me, one hand on the crib, the other still wrapped around mine like he can't bear to let go. "We still haven't agreed on a name," I say softly. He smiles through exhaustion. "You get first pick." "Malcolm." He breathes in like the word means something more than just syllables. "Malcolm it is." Caspian leans over and rests his forehead against mine. Outside, the storm has passed. Inside, I hold everything that matters. For the first damn time in weeks, maybe ever, I feel safe. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories. that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 38. Caspian. They say the adrenaline doesn't hit until it's over, but that's a lie. It hits the second the baby cries. The moment I realize Nova's alive, that we made it through, that we didn't lose her, that I didn't lose them, and then it coils in my chest like wire. I watch Nova sleep, our son curled against her chest, glowing in that newborn way, where love is louder than the world outside. They look untouched by everything we just endured. But I know better. Beneath Nova's peace is fire, and under mine, wreckage. The hallway outside the hospital room is filled with reporters, cameras, flashbulbs. Security guards flank the door like sentries. My name hit the news within hours. DeWitt Iris rescued from Stalker's lair. They don't call Verena by name yet, but they will. There's no hiding it anymore. Not the trauma. Not the past. I sat down with my lawyer, the same one who handled the estate transfer from my grandmother's will. Verena's in custody, he says. The charges are extensive. Kidnapping, unlawful imprisonment, assault. There will likely be psychological evaluations. She planned this, I say flatly. She wasn't delusional. She was calculated, he nods, and she left a digital footprint. Messages, payments to the man who helped abduct Nova. They found cameras installed in the rest house. My stomach turns. She watched us. He pauses. We also found notes about the baby. She had names picked out, detailed records on Nova's prenatal visits. My throat tightens. How long has she been watching? Since your grandmother's death. Possibly before. I rub a hand over my face. Shame clings like smoke. I should have known. I should have stopped it sooner, but trauma doesn't always come with alarms. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it wears your childhood as camouflage. When I return to the room, Nova's awake. She looks at me like I hung the stars, and it guts me, because she almost died loving me. You're quiet, she says, her voice still scratchy from labor. I sit beside her, brush my fingers over her curls. Beats me on how to process any of it. You don't have to. Not today. I let it get that far. No, she interrupts softly. You fought for me. For him. You didn't freeze. You came. I shake my head. I didn't come fast enough. You came when it mattered. The words settle deep, like she's not just forgiving me, she's redeeming me. Later, I hold Malcolm in my arms. He's swaddled, dozing, his breath's tiny and sure. He doesn't know what he survived to get here. He doesn't know how close he came to being born in chaos. But I do, and I swear, right then, that I will never let that kind of fear near him again. When the police call me for a formal statement, I go. Nova insists I go. She says, tell the truth. Burn it down, so I do. I tell them about the nursery, about the things Verena whispered, about her obsession with power, with legacy, about how a boy who was never safe grew up trying to control everything so he could finally breathe. I tell them that control is a lie, and love, the kind Nova gave me, that's the only thing real. When I leave the station, the sky is washed with early morning gold. I stopped at a flower shop, then at a bakery, and I drive back to the hospital like a man who finally understands what it means to show up. Not to impress, but to love. Nova looks up when I walk in with a full bouquet of sunflowers and cinnamon rolls still warm. She laughs. Are we celebrating? We're beginning. I sit beside her, kiss her forehead. I want to do this right, I say. No more running. No more fear. No more waiting to be worthy. You always were. The nurse walks in with a clipboard. Ready to finalize his birth certificate? I glance at Nova. She nods. And together we write it down. Malcolm Orion DeWitt James. Because from now on our son will carry both of us, every scar, every miracle, every first breath.
Chapter 39. Nova. The sun is already waiting for us when we pull into the DeWitt estate. It stretches long over the gravel path and kisses the windows of the main house like it missed us. Everything looks exactly the same and completely different. The gate creaks open. The trees rustle like they're breathing. But the real shift? It's me, and the tiny heartbeat cradled against my chest. Caspian parks, then rounds the car like he's done it 100 times. He opens my door and holds out his hand. Welcome home, Nova. He doesn't say you're safe now. I just believe it. Malcolm is wrapped in a blue blanket, fast asleep in my arms. It hits me suddenly that this moment isn't just quiet. It's sacred. We step inside. The foyer is the same polished marble, the grand staircase, the cold symmetry. But there's warmth now. There are signs of us. A baby swung in the living room, a pastel burp cloth over the back of a high-end leather chair. My slippers by the fireplace. Caspian carries the bags inside without asking. And when I set Malcolm down in his bassinet, the silence was so thick with emotion I could cry. I do, a little. And Caspian doesn't panic like he used to. He just comes up behind me, wraps his arms around my waist, and kisses the top of my head. I was terrified I'd never see you both again. I know, I whisper. But we made it. Later, Mama stops by with food and prayers and quiet gratitude. She holds Malcolm like he's made of magic. Tears roll down her cheeks as she whispers, "My baby had a baby." She doesn't ask about the trauma. She just leaves a satin bag under my pillow. Inside is the necklace she wore when she had me. Protection, she says. I believe her. That night, I watched Caspian in the nursery. He's pacing, bare-chested, with Malcolm against his shoulder, humming. Just humming. He doesn't notice me watching. His hair's tousled. His eyes are soft. There's a burp stain on his pajama pants. And I fell in love with him all over again. Not the billionaire. Not the cold, wounded recluse who once stood across a courtroom and promised he'd never let anyone in. But this man, this soft, wrecked, healing man who holds our child like a lifeline. Do you regret it? I ask from the doorway. He turns, startled. What? Choosing me. U.S.? All of this. He walks over and presses Malcolm gently into my arms. He cups my cheek and says, without hesitation, "You saved me." Over and over. How could I regret the thing that brought me back to life? Later, we lie in bed, Malcolm in the bassinet beside us, and talk about the future, about parenting classes, about baby names we didn't use, about building a nursery in the city apartment, about staying. I don't want to live half lives anymore, I say, my voice a soft confession. I don't want love that hides. You won't, he says. Not with me. And just like that, the air shifts. In the quiet, with our son breathing easy beside us and moonlight spilling through the curtains, I finally let myself exhale. Because this time, the night doesn't feel like something to survive, as if everything before this was just waiting for this moment.
Chapter 40. Caspian. The cemetery is still. Dew clings to the grass, and the morning fog wraps around the tombstones like a secret. I've never liked this place, not because of death, but because of the unfinished things buried here. I kneel in front of her headstone. Eloise DeWitt, the only person who ever looked at my childhood wreckage and called it sacred. Hologran. My voice comes out hoarse, hollowed out by weeks of fear and survival, but also filled with something else now, something softer. I brought you flowers, I say, placing a bundle of white camellias and baby's breath by the stone. Nova said they mean rebirth and endurance. She would have liked that. Malcolm was born last week. He's perfect. He has Nova's mouth, my eyes, and this little wrinkle in his forehead like he's already tired of our faces. My lips twitch with a quiet laugh. The wind rustles the leaves nearby. I imagine she's listening. I almost lost them. The words crack open something deep in me. I thought I was prepared for anything. I built my world around control, around the idea that if I just planned enough, nothing would hurt again. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. I pause. There's no protecting yourself from love. Not really. There's only the choice to fight for it. I run my thumb along the stone's edge. You were right about having my own child. Through that I met her, Nova. You know what's best for me. I lean back on my heels, eyes lifting toward the sky. I'm going to marry her, and I'm going to be the kind of father I never had. I won't repeat the patterns. I won't hide, and I won't let the past win. On the way back to the estate, I stop at the gates. The rusted secondary path has been sealed for years. The land behind it is untouched. I unhook the lock and walk in. The small field is overgrown, but the view, it's breathtaking. A wide slope leading to the lake. Trees on either side like arms framing the world. I see it instantly, what it could become. When I get home, Nova is on the back porch in a robe, rocking Malcolm against her chest. The light paints her in gold. She looks up and smiles like she already knows I've made a decision. You look like a man with a plan, she says, teasing. I kiss her before I answer, like I'll never stop meaning it. I want to build us something, I say. Something permanent. Nova blinks. Like what? A house, right here, on the back acres. Our house. Not the one my family died in. Not the one Verena watched us from. Something new. For us. For Malcolm. Her lips part, stunned. And then her hand rises to touch my face, thumb brushing the corner of my mouth. You're serious. As serious as I've ever been. Tears pool in her eyes. Then let's make a home, she says. And just like that, the man who spent his whole life running from shadows starts drawing blueprints in the sun.
Chapter 41. Nova. Even before I can process the rest, the vault-high ceilings, the wall of mirrors glimmering like river water, the fresh paint scent of possibility, I see the floor. A sprung maple floor, honey gold and satin smooth, stretching the length of the studio Caspian, found for me, but really resurrected from an abandoned warehouse. Each plank is laid in a herringbone pattern, feathered tight so no heel can snag, sealed to a matte glow that drinks in light instead of throwing it back. It's the kind of surface dancers dream about when ankle bones ache, forgiving yet firm, tuned to catch landings without stealing momentum. Caspian must have flown in the same artisan who restored the Bolshoi stage. There's no other explanation for the way the boards flex a breath beneath my weight, calibrated to the exact bounce my body remembers from childhood competitions. I step out of my flats, toes sinking into the faint give, and the studio hushes around me, as if the walls, the mirrors, even the overhead track lights know that the heart of this room beats underfoot. The rest of the space is stunning. Banks of windows framed in brushed steel, bars of warm ash wood lining two sides, discreet speakers tucked into the rafters. But the floor is the promise that everything broken in me can relearn grace. My pulse sinks to the faint, hollow whisper of my steps. Soft slap, gentle rebound, like a lullaby played on wood and air. Still scuffed where I once practiced barefoot for hours, right under the mirrors. Still creaky in the back corner where I landed wrong during a solo and twisted my ankle so bad I thought my dance dreams were over. It smells the same too. Sweat, wood polish, and a hint of lavender oil from the jars Miss Hattie left on the windowsill for vibes. It feels like coming home and being a stranger at the same time. I walk in slowly like the air remembers me, like the walls want to ask, "Where the hell have you been?" Caspian's outside with Malcolm. He insisted I go in alone, said, "This place belonged to you long before me. Take your time." So I do. I walk to the front of the room, stand at the bar, and close my eyes. And I remember everything. The aching, the ambition, the auditions, the fear of being too dark, too curvy, too me, the joy of moving anyway. I grip the rail and start a slow plie. My thighs burn instantly. My body isn't the same. It's softer now, fuller. But I don't apologize for that. I just breathe through it. Bend, rise, bend again. The music in my head is faint but certain, something between Nina Simone and memory. I didn't dance to prove anything today. I dance because I can. 15 minutes later, I'm sweaty, breathless, and laughing through tears. The mirror shows a woman I don't always recognize, but she's stronger than ever. My phone buzzes. It's a picture. Caspian sent it. It's him and Malcolm sitting in the grass just outside, their foreheads pressed together. A message below it, "He's already proud of you, just like I am." I sat on the studio floor and let it all hit me. The pain, the survival, the fact that I almost didn't make it here. That someone tried to erase me and failed. That love didn't just return, it is rooted. Miss Hattie comes in just as I'm putting my shoes back on. "You always were too graceful for this place," she says, arms folded, eyes smiling. I stand, pull her into a hug. "This place raised me." She hugs me tighter. "Then raise it back. Make it new. Give your son a place where he sees joy built from grief. That lands deep. It blooms." Later, I walked out to the garden Caspian built behind the studio while I danced. He's laying on the grass with Malcolm, pointing at clouds. He looks up when he hears me. "You look lit up," he says. I feel lit up. I kissed him. Because I want to. Every damn day. And right there, in the sun, with my baby babbling and my love beside me, I decide, we won't just build a house, we'll build a life.
Chapter 42. Caspian. The mirrors shine. The room smells like varnished floors, lemongrass oil, and legacy. It's not just a dance studio anymore. It's a living thing, a testament, a home Nova built from rubble and dreams. She moves through the crowd like she's floating, hugging old instructors, teasing kids in pink leotards, directing traffic like she's the mayor of the movement itself. And all I can do is watch her. Still. Quiet. Because this isn't my moment. It's hers. But I'm about to borrow it. Are you ready? Her mother whispers beside me, Malcolm balanced on her hip, just barely staying still in a buttoned onesie that Nova ironed twice. As I'll ever be, I murmur, tugging at my collar. She smiles like she knows something I don't. Which, to be fair, she often does. Don't choke, she teases. I'd rather die, I mutter. Nova walks to the front of the room, all glow and grace and a little sweat on her brow. She's radiant. Welcome, everyone, she says into the mic, her voice confident, melodic. Today's performance isn't just about dance. It's about reclaiming joy, finding it again after fear tried to take it. The studio was born from survival, sweat, strength, and from love. My heartbeat stutters. This is it. Before she cues the dancers, her mother steps forward, gently prying the mic from her hand. Nova frowns, confused. Before we begin, I think someone has something to say, her mom says with that knowing, teasing glint in her eye. Nova turns to me, brows raised. Caspian? I nod, step forward, heart hammering. I take the mic and face her. It's easy to speak to crowds when you're a DeWitt, but I'm not speaking to them. I'm speaking to her. The mic feels heavy in my hand, but not heavier than what I've carried, what she helped me let go of. The room quiets. Even the toddlers in the corner hush like they know something sacred is happening. Nova stared at me, her lips parted, breath caught, like she might bolt or float. She doesn't know yet, but she will. I glance around at the studio she rebuilt from ash and memory. I look at her, and only her. Before I met you, I say slowly, my life looked perfect from the outside. Polished, curated, controlled. But inside, I had a locked door, a room with no windows, not because I didn't want light, but because I didn't think I deserved it. Her eyes glisten. My throat tightens, but I keep going. I had built an empire of silence. I made peace with being alone, until a woman walked into my home, angry, radiant, brilliant, and flipped every switch, opened every window, and dared me to feel again. The room exhales around us, but she's frozen, like she's afraid to blink. I step closer. Our story didn't start with some great love. It started with an agreement. I can't help the small laugh that slips free, gaze soft. You were going to give me an heir for the heart of your mother. A ripple of amused gasps and chuckles moves through the room. Nova hides a laugh behind her hand, eyes glinting. But Nova! I shake my head slowly, reverently. You gave me so much more. I let the words find their rhythm. You gave me the kind of love I never thought I'd be worthy of, the kind that held me when I was broken, that sat with me in silence when the noise in my head got too loud, that didn't fix me but chose me anyway. Her shoulders shake now, but she doesn't cry. Not yet. I take the ring box out of my pocket, open it. I didn't know how to say, I love you in the beginning. Not really. I only knew how to protect, to plan, to survive. But now, I kneel. She covers her mouth. I don't rush. Now I love you with every part of me. I love you through fear and fire, through your strength, your joy, your softness. I love you through Malcolm's giggles, through midnight feedings and garden sunlight. I love you in the way I breathe, in the way I need to breathe. Tears stream down her cheeks. I lift the ring higher. Nova James, will you marry me? Not because we owe it to the past, but because we own the future. She doesn't say anything at first. She just drops to her knees and wraps herself around me like I'm heir and answer and home. And then against my neck, I hear it. Yes, she whispers. Of course, yes. She kisses me like she's claiming every part of me. And I let her. Because I belong to her. I always have. The applause is deafening. I slide the ring onto her finger as her arms circle my shoulders, her body pressing to mine like the answer's always been there. In her, in us. And as the music picks back up and our baby claps his chubby hands, I realize this isn't a proposal. It's a promise. That no matter what comes, this love, it's permanent.
Chapter 43. Nova. I never thought planning a wedding could feel like therapy, but it does. Not because of the cake tastings, or the fabric swatches, or even the ridiculous debate about if we should include a baby dedication in the vows, though that one made Caspian tear up and pretend it was allergies. No, it's not the tradition that heals me. It's the stillness in him. The quiet way he holds my waist now without hesitation. how his fingers brush the small of my back like a prayer instead of a question. How he doesn't flinch when Malcolm screams bloody murder or the espresso machine hisses too loud. He doesn't need to be reminded he's safe anymore. He knows it. We both do. White roses or peonies? I ask, swiping through my phone while Malcolm is passed out in a drool puddle beside me on the couch. Caspian looks up from his laptop with a slow blink. Which one do I hate less? I grin. Not the vibe I was going for, but I'll take it. He smirks, shuts the screen, leans in. Peonies. You wore a yellow one in your hair the day we met. That's what I remember. I pause. Blink once. Just like that, my heart lurches like it's never loved him before. You remember that? I whisper. I remember everything, he says, voice lower now, hands slipping around my waist. Especially the parts I thought I didn't deserve to keep. His mouth brushes my collarbone, light, reverent. The kiss isn't hungry, it's whole, and I melt right there in my sweats, with breast milk on my shirt and his laptop digging into my thigh. You're still in therapy, right? I ask quietly. He nods. Every Tuesday, and Thursdays when Dr. Hayes pushes. And I'm not trying to fix myself anymore, he murmurs. I'm just learning how to live with the parts I didn't choose. She said that's what survival really is. I close my eyes. Let the moment stretch. Planning the wedding feels gentle. Like we're finally walking barefoot over glass we've already swept clean. His assistant, bless her hyper-organized soul, is handling the logistics. My mother's making mood boards and trying to convince us to let the reception be child-free so she can hog Malcolm for the night. Caspian even asked if I wanted to invite Dr. Reyes. And Dr. Adler, he said, his voice hesitant but sure. They both got us here. I nodded, because they did. Later that night, after Malcolm's down and the city outside our windows finally falls into a hush, I crawl into bed beside him. He doesn't ask, doesn't hesitate. He just reaches for me, like instinct, like hunger, like I'm the only thing in this world that makes him feel sane. His arms wrap around me before I can speak, his nose buried in my hair. I feel him inhale, slow, deep, desperate, like the scent of me is a balm. He touches me like he's been waiting for this. For me, for my body. For weeks we've been wrapped up in new routines. Feedings, swaddling, late-night lullabies. My body has changed. It's softer now, rounder. My chest aches in a new way. My stomach bears the memory of birth in quiet folds and faded lines. But none of that makes him pull away. If anything, it pulls him closer. He kisses my shoulder, his hand sliding along the curve of my waist, down to my hip. You're so beautiful, he murmurs. Even more than before. You don't even know what you do to me. I turn toward him, lips parted, breath catching as he brushes his mouth along my collarbone. You still want me? I whisper. His hand tightens around my waist. Want you? His voice breaks. I've been starving. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. He pulls me into his arms, our bodies sticky and tangled, heart still pounding. I don't want to sleep, he murmurs. Why not? Because I want to stay right here, he whispers, with the woman I love. In the body that gave me a miracle. My throat tightens. I press my lips to his chest, to his heartbeat. You already have me, I say. And in his arms, I feel it. Not just the afterglow. Forever. After we lie there, his hand on my stomach. Malcolm's soft baby monitor snores drifting through the room. "Peonies, huh?" I whisper sleepily. He hums. "And yellow. You make it look like sunlight." In the morning, I wake to find a note on my pillow in Caspian's handwriting. Whatever our vows are, I'm writing mine like a promise I already live, because you, Nova James, have been my salvation in soft gold. Chapter 44. Nova. It smells like wild jasmine and something softer. Maybe honeysuckle, maybe hope. The garden is alive around me in full bloom, like it knew today mattered. Like it grew just for this moment. Strings of fairy lights hum above us. Rose petals kiss the ground. My heart is beating too loud, too fast, and not at all from fear. I'm not afraid. Not today. My fingers tremble as I adjust the simple white silk over my belly. Malcolm's asleep in the little cradle set off to the side, cooed to peace by my mother, who still looks like she barely holds herself back from crying. She's already cried. Twice. "I thought I'd never see this," she said when we were getting ready. Her fingers had stilled on the edge of my veil. "I thought the world would take me before love could hold you like this." She didn't have to say what this meant. She was there when I collapsed into her arms, after Verena. She was there through every midnight feeding when I couldn't sleep, unless I saw Caspian's chest rise and fall beside mine. She was there when I forgave myself for surviving. Now she brushes her palm across my cheek and says, "Let's get you home, baby." And we walk barefoot down the aisle. People say your wedding day rushes by, but not this. Not this ceremony built from survival and stitched with every scraped breath we fought to take. Dr. Reyes is here, standing with her partner, dabbing at her eyes like she can't believe we actually made it. Dr. Hayes is beside Caspian's assistant, who's low-key weeping into a monogrammed handkerchief she absolutely brought herself. And then there's Caspian, waiting at the end of the aisle, in a crisp ivory suit that makes his silver blonde hair glow like something divine. His eyes meet mine, and I swear the wind stops moving. "You look like my future," he whispers when I finally reach him. "I am your future," I say, grinning as I pass Malcolm off to my mom. We take each other's hands, palms warm and steady, no gloves, no hesitation, no past between us. Just now. Just this. He is the first to speak his vows. He takes a folded piece of paper from his jacket, but he doesn't open it. "I had this whole speech," he says, his voice a little rough around the edges. "Rehearsed every line. Made sure it was poetic and precise, but I don't need it." He swallows, looks at me like I'm everything he's ever dared to want. "You met me at the edge of who I was, Nova. When I was barely surviving, when I had nothing left but scars and silence. And somehow you didn't just see me, you stayed. The garden is still. No one moves." He keeps going, steady and certain. "You were supposed to give me an heir for your mother's heart," he says with a tiny smirk. The crowd laughs gently. "And instead, you gave me a reason to be better. Not just for our son, but for myself." He steps closer, thumb brushing my ring finger. "I love you. Not as a cure, not as a savior, but as the only place I've ever felt real. And then, it's my turn." I take a deep breath. I used to think love was a thing that needed to be earned, that I had to be perfect, healed, unshaken before I could be worthy of it. Caspian's eyes glisten, but he doesn't look away. "You proved me wrong. You showed me that love can be messy, that it can tremble and break and still be strong enough to hold a life." I glance toward our son, then back to the man I almost lost. "I love you, Caspian DeWitt. Not because you saved me, but because you let me save you too." We exchange rings, whispers, a kiss that tastes like promise. The reception is soft light and laughter. Just people, our people, sprawled across linen-covered tables beneath the stars. Feet bare in the grass, wine glasses catching firefly glows. Caspian stands beside me, Malcolm cradled against his chest in the baby sling we swore we wouldn't need but have used every single day since the baby shower. His arm is around my waist, firm and familiar. And then Veronica appears with a tray. She's smiling. Warmly this time. Not the stiff, too-perfect politeness of when she first joined the household, still uncertain of how to exist in the echo of what Verena left behind. But something quieter, lighter. She sets 2 drinks in front of us, sparkling water with a splash of lime for me, neat scotch for Caspian. "Congratulations," she says. Her voice has that crisp lilt I've come to associate with genuine care. It's been a long road, but it's good to see this household beam of joy again. Caspian meets her gaze, and for a second the tension flickers. But then he nods. "Thank you," he says, and means it. Veronica walks away, leaving behind 2 full glasses and a soft kind of closure. "She's different now," I whisper, curling closer into him. "She's healing too," Caspian says. "I guess we all are." Later, after cake crumbs and tear-stained speeches, and the kind of dancing that makes toddlers collapse into giggles, I find my mom sitting on the garden bench beneath the lights. She's watching us. "I never thought it would be like this," she says quietly. She turns to me, tears pooling again. "I'm proud of you, Nova. Not for getting married, but for choosing love, even when it was the scariest thing in the world." I sit beside her, resting my head on her shoulder. "You're the reason I could." That night, after everyone's gone and the lights dim low, Caspian pulls me into his lap, kisses my wedding band, and says, "Now that you're mine forever, let's start." I think I forget how to breathe, because there's something in his eyes, glacier blue, lit from within that makes the moment feel infinite. His hands are on my hips, calloused fingers splayed against the silk of my dress, like he's not ready to let go. Not yet. Maybe never. "Say it again," I whisper, my forehead resting against his. His lips brush mine as he repeats it, slower this time. God, I love him. And when he stands, holding me effortlessly in his arms, bridal style, like some fairy tale myth brought to life, and carries me into the bedroom, the air changes. He sets me down slowly in front of the bed. The sheets are crisp white, the room dimly lit by the flicker of candles across the dresser. Golden light dances along his pale skin, casting soft shadows over the sculpted lines of his shoulders, his chest. The jacket's already off. His silver blonde hair's a little wild now. His eyes burn into mine. "You're still wearing too much," he murmurs. My dress slides off with a whisper, pooling at my feet. I stand before him in nothing but lace panties and the soft sheen of want. His gaze drops to my chest, my hips, the curve of my thighs. And when he looks back at my face, it's like he's looking at everything he's ever wanted. "You're stunning," he says, "even more than I remembered." And that was already unbearable. I step into him, then stop remembering. "Touch me." He doesn't need telling twice. His hands run reverently down my sides, trembling just a little, like my body is too much, and not enough, all at once. "Every time you touch me, I come undone," he breathes, pressing a kiss to my shoulder. "You don't even see what I'm going through. Tell me." "You made me feel safe," he murmurs. "You made it possible to feel. You didn't just love me, Nova. You healed me." My throat tightens, but I don't get a chance to reply, because suddenly he's on his knees, kissing up my stomach, the insides of my thighs, his hands curling around the backs of my legs as he pulls me closer to his mouth. "I want to worship you," he says, and then he does. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. We keep breaking records, I murmur drowsily. He chuckles, the sound rumbling against my ear. I fully intend to set a new one tomorrow. Ambitious? I yawn, satisfied and boneless. Love that for us. He shifts, pulling the comforter over our cooling bodies. As sleep pulls me under, I feel his lips at my temple. For a moment, neither of us moves, and then a cry pierces the night. Soft, familiar. Our son. I blink through the haze and start to sit up, but Caspian grabs my wrist, grinning like a devil. No, no, no. I'll go. You just let me come inside you for the first time as your husband. You earned the pillows. I flop back down with a laugh, heart still pounding. Don't forget the pacifier this time. He pulls on a pair of sweats, smirking. I make no promises. And as I watch him walk out of the room, barefoot, shirtless, still flushed from loving me, I realize something. This is what forever looks like. Messy, passionate, real, and completely, irrevocably ours. Chapter 45. Nova. A few months later, the water's so blue it feels unreal, like someone photoshopped the entire Pacific for our pleasure. But it's not the ocean I'm watching. It's him. Caspian is shirtless, knee-deep in Hawaiian surf, with Malcolm propped on his hip, the baby squealing in delight, slapping at the spray like he's part sea lion. Caspian doesn't flinch, just holds him tighter, let the boy lead the moment. A year ago, this man wouldn't have stepped near a beach, wouldn't have taken his shirt off, wouldn't have smiled so freely it made strangers smile back. But now he glows. I sit under the shade of a palm, toes buried in hot sand, oversized sunglasses hiding my dopey grin. I've never felt this soft and this strong at the same time, this anchored. Careful, I call out, lifting a hand. He's about to dive headfirst. He gets that from you, Caspian calls back, laughing as Malcolm nearly somersaults in excitement. He gets the bossiness from you. Caspian glances over his shoulder, and that look, God, that look, still makes my whole damn body warm. It's love, yes. But it's also wanted, deep, familiar, worshipful. I thought we agreed we'd stop blaming my genetics every time he screams. I stand, brushing sand off my thighs and making my way down to them. We didn't agree on that. You monologue and I ignored you. He kisses me before I can sass back. Salt on his lips, sun on his skin. Malcolm wedged between us, giggling like he knows we're disgusting. Remind me to write a thank you note to Hawaii, I murmured into his neck. He hums. I already did. I addressed it to your lower back in last night's massage. I slap his arm, but I'm laughing. I always laugh now. And when I don't, when the world still gets heavy, he holds the weight with me. We walk together, baby between us, letting the ocean lick at our ankles. Everything feels earned, hard-won, sweet. Later, when Malcolm's passed out in the travel crib in our beachfront bungalow and the stars blink lazy above us, we sit on the porch in silence. Caspian's hand is wrapped around a glass of wine. Mine is wrapped around him. I didn't know I could be this happy, he says quietly. I turn my face into his shoulder. I did. I always did. Even when I didn't touch you. Even when I froze up. Even then, I say, kissing his collarbone. You were never a question. You were a slow answer. He exhales. You always say the right thing. That's because I lived with you long enough to study your scripts, I tease. He chuckles, but then his fingers find mine, soft and serious. We made this, he whispers. This life, this love. We did. And I want more. I still am. More? He shifts so he's kneeling in front of me. His palm finds the swell of my belly. Tiny. Barely there. But real. We chose this one, I say, voice breaking. My vision blurs. How long have you known? 2 weeks, he says. You kept forgetting your tea and crying during toothpaste commercials. I did the math. I laugh and sob at once. He kisses my hand. You gave me an heir. But you also gave me your heart. And now I get to watch it grow again. I curl forward, pressing my forehead to his. And it's there, in the warm hush of the Hawaiian night, with our baby sleeping and another one just beginning, that I realize this isn't the end of our story. It's just the next chapter. The screen of my phone buzzes quietly beside us. An email. Subject: Inheritance dispute. Confidential family matter. Urgent response needed. I stare at it. Caspian sees the look on my face. What is it? He asks. And just like that, peace starts to tremble. I clutch my belly instinctively. Maybe nothing, I say. But we might not be done fighting.